Moved from Turkey to the US, here's the reason why. Thought America was cool, guess I was high. Maybe it was the food that I was attracted to. 70 types of Oreo made me into Marabou. Joined TYT, then left it, started streaming. Spent half of my time banging my desk and screaming. But just when you think you've got me down and out of ammo, that's when I turn around and hit you with an effing blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo. 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 With an effing blammo. 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 That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
Lips call me woke bay and fell in love with my face. Though my voice was soy, so I turned up the bass. Small head, bad takes, the haters said. Not as bad as their moms got it when I took them to bed. Getting shit on for trying to prove there is no schism between our capitalism and our imperialism. Screw it.
I'm saying it.
24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9. Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With the effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With the effing blammo. Blammo. With the effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. With an effing blammo. Dating adult stars, breaking hearts, spending pants.
I get it.
With the dress sense equivalent of Comic Sans. Champagne, socialist, Porsche owner, HasanAbi. I've heard it all, even from the stands in my lobby. Single himbo leftist against a world of grifters. They try to cancel me, but only manage to lift us. Last bar's coming up, but you'll miss it. Don't be sour, cause we're approaching the ad break at the top of the hour.
Segue.
What's going on, everybody?
I said it.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. It's Monday.
There you go, dude. I did it.
Pieces of shit.
It's 59 degrees here and sunny in California, Los Angeles, folks.
You know what I mean?
And I'm live and alive. Folks, it is 59 degrees and sunny here, and I'm feeling really fucking good. It's Monday, March 27th, 2023, 11:13 a.m. I'm right on time. I'm going crazy with it. It's bananas mode. It's content overload. We got a lot going on in the world. We're going to be talking about all of that, but I'm excited nonetheless, even if the news are grim. Why am I excited? I'm excited to be here. Excited to see you guys. I'm excited to hang out. And overall, no matter how shitty the fucking world is, well, at least we still have each other, right? We still have each other. I think that's something that we have. And, you know, there's going to be grim news. There's always grim news. There's kind of nothing you can do about it. Anyway, but yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you, only saying that because you're wearing rose-colored glasses. True. I didn't really think about it, but I think that's part of the reason why. Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at life through rose-colored glasses, as you can tell. Dude, those are crazy glasses. What is that style called? I do oversized too, but those are sick as hell. This style is called, I bought these at a thrift store and then had another guy that I know put these rose-colored shades in them. These are supposed to be YSL, but I'm pretty sure they're fake. Like, I doubt that these are real. Like, I got these for like $1 or something, and the material is so cheap and it's eroding. Like, fairly certain these are not real. They're definitely fake, but I love them regardless because I got them for like $1. I basically upcycled it like way many years ago. Technically, I don't know how to put optics in shades, obviously. I don't know how to put the glasses in, but I knew a guy who would do that. So I took these and took it to a guy who would do that, and that's how I got it. And I've been wearing them for a while, you know? Fake socialists could have bought that you could have spent that $1 using systems. True. You are right. I am a fake socialist. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm back on the Aka Inu drip. But yes, I digress. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, about what's happening in the world a little bit, what's happening in the world of HasanAbi. And yesterday I ended the broadcast. I did not watch Succession. But yesterday I ended the broadcast and okay, there it is. And I filmed another banger episode of the Fear End podcast. That's right. The greatest podcast in the world. It's crazy. It's going crazy. It's going wild. Bananas mode. Y'all posted the podcast late and was currently watching. You interrupted us. Sorry about that. Take it up with motherfucking March. Stolen Valor. Holy shit, Stolen Valor. Excuse me. I served in the Korea War, baby. Fuck you. Anyway. No Code Geass, only Final Fantasy VII. I played a little bit of that. I mean, honestly, no Code Geass updates. No, I mean, minor One Piece updates. I watched like a couple one app before I fell asleep. I was really tired by the time I got to watching One Piece last night, so I only got to watch one episode. But I will say that I just realized HasanAbi has cop neck. He's a natural cop. How dare you? I'm still a Marine Ford, and it's getting spicy. I'll just say it like this. I'm at the part I literally fell asleep pretty much as what's his face? The Trafalgar Law comes in to the fold in Marine Ford. Trafalgar Law comes in, steps in and goes, I'm a doctor, which I think is really cool. So, I mean, he's such a sick character. God, there's so many fucking sick characters on this goddamn show. It's wild. Where's this shirt from? This shirt is, I believe, approximately like almost 10 years old, like at least like 7 years old. It's a Xanarobe, which I think is still a brand. It's an Australian brand that I used to wear all the time back in the day. I'm just wearing it currently because it's exciting for me to be able to wear clothes that I wasn't able to fit into back in the day. Like there was like a year and a half, 2 years during COVID where I was not able to wear the old shit that I have in my closet, and I can now wear them again, which is exciting for me. So I wear them. And it's not even because, bro, I spammed you for 3 years to play Final Fantasy VII and you finally playing it off stream. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. You know what I mean? I would like to clear Auntie Parker's name. Auntie never tweeted Ludwig's walls. That was the other stand account you talked about on the pod. Ludwig blocked Auntie over a comment during the Dream Face reveal. Oh, interesting. It said Lore Masters came in hot with that one. I called it. I was right. It was another Stan account that actually, it was the one that I called, right? Do not believe Little Bear 36. I believe Little Bear 36. At this stage, I will tell you this much. I think Little Bear 36 is a better assessment of my life and what I've done, at least over the past 5 years, than I have. Like, that's one person who I will unironically, if Little Bear was like, listen, no, you didn't do that, you did this, I would be like, okay, you're probably right. The Ancient Tomes, which today's an interesting day, as a matter of fact. Not exactly sure when I first originally decided to start streaming on, Twitch, but I did stream on YouTube on this day 5 years ago. One fucking time, I think. So yeah, 5 years ago, I streamed on YouTube on this day. Probably, I think I played God of War, Dad of War, maybe. That's back when I was like still at the Young Turks, very unhappy with my prospects internally at the Young Turks, thinking like I need to make a name for myself outside of the Young Turks. I need a place of community for myself. So wild to consider that five years have gone by since then. Just think, 5 years ago, I had like 10 people watching me live. Crazy. I'm mad that stupid leftists made me have an unfavorable idea of you. I miss so much. Well, don't worry about it. I repeat myself so much that you will most likely, I repeat myself so much that you will always, most likely, hear the same things over and over again for the next 25 years. If you're in here for 25 fucking years. Here, like, that's the oh, there it is. This is it, right? This is it, to the day, 5 years ago, I think, to the day. Wait, this says streamed 4 years ago. Why does YouTube do that? Like, it's oh no, this is 2018 June 17th. This is I streamed on YouTube a couple times, but I guess I streamed on YouTube one time today, 5 years ago as well. Four years and 11 months is 4 years, Pepega. It's not though. Like at that point, you should round up, right? Am I crazy? Like you definitely should round up. I don't know why they always round down. It'll be like 4 years, 11 months, and 30 days, but it's a 31-day month. So it's like, yeah, actually it's 4 years ago. Like, no, it's not. That's literally, there's no more 5 years in that very moment, okay? Like, stop. Once you go over 6 months, it should round up. Anyway, but that's like super stupid and super silly. Dog searching resuming this weekend. I hope, fingers crossed, we will continue with the dog search this weekend. Anyway, this is how you announce leaving TYT. I mean, that was only 2 years ago. That was, or 3 years ago. Teeny tiny lore vid. How Hasan the Hun announced he was leaving TYT will shock you. January 8th, 2020. Yeah. But as I was stating, last night, ended the broadcast, shot a podcast. You already know what it is. We went crazy with it. We went bananas mode with it. Okay, we went absolute nutter mode, nutty with it on the pod. It was a lot of fun. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Hope you guys appreciate that. Subscribe to the Patreon at patreon.com/fearand. And then afterwards, I was really fucking tired. I went to bed. Woke up this morning, and quick fitness update. I've been playing a lot more basketball, and I'm a big boy, right? And as a big boy, when I play a lot of basketball, it wears on my legs a lot. So on Mondays, I deadlift, and I was really, really, really worried that that I was gonna not be able to deadlift today, because like you get out of bed and you think, oh man, I'm so fucking tired. Like my legs are genuinely sore still. Like I haven't recovered actively, right? And then I just went out and I fucking did it. And honestly, it was great. I hit 425 with no belt. Remember, these are all weights that I was able to, top weights that I was able to hit with belts, with a weight belt. 425 with no belt after doing 405, 2 sets of 3, after doing all my like work sets. You know, 425 or 430, not entirely sure. No belt, 6. So that was pretty good. Are you on creatine? Yes, I take creatine. So yeah. Any other supplements? No. I don't even have pre-workout, which I recommend if you have like, you know, pre-workout can be very helpful. But I don't even use pre-workout. I take a shot of espresso. That's it for me. Is all you do deadlift? Why no bench update? because I'm because I'm cutting, it's very difficult for me to have improvements on every single big body, like every single compound exercise. So right now, the only one that I can give you updates on where I'm like getting stronger and stronger is my deadlift. I think when we switch over the program to a different program, which is happening this week, I will probably focus a little bit more on my chest instead. At which point I will give you more progress on one of the, like, there's 3 compound muscle exercises that are the GOATs. The number, like, those 3 are the top. Everyone will always tell you. Deadlifting, bench pressing on the flat bench press, and squatting. I do all 3 at least once a week. And unfortunately, as far as muscle groups goes, because I'm cutting all the time, I'm not like eating and like trying to gain muscle mass, but still gaining muscle mass while cutting. I can only focus on one. And right now it happens to be my deadlifts. Squats are also like slowly but surely improving. I'm looking for more depth right now. So I've like limited my increase in weight. Just like I've actually limited my weight on the deadlifts, and instead of instead of hitting like a higher weight with the deadlifts, I'm using with a belt, I'm doing a no belt. You were just leaning out so you can see the muscles more. Yeah, your squat pretty ugly. I'm a low bar back squatter, which is why so many motherfuckers who are used to high bar back squatters look at me and go, oh dude, it's not enough. No, you got to look at the leg creases. When you look at the leg creases, it's not ass to grass, of course. It's not supposed to be. I'm a low bar back squatter, and even for the low bar back squatter, it's still a little bit shorter than what it's supposed to be. Let's be real. I know that, which is why I'm working on it. Leg crease, hip crease. Yeah, hip crease. Is it leg crease? Same shit. Whatever. Hip crease. But yes, low bar back squatting. Can't get as much mobility as high bar back squatting. But yeah, I'm working on my mobility for my back squat. I hate to say this, but if you're not going at least 90, it's an ego post. Well, I do go 90. I think most of the people get annoyed because I don't go further than 90. I do go 90. The issue is that people want me to go lower than 90, which is fine. Most people do go deeper than 90. This person said, can we stop talking about working out? It makes me depressed, which is kind of funny because like working out makes you depressed. Okay, well, for the rest of the day, we're going to be talking about finally a female school shooter. Like we got one, you know what I mean? So that's great for gender equality. Women's Month hasn't ended yet. So what a banger way to end that. Or, internal struggles happening in Israel. Where Israel's on fire. The right-wing government is getting a lot of criticism. So, anyway, but that's it. I have some fun stuff planned. For the future. So get excited for that. Real quick, this is a Ludwig Ogren Vine. I don't know why you guys sent this to me. What the fuck?
In less than 6 seconds. How to have an orgasm in less than 6 seconds.
That is the bro science is strong in this chat, lol. Yeah, that's my favorite type of chatter is the one that says like anything fitness related is bro science, even if you're directly talking about like the thousands of hours of fucking data that people have put into this as they work and get like their PhDs, whether it be in kinesiology or fucking or nutrition in general. Like all of those scientists are just simply doing bro science, which is why it's really like I love when it's just not always bro science. Okay, not everything we talk about in here is bro science. There's a lot of bro science. There's a lot of junk science on fitness, and I fucking despise it. Like the carnivore king, or fad diets, and some will never pronounce kinesiology correctly. Yeah, whatever. Like most of the shit you see from influencers and content creators in the fitness space is definitely bro science-y, obviously with notable exceptions. But yeah. But I don't talk about that kind of stuff anyway. I don't do fad diets. I have done fad diets in my life. I don't do any of that shit. And I just kind of give you the bare bones, like the underpinnings, the fundamentals that like a lot of fad diets actually build on top of to make themselves different than the rest of the fad dieters. Regardless though, but that's it. There's not really much else going on. Other than that, I have some fun stuff lined up in the future. Hopefully in the near future, we're gonna bring back the puppy stream, so that's gonna be sick. Tadic is coming and staying with me, so that's gonna be really, really sick. I'm very excited about that. My boy, my brother. Hopefully. And gotta get shit ready for him. All right, lady. Another pod with Tarek? Yes, we're gonna do a pod with Tarek. What is this? This is a Los Angeles TikTok. Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Thank you for the fat playlist. We're gonna start out with the school shooting in a second. Before we get into it, I'm just holding off on doing the school shooting story because like it's just so fucking alarming and so bad and so shitty. I agree with you 100% that you don't need to go 90. You don't need to go past 90 or ask the grass. I wasn't refuting what you were saying or saying that was bro science. Oh. Okay, I'm actually gonna post this on my Twitter. This is good. I haven't blasted off yet. That's my official announcement, guys. Oh, I messed it up. I didn't even tweet it correctly. I said announcement. No, I said announcement. Oh no, delete. Okay, one more time. We're gonna try again. Hold. Is announcement with one end or two ends? Is with two ends, right? Yeah. I think I did it correctly this time. Okay, this time it's correct. I got it right. Do you just copy image paste in Twitter instead of saving image to desktop? Wait, really? When did you get freckles? Look at your old vid. You didn't have them? My friend, it's called sunlight. I don't know if you know this, but my beard also turns red sometimes. I am very much a C word, okay? Like, that's what makes this conversation about the C word even funnier when I use it. You know what I mean? Like, obviously I have the fucking pass and everything, but like, I am, I'm pretty fucking white, dog. I think. No, I was talking about cracker, the C word. My mom said she gives you the pass. Oh, thank God. My beard is not always red. It just sometimes is. I don't know why. It's very weird. Like sometimes parts of my beard will just be straight up red. And then other times it's just dark like it is currently. And I don't know what the fuck it is. And I don't know how it happens. But yeah. Kolga Bolga, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. What is happening, bro? What the fuck? Kolga Bolga's like for the past couple of days just been fucking lacing the chat up like crazy. I don't know what that's about. But yeah, what was I gonna show you? Yeah, let's just blast off. Okay, let's do it. Does anyone have a meme for today? Beard turns red due to proximity to Will. Sakura Gore with the 50 gifted subs. What is happening? You guys are being crazy. Everybody fucking chill out, dude. I do find the Prosma Shell, am I saying that right? Trial being fucking a hilarious story overall because he's like working for the Chinese government. He's like a foreign he was like a foreign agent for China without like actually getting the proper designation for being a foreign agent. It's such a cool and funny story. But we'll cover that as well. Anyway, I strongly urge you to have a removable safety fence installed around your pool to keep a puppy safe. Oh, that's actually a good call. I mean, that's pretty parasocial, but also a good call. Why are motherfuckers just like linking Google Drive links in the chat? Please, can you... What is happening? Google Maps is showing the shooting near you? Yeah, it's how that works, yeah. Google Maps has that now. The government halts judicial overhaul after protest another school shooting in Nashville. It's Monday. Get in now. I'm gonna take off the school shooting from the blast off. Does anyone have a good crime video from Sunny V2? Stupidest criminals of all time. Love that. Does anyone have a good blast off meme for this? Bro, stop linking this Google Drive link, bro. What are you doing? Like, fucking take a week off. This guy just keeps fucking posting a Google Drive link for some reason. Wild. It's a video, no different than linking YouTube. No, I don't care. I'm not clicking on it. Okay. Like, bro, click on this, please. Click on this, please. How the fuck do we have? How? Okay, we have no fucking. Okay. We have no memes for today's blast off. This is crazy. All right, good to know. I will find it. I will yoink it on my own. Okay. We'll yoink it from OK Buddy, from the hard workers over at OK Buddy. Classic. What do you mean? How are you going to complain? I did OK Buddy 2 days this weekend. Like literally 2 days. That's crazy to. That's crazy to be upset. Hold on. That's a good one. The Drake one is good. Okay. Blast it off. Oh my god, I forgot to fucking put the link in the. Bro, what? There's something wrong with me today, boys. There's something wrong with me today. I forgot to fucking link it. Like, I forgot to put the link to the stream. What is happening? I'm in too good of a mood. The vibes are too good. And I'm having a hard time with my brain. Okay, my ADHD is winning today. Crazy, a low shooting happened in my local area. God, I hate this place. Breaks my heart because PTs and doctors are unsure if other kids are safe. I mean, that's like, are you defending Israel? What? I mean, I don't think I will ever find it in my heart to defend the nation state of Israel, except for like one of the few unique instances where like internally Israeli citizens are literally fucking recognizing that they have a far right government that's like fucking them over as well for the first time, instead of just like fucking Palestinians over, which ironically they're simultaneously also fucking Palestinians over as hard as they possibly can to galvanize their base of right-wing Israelis. Meanwhile, the Israeli left should perhaps come together and build a viable coalition that focuses on the humanity of the Palestinian citizens, which is never going to happen, obviously, because the entire nation state's national project is built on the basis of like delivering apartheid violence. But if that did happen, if that was a real thing, there could be a genuine, robust, and perhaps viable Israeli left coalition. This is the opportunity for that, for such a moment, but who knows what happens. But as far as what's going on in Israel internally, it's on fire due to I mean, we're going to talk about that later. Let's just get started with the fucking Nashville school shooting. 3 children and 3 adults are killed at a Nashville school, and the shooter is dead as well. And the shooter apparently, and this is unique, a female. Trigger warning. Obviously mass shooting. At this point, I don't know how to fucking cover this kind of stuff without coming across like I'm just dead inside. And that is, there's nothing really I can say about it because like I do it so frequently that like, even when we're talking about a school shooting, it just feels like it's yet another Monday. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be that way, but it's just another Monday, like straight up. That is how it is. It is what's going on in the world. Like, I woke up this morning, had no intention of covering a school shooting, but as it stands, when you are an American political commentator, could be on the docket. That's just how it is. She's not a teen. She's 28. Early report from the police was wrong. Okay.
Ready to take you now to the press conference where we're going to learn much more from authorities.
Fire Department, who will talk about the fire department's actions in regard to this morning's call. This is going to be a brief update as to what has occurred. There will be more from this spot later in the morning with Chief John Drake and others. At 10:13 this morning, the police department received a call of an active shooter inside Covenant School, the Covenant Presbyterian Church. The police department response was swift. Officers entered the first story of the school, began clearing it. They heard shots coming from the second level. They immediately went to the gunfire. When the officers got to the second level, they saw a shooter, a female, who was firing. The officers engaged her. She was fatally shot by responding police officers. There was a 5-member team who was on the second floor at that time. 2 individuals from that 5-member team opened fire on the shooter. We know at this point that this shooter is a female. She appears to be in her teens, although
apparently she's a little bit older. She's actually not in her teens. She's older. She's 28.
Identification has not been confirmed at this juncture. We know that she was armed with at least 2 assault-type rifles and a handgun. We are efforting now to identify her.
We did our job. Please clap. I mean, first of all, in the United States of America, when police actually do their jobs and they're like violent in the one instance where they're supposed to, it is worthy of celebration. It is worthy of praise because they're usually not. Okay. So remember, in a lot of mass shooting incidents, okay, in a lot of mass shooting situations, cops are rarely the ones who actually end up apprehending the shooter. More often than not, the cops wait until the shooter kills themselves, or in the overwhelming majority of mass shootings that actually end up with someone like stopping the mass shooting, it's usually one of the people there that's unarmed that ends up apprehending the shooter. So just remember that, just understand that. But having said that, given that it's ultra rare that the cops actually do the violence in the right fucking place that they're supposed to be doing, the exercise of the state monopoly on violence, I'm gonna go ahead and say a good job, guys. It's not a Uvalde moment, so at least there's that. So that's good. That's good to. That's good to do. Good job. Now that we have at least now that we've given our props to the police, let's talk about what should have happened that could have avoided this situation. Well, let me explain. Okay. It's called legislation. It's called gun control. It's called reducing the number of guns that are fucking in the streets. Okay. Reducing the number of guns that are in circulation. It's called gun control. I say this as someone who loves shooting guns. I think guns are very fun, but it's also literally, a tool that is built to kill, to end life, okay? To shoot organic matter and end its life. So, let's be clear. Guns are fun. I like shooting them, but also they should be treated with the seriousness that it deserves. So, yeah. Don't know what else to say about that other than, holy shit, let's reduce the number of guns that are in the fucking streets a little bit, please. Jesus, Lord mercy. No, we can't, though, because guess what? Guess what, guys? Gun manufacturing industry makes a lot of fucking money selling guns, okay? So we can't do that. If an industry is viable in this nation, okay, if it's one of the remaining industries, the last manufacturing industries, if it has a lot of output, if it's making a lot of money, if it's greasing the wheels of Congress adequately, you will never get any kind of restriction on commerce, okay? That's not how America works. Doesn't matter if every single toddler has a fucking gun and they're shooting their parents in the head, okay? It's just not going to happen. This is also part of the reason why I said, hey, chatters, you didn't really miss much if you didn't watch me 5 years ago, because this is exactly what I was saying 5 fucking years ago, and I keep repeating myself because these problems persist, they only get worse, and on top of that, there are no solutions. So fear not. Probably in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years, if I'm still around, if I haven't died, I will most likely still be talking about the same exact shit. Yes, but back then you had more optimism? Not really. Maybe a little bit more optimism. I don't know. Let's continue.
She entered the school through a side entrance and traversed her way from the first floor to the second floor, firing multiple shots. We now know that there are 3 students who were fatally wounded, as well as 3 adults inside the school. We are working to identify those victims, including the shooter. A total of 7 persons were killed
David Franz, thank you for the 10
this
gifted.
morning's incident at the school. By 10:27, the shooter was deceased. The officers had engaged the shooter by 10:27, and she was deceased. Again, I said the first call came in at 10:13 this morning. We'll have more details to give you later in the morning. Chief Drake will be here in a bit. Now, Kendra Maloney from Nashville Fire.
One thing I gotta say, every time this happens, we've seen the song and dance, okay? Copy and paste. If the shooter is white, we talk about how it's a lone, it's just a dude having a bad day. If the shooter is black, which is rare, more rare, especially when it comes to school shootings, even though it does happen, the media doesn't even cover it all that much. Like, let's be real, okay? We talk about the violent ideology behind white shooters' behavior, depending on which outlet you're looking at, or there's a normalization of said violence depending on like the right-wing outlets that you're looking at, and vice versa when you're talking about it for other shooters from other backgrounds. And then you have a perspective on like who the individual is, because we have no way of looking at systemic issues in this country. Okay? No way. Like, obviously, personal ideology matters, especially if someone has like written a manifesto or some shit. But ultimately, regardless of all of these other tangible, all of these other variables that change, no matter what happens, the one thing that is the constant is that America has too many guns in circulation, and that is never going to fucking change because the gun manufacturers make too much goddamn money, and Americans don't have any cultural signifiers that they can associate with, whether it be in their labor, whether it be in their hobbies, because they have no time for fucking hobbies other than eating jalapeno poppers at Applebee's. So all of our cultural signifiers revolve around our consumption, and guns are a commodity that we consume and make a part of our identity associated with the Second Amendment. Associations with the Second Amendment and the defense of the Second Amendment is like seen as a foundational cultural signifier for millions of Americans. And that is the populist reason as to why it's very difficult to pass any sort of gun legislation, but the material reason as to why there's so much difficulty passing any sort of gun control is because gun manufacturers make a lot of money. Okay. But yeah. What is this? You have to see this insane, extremely unusual for a female to do something like this, almost unheard of. What is he saying? Is he saying that like, wait, what? Is the implication that the woman is trans or something? Like, I don't see, this is what I don't understand. Like, first of all, I don't know. I don't know anything about the fucking details. But why the fuck did he go? Why is that the first place he goes to? Like, it's like, in my mind, I imagine it's trans. First of all, it's not that fucking unusual when you think about, I mean, it is very unusual statistically speaking, but a mass shooting happened in YouTube headquarters, and that was a cis woman. You know what I mean? Like, get up to date with your motherfucking mass shootings, brother. Come on. I know it happens a lot, but, cis women have done mass shootings before. I like that we're, again, at this point, just doing fucking transvestigations. That's where we're at. That's where we're at this point. That, like, immediately, Matt Walsh automatically hits it's classic. Is the same way how any bad thing happened for 3 years or longer after 9/11, dipshit pundits would be asking if it was Muslims. They didn't just have Twitter quite yet, but to be this quick with it, yeah. Is this not the first teenage girl? No, she's not a teenager. She's 28. But let me explain something. I don't know any of the details about this woman, but let's say she's trans, right? Okay. There are fucking trans people in other countries. Why the fuck are they not doing mass shootings? Also, it's hilarious to fucking even immediately say like, oh, all trans people are capable of mass shooting when, incredibly marginalized community, and like, this would be the first. It would be historic if that was the case. Yeah, Brenda Spencer, the I Hate Mondays girl, and the San Bernardino shooter was female. Oh, yeah, San Bernardino was a couple. True. Anyway, regardless, this is actually turfy in the sense that this would also be like implying that a trans woman is not a woman but a man, and then also simultaneously saying only men do this kind of cruel, violent thing, which is like very rad libby for Matt Walsh. But again, conservatives love picking and choosing politics whenever they're covering other issues in an effort to deflect. It's never coming from a reasonable, grounded perspective. Don't even know why we're addressing this until more details come out. I guess like it's technically at this stage as it stands misinformation. But that's the difference between me and Matt Walsh is that I don't fucking know. I don't know any of the details. I'm not going to sit here and immediately speculate that it must be a trans woman, especially when like there is no precedent for that at all. It's just the precedent in his mind is just the hypothetical, like it's just his hatred. It's crazy. He didn't say anything like that, lmao. Did you receive my donation? Would you like to read it just for yourself? What? Look at this cringe photo, yikes. David Franz, where did you get this beautiful shirt? I would like to buy a similar one. Can you briefly sneak advertising for it? The shirt is Xanarobe. It's a Xanarobe shirt. There's no way you're going to find it. It's like super old. I don't think they sell it anymore. This is like almost a 10-year-old shirt. So if you go 10 years back in time, you can perhaps find the shirt. Xanarobe, which is like an Australian brand. Okay. Wearing a 10-year-old shirt? Okay, stop. All right, let's cover the fucking details of this and let's continue.
Fire department crews are dispatched for active shooter incidents as well, for medical support, but also for an RTF response, which is a rescue task force response to go in alongside of MNPD response. Our crews were right there on the scene to provide medical aid to any survivors.
You're not being very charitable with that Matt Walsh tweet? Wait, yeah, of course I'm not being very charitable to a guy who says he's a theocratic fascist. Suck my dick, dude. Fucking literally melt yourself, okay? Just inside of a Minecraft lava pit if you think that I should be charitable with Matt Walsh. Suck my fucking cock from the back. Suck my fucking cock from the front. After your mom is done with it, you fucking piece of shit. Are you out of your mind? Did you just say I'm uncharitable to literally a fucking stochastic terrorist? Not only that, but also an annoying one. Like, he's not even cool. Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, that's insane. Be more charitable to the violent transphobe. No, he's too cowardly to fucking say this is probably a trans woman, but I'm pretty sure that's what he's alluding to, okay? Especially when he has like an entire fucking following that is comprised of people. Here, let's take a look at his charitability. Female or female. Anyway, how does one suck a cock from the back? I'm genuinely curious. I just pull back, pull down and pull my penis to the back. They do this every single time there's a fucking mass shooting. Should this person not turn out to be trans? Matt Walsh will still use it to spew anti-woman sentiments. I don't even know. I don't even fucking know. I don't even know if this is a trans woman or a cis woman. The authorities originally said it was a teenager, and she's not. You know what I mean? She's like 28 years old. It's really fucked up. It's called tromboning. It's an expert level sex move. Chatter's mom can enlighten them. Thank you. Exactly. Didn't they say the Uvalde shooter was trans before more info came out? They said the Uvalde shooter was trans before more information came out. There was another guy, there was another shooter. I remember there was like 2 mass shootings that have occurred in the past year where they immediately said the shooter's trans, the shooter's trans. This is a trans person. They always do that shit. Bro, they tried to allude to that Highland Park. Yeah, Highland Park. They tried to allude to the fucking Q nightclub shooter being trans at first. What do you mean? Even when the fucking mass shooting is happening at a queer space, they still implied or tried to imply that the fucking shooter was trans. Okay? They say that literally every single time.
But also be there for victims so that we could try life-saving efforts in this case. So we went in as soon as it was safe for our responders to do so, to try to provide life-saving efforts for those that were impacted by this incident and this tragedy. Our crews were able to be on scene to pull out those that had viable signs of life, those that were still showing the option to be saved, and we did make transport of 3 individuals and 3 children, and then 2 adults that were taken.
Let him cook before Let him cook before we clap him.
Our crews then set up a reunification unit. That reunification unit is at 2100 Woodmont Boulevard. That's where parents can go to be reunited with their children. All of the remaining students were able to be escorted out of the building with faculty and staff. We're not sure about the processes that they had in place, but we were on scene to help them mitigate anyone from seeing exactly what else was going on, but we're sure that they heard the chaos that was surrounding this. So we do have mental health specialists and professionals that are at that reunification site for both the students and the families that are going to be.
This is a good take. Before the right called all shooters trans, they claimed they were Antifa. Before they claimed they were all Antifa, they claimed they were BLM. And before they claimed they were BLM, they would claim that they were Muslims. Like, that's it. That's just whoever the right-wing enemy is, whoever like the invisible enemy is, the right will always universally claim that enemy is doing the fucking violence and atrocities. Ironic because statistically speaking, it is almost always almost always, like not always, but almost always a right-wing person, like a far-right, anti-government extremist. My 3-year-old niece goes to Covenant. We finally got word that she's safe and accounted for, but what the fuck? Fuck all the Tennessee government officials who will be sending their thoughts and prayers today, and especially fuck Andy Ogles. Oh yeah, you want to see you guys? I wonder if this is a problem with trans people, which by the way, the shooter we don't know anything about yet. Okay, but or I wonder if this has something to do with it. Hold on one second. Let me just take a quick gander here. Oh, that's Mayor Andy Ogles in 2022. Merry Christmas. The Ogles family. The very atmosphere of firearms anywhere and everywhere restrains evil interference. They deserve a place of honor, and that's all good. Yeah. Yeah, the schools have side doors. Breaking, Metro Police say the 28-year-old female shooter was a former student of the Covenant School in Nashville. Not advocating for guns, but the only argument I see you use all the time is to ban them. I've literally never said ban all guns. Like, these words have never come out of my fucking mouth. I've literally never said these things. It's just, I only hear it from people who come here and tell me that that's what I'm saying. And then I end up doing this like literal 40-minute fucking rant over and over again about how the problem is that there are too many fucking guns on the streets, too many guns in circulation. I almost always talk about how I like shooting guns. I shoot guns. I've shot guns on camera. I've had my friends shoot guns. Like, I don't know what else I need to do. Do I need to fuck a gun? Do I need to bring my gun out? Is that what I need to do? Just have the gun like for fucking Steven Crowder on the desk so people, lizard brain dipshits, could be like, oh, maybe he likes guns. Like, I know you misinterpreted it. It's not your fault. I'm popping off on you because it's like the anger that I fucking feel towards like every single motherfucker that comes in here and goes like, oh yeah, Hasan, classic liberal, fucking wants to stop me from fucking my gun. No, the only thing I want to stop is you from seeing the top of the hour ad break, okay? Which comes at the top of the fucking hour every hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, a gun's not going to stop you. But what will stop you is a good guy with a subscription. A $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime will allow you to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. You did not see that one coming. That was a good one. You already know. Dazarin and Junior Turtle, thank you for the 10 gifted subs each, allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads. Sakura Gore with a 50 gifted subs, allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads. Holy fuck, dude. Brandon's America and recession is not hitting some of these gifters. Yeah, shouts out to Sakura Gore and Kolga Golga, the resident good guys with the credit card. Top 5. Lels, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Kami Call, thank you for the 50 get the subs. Synchronize 76, thank you for the 5 get the subs. I don't know why people are just fucking going crazy with the gift subs lately. I don't know what's happening. There's just been odd. It was a good day for the stock market. Hasan's femboy masseuse, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Synchronize 76, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Let's continue this.
Affected by this today. Our OEM units were able to provide buses to make transport from the Covenant School to the reunification site. We had one bus that carried 74 students and faculty staff members to the reunification site, and an additional bus that had 34 students on them. So all of those persons were carried. It was difficult for us to kind of identify who was just there as part of staff for the church versus who was there for the school, because it's all housed in one building. But at this time, we were able to get that number of persons transported out of the building and into that reunification site. So that is where parents can go to be reunited with their students. There is a hotline being set up for parents to call, but right now that is where they should go, 2100 Woodmont Boulevard, which is Woodmont Baptist Church. Additionally, we do have a debriefing site set up for on-staff or personnel who are working this incident, and there are mental health professionals set up there for them as well. There was one police officer that was injured with a hand injury as a result of making an attack on this incident. But other than that, there have been no additional injuries to first responders or personnel responding to.
I never, like, the worst part about, like, police briefings like this is just that, like, they use so much neutral language. It's just on autopilot that, like, I have learned absolutely nothing from this. You know what I mean? They always use passive voice, like, and it's just like, bro, just use normal language. Like, I feel like even in this instance, like, this is supposed to be like a positive moment for the cops. Just explain it with like real terms, okay? No one's going to be like, wow, it's really fucked up that cops like shot a shooter. You know what I mean? Everyone's going to say it's great. Good. I just want to understand what the fuck's going on. But it's like, in the tactical apprehension, a logistical shrapnel entered the field, entered the fray on one of our law enforcement officers, and immediately made a kinetic contact with the hand of an officer. And it's like, what the fuck? She's fire department. Doesn't matter. They all do the same shit. The threat was effectively neutralized. It's like, bro, just fucking use the normal thing. I need to understand.
To this, and as Don mentioned earlier, we will have further updates coming later on in the afternoon.
So on a typical day, there would be about 209 students inside the school and approximately 40 to 50 staff members, about 42 staff members.
Big boy gamer man, thank you for the 10 gift
questions,
subs.
Before we go back.
Clear. So the 7 dead, and then nature of injuries. How many injured do you know? That you're being treated still, or injuries? I know first responders were. But.
An officer had a wound from cut glass. That is the only other injury.
Yeah, see, they asked. Okay, there you go. They literally like, what does that mean? Like, what happened to the cop? Can you please use like human terms and speak plainly?
That I'm aware of. The 3 students are deceased. The 3 students who were shot are deceased. 3 staff members who were shot are deceased. That's a total of 6 victims. And then you have the shooter who was engaged by 2 of our police officers, part of a 5-member team, and she is deceased for a total of 7 individuals. There are no other gunshot victims, non-lethal, that I'm aware of at present.
Do you know how many people were shot? Do you know how many people were shot before the police engaged the shooter?
No.
Do you know if they shot anyone after they engaged the shooter? Do you know if the shooter was able to shoot anyone else?
We do not know who she is at this juncture. We're trying to identify her. She does appear to be in her teens.
That's not true. She's not. She's 28 years old.
2 assault-type rifles and at least 1 pistol. No, I'm not.
Was there an SRO or an SSO working at the school?
No, this is a church that operates a private school. There was no Metro Police person.
Yeah, some of the unique aspects of this mass shooting is that it's in a relatively wealthy neighborhood. It's a relatively wealthy school. I believe it's like expensive to actually go there. So that part is actually unique. The other unique aspect of this, of course, is that it is a female shooter. So that is also unique. Not a teen, but this is a religious private institution. It's a Christian school. That and also the mass shooter is the school shooter in this circumstance is not a teenager, but a 28-year-old female. So those are some of the unique aspects.
That building at any time.
From what I understand, yes, they've also confirmed that she was a former student at the Covenant School in Nashville. Okay. Is this the first time a school shooter was a female? I don't know. I mean, I know that there have been female mass shooters, but maybe I don't know if there's been a female school shooter. I guess there has been. Oh, Brenda Spencer. The Cleveland Elementary School shooting was a school shooting that took place on January 29th, 1979 at Grover Elementary School in San Diego, California. The principal and custodian were murdered. 8 children and police officer Robert Raw were injured. A 16-year-old girl, Brenda Spencer, who lived in a house across the street from the school, was convicted of the shootings. Yeah. But like 1979 is the first and last time. Back in the 80s, there was another girl. School shooting by a cis woman, University of Alabama, Huntsville shooting. 3 people were killed and 3 others wounded in a shooting in Alabama, Huntsville. During a routine meeting of the biology department attended by approximately 12 people, Amy Bishop, a biology professor at the university, began shooting those nearest with a Ruger P95 handgun. Check the motive on the previous one. Is Brenda's she injured 8 children. She became a 9-year-old. She also killed a 56-year-old custodian for their casualties. Spencer told the reporter she has shot at the school children and adults because I don't like Mondays. This livens up the day. That's what she said. This is the I don't like Mondays shooting. America, baby. Listen, you don't like Mondays? You have ease of access to Arsenal. You know, you just liven it up that way. we'll get to the GOP congressman, by the way, who also has his own very George Santos style resume padding. GOP congressman accused of lying on resume faces questions over $25,000 of funds for a child burial garden. The only person willing to back up Andy Ogle, who we just showed you, was the Fox News published this in Okay, so here we'll look through all the female shootings and school shootings and mass shootings. I was wrong to say this is unique, I guess, because nothing is unique in America. Obviously, everything, especially when it comes to mass shootings, is not going to be unique. Everyone from all walks of life, from all backgrounds, all creeds, all fucking shapes and sizes will engage in a little bit of fun because that's what America is about. You know what I mean? So, statistically, it's unique. However, we are a uniquely fucked up nation. So, uncommon is the word, yeah.
No, there are a total of 3 adults. 3 adults who have been fatally wounded.
Okay, one of them being the shooter?
No.
Okay.
So let me go over this again. You have a total of 6 victims, 3 students who are deceased, and 3 adult staff members from the school who are deceased. The shooter herself makes 7.
Do you know if one of the 3 adults maybe confronted her?
I do not.
Are they teachers?
There is video from the school that we are viewing now to try to learn exactly how all of this happened.
Can you say where the victims were located? Were they in the hallway, in a classroom?
I cannot at this juncture. As you know, 5 of the 6 were transported. So we will get that information later in the day.
Did police engage with the shooter inside a classroom or in the hallway in another location?
It is an upper level part of the school. It's kind of a lobby type area. It was not in a classroom per se.
Okay. Yeah. Before we move away from this story, obviously, I don't know if there is any additional details that we can talk about. If my kids got to do shooter drills at school, then your little chucklefuck offspring can learn some new pronouns. For fuck's sake, that's an odd thing to bring up. But here was one aspect of the Fox News coverage, which has been wonderful to say the least. Of course, Fox News is always the number one news outlet to go to whenever a fucking mass shooting happens, because that's where you learn what the talking points are. That's what you're going to hear from your most annoying relatives for the next fucking week or so until another mass shooting happens and we forget about it. You know what I mean? So it's always cool to see what Fox News' fair and balanced news coverage is going to be on an issue that they have literally personally played a role in. And what I mean by that, of course, is they have played a role in basically defending the cruelty of everyday American existence, including, guns being readily available for everyone in circulation without significant background checks or anything like that, and also the fear mongering. Let's watch.
Tired of covering this? Aren't you guys tired of being here and having to cover all of these mass shootings? I'm from Highland Park.
There it is.
Family vacation with my son, visiting my sister-in-law. I have been lobbying in D.C. since we survived a mass shooting in July. I have met with over 130 lawmakers. How is this still happening? How are our children still dying, and why are we failing them? Gun violence is the #1 killer of children and teens. It has over...
It's literally worse than fucking cars. That's insane to me. That more children in the United States of America die to fucking guns than they do to car accidents. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's so insane. That's America. That's fucking America, baby. That's America.
Overtaken cars. Assault weapons are contributing to the border crisis and fentanyl. We are arming cartels with our guns and our loose gun laws. And these shootings and these...
Oh my God. Dude, this is how you get because it's so commonplace, this kind of shit is so commonplace that you literally have random moms that happen to be nearby when a mass shooting occurs be able to spit out like actual, genuine, systemic issues at this point through repetition? Every mom is like, I'm a lobbyist as well now. Like I'm individually lobbying Congress. It's crazy.
These mass shootings will continue to happen until our lawmakers step up and pass gun safety legislation. I'm pretty sure this was an unsecured weapon that this teenager got a hold of. We can't even pass gun safety, like safe storage laws in this country to protect kids from getting a hold of weapons that they shoot each other with.
All right, so we're going to break away there because that...
Okay, first of all, for the people saying she's not a concerned citizen, she's a lobbyist, true, except what you need to understand is there's a difference between Fox News or any other news outlet going to a lobbyist deliberately and then making them seem like a conservative or a concerned parent versus literally someone who is right there. Like, it's not like... Brother, she was right. She was there when it happened. Okay? Like, that's the difference. It's not like this was a week later and then CNN called her in and was like, here's a concerned parent without like any kind of like background information that they offer. Like, she was just there on vacation. Like, she wasn't, you know, George Soros didn't know that a mass shooting was going to happen and then sent a fucking anti-gun, lobbyist into, like an activist, let's say. Lobbyist is not the best term for this because lobbyist, even though you can lobby Congress without like being a part of a industry, like a viable industry that you're getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that lobbying. It just means like you could be an activist and you're lobbying Congress. The act of lobbying is different. But everyone immediately rushes and thinks like, oh, she's getting paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year as a lawyer to like fucking write legislation. That's not how that works. Wait, what? Oh, she was literally in Highland Park. She was a Highland Park parade mass shooting survivor who went to vacation in Nashville and ended up next to another mass shooting. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Dude, this is literally, this kind of shit happens because mass shootings are so fucking commonplace. But because it's so commonplace and it happens every now and then, that people will literally be like, oh, this is a false flag. Like the psychotic Republicans will look to stuff like this and not recognize how commonplace this problem is, not recognize the severity of the problem it implies, but instead think, oh, how convenient, it's definitely fake. That is mind-boggling to me. It's like when that other school shooting that happened in college. Which university was it? I can't even remember. That happens so frequently. It happens at every fucking college where like a bunch of, MSU, right? It was at Michigan State. Michigan State University mass shooting featured multiple people that had survived a prior mass shooting. At that point, you're just dodging fucking bullets. My cousin was in Oxford and his best friend too, and his friend was in MSU too, and they got a bunch of harassment for literally surviving twice. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, my husband thinks most of them are false flag operations. How the hell do I convince him otherwise, Hasan? That is so terrifying. Hasan's rejected FOIA requests. I'm sorry to say, I genuinely don't know how to talk to someone who like literally thinks that that's like, okay, chat, stop saying divorce, okay? I don't know how to talk to someone who's like so firmly grounded in their delusions. Like, that's crazy. Everybody shut the fuck up. Stop saying divorce. Jesus Christ. Yeah, 14-year-old chatters being like, without any knowledge of the situation at hand, being like, just divorce, dude. Yeah, okay, thanks, guys. Anyway.
Reporter who was using that camera is obviously setting up to do a live report there, but the woman...
Yeah, that's why they broke away from the footage.
We can't even pass gun safety, like safe storage laws in this country to protect kids from getting a hold of weapons that they shoot each other with.
All right, so we're going to break away there because that reporter who was using that camera is obviously setting up to do a live report there. But the woman said it quite succinctly. Aren't you tired of this? Yes, we are tired of this.
We need to consider an automatic death penalty for school shooters, says Rick Scott. Life in prison is not enough for the deranged monsters to go into our schools and kill innocent kids and educators. Yeah, Rick, they already do get death sentence. They either kill themselves half the fucking time or someone shoots them. That hasn't stopped motherfuckers from doing school shootings, dumbass. Like, what do you mean? The fuck do you mean? Dude, it's so stupid. No one's going, oh, I'm going to do a school shooting, but wait, hold on. Oh, no, the harshest penalty is a death sentence. I guess I'm going to be deterred from doing a school shooting now. You and other demons like you are the first to say every mass school shooting or every mass shooting suspect or every school shooting suspect is a mentally ill person. There's truth to that, okay? That doesn't address any of the actual underlying issues, but there's fucking some truth to that. You say it all the fucking time. Why the fuck do you think that's going to stop anybody? It's ironic because, like, it literally fucking says, look at this. The suspect who had multiple weapons also died after being shot by the police. Like, it says it right here. It says it in the it says in the tweet that he quote retweeted that the suspect is dead. What are you going to do? Kill the corpse? Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Here. Anyway, the lady that Fox News immediately fucking panned away from is talking to CNN here.
I'm from Highland Park, Illinois. I was actually in town just on vacation, but I'm a mass shooting survivor. My son and I survived a mass shooting in Highland Park where there was a shooting at a parade that we were at. We ran for our lives. And this is just...
By the way, remember, when like progressive advocates become like, activists or advocates that speak to Congress, it's usually because like they survived the fucking mass shooting. When right-wingers become concerned parents and set up lobbying shops, it's like, I'm a concerned parent because I saw a gay person at school. Like, understand the difference between, Christian moms for the eradication of homosexuality versus like, I survived a mass shooting and I think we should have some gun control. Okay? Just remember that shit.
Unacceptable. It's only in America can somebody survive a mass shooting and then go on vacation to visit another person that they have met through, fighting for gun safety, and find themselves at near another mass shooting. Like, only, you know what I mean? Like, only in America does this happen, where we keep seeing this again and again and again. Only in America does her son survive a mass shooting and then, end up in a lockdown school because there is another mass shooting. Yeah. This is an epidemic. Gun violence is an epidemic, and it needs to be resolved. It needs to be addressed.
When you hear about it happening at a school again, what goes through your head?
For me, the statistics start running. It's likely this gun was purchased legally. It's likely it was not stored properly and a child took it. I heard that it might have been a child, a sixth grader. Just how preventable this is, how preventable these incidences are, how we should pass gun safety legislation and lock up weapons and, put background checks, require background checks on every single gun purchase. Ban assault.
Everything that she said is wrong, by the way, as far as like, we don't know anything about the how the weapon was acquired or anything, but we do know that the shooter wasn't a young girl. She was 28 years old and was a former student at the school as well.
Weapons, and until we.
Having kids in school makes my anxiety go through the fucking roof. Having panic attacks purely out of fear of unknown shit fucking sucks. I mean, remember, in this country, the number one child killer is not fucking cars, as is the case in many other places, which is understandable, due to how dangerous vehicles are, okay? It's guns. It's guns. It's not obesity, it's guns. A 12-year-old, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens with obesity, maybe. We'll see. Number one child killer is abortion. Hell yeah, brother. It's not fentanyl and Halloween candy. It's guns. Would adopting a harsher penalty system like Japan has for pettier crimes and help deter people from doing worse crimes? As much as I hate to say it, I don't feel like America really punishes anyone from doing crime. That is an insane take, man. I'm going to be as charitable as possible to you because I feel like you're maybe a little misinformed, but maybe your heart's in the right place. But you are out of your mind, brother. America is the most punitive carceral state on the fucking planet. We currently house 25% of the entire planet's prisoner population. You understand? It doesn't get any worse. There is no... there are so many fundamental problems with the way that our carceral state operates. We have a quarter of the entire planet's prisoner population of this country. We still have slave labor in this country, in our prison system. We have private prison facilities, which no other fucking nation has because they find it to be morally abhorrent. It is demonstrably... It is demonstrably a failure. It is a massive failure when it comes to being a adequate deterrence. Time and time again, the broken windows policing concept has been owned, okay, through studies and through data. That's number one. Time and time again, we have found out that countries with significantly better prisoner populations or significantly better treatment of their prisoners have higher levels of integration into society once these convicts are done serving their prison sentence. It's just like we are literally a police state with the worst prison system, one of the worst prison systems on the fucking planet. UK has private prisons too. I apologize. UK, which is wannabe United States, also has private prisons. If you want to abolish crime, it's pretty simple. Literally look at all of the examples. If you want to abolish crime, it's not that hard. If you want to eviscerate crime, you don't make it harsher, which we have in America. You look at the root cause of crime. And this is not a new idea. This is not a unique idea. It's not novel. It's been discussed and pontificated endlessly since fucking ancient Greece, okay? It's poverty. Poverty creates a cycle of crime. Okay? That's it. That's it. There is no easier solution. Fuck. The only deterrent for this shit is stricter gun laws. Heavier punishments ain't gonna do shit. Guns, not just from mass shootings, but from carelessness and accessibility where children are hurting children and accidentally firing them. Yes, of course. Lies. Criminals make crimes, lmao. True. Rich people can still murder people. I never said that murder will be entirely eradicated. I am not a complete, I'm not in the business of full-blown abolition, okay? I never have been. I don't advocate for that. I tell you that there are still going to be certain things that modern medicine still has no capabilities of solving, like antisocial personality disorder related crimes, things of that nature. Okay. Rape is still going to happen. Racism is still going to happen. Hate crimes are still going to happen. Murders are still going to happen. It doesn't matter. It's always going to happen. But that's not, the goal is to limit the amount of crimes that happen. It's never about completely eradicating it. You can't ever completely eradicate a thing, okay? But that shouldn't stop you from trying to do everything you can to, at the very least, make it as hard as possible for that crime to happen. You get it? 1 in 20 U.S. adults, or about 16 million people, own at least one AR-15 in the United States of America. How do you make rape harder to happen? Great question. Eviscerate patriarchal constructs in society. That's again another crime often born out of poor material conditions, not having enough education, not having enough opportunities, and more importantly, not educating, especially young men, which happen to be the highest percentage of people who are doing the rapes. Okay. Educate people adequately with sex ed, and educate people adequately on consent, and educate young men specifically on what patriarchal constructs are. Anyway. Do rapes happen more often in Japan since they are more patriarchal? That's a great question. I don't know what the exact statistics are, but I do know that that's one aspect of crime that is actually not considered not actually adequately punished or logged, I would say. But yes, sexual harassment, sexual assault is such a massive problem in Japan that they literally, you go buy a fucking phone in Japan, take a picture on silent mode. There's a shutter sound that will come up. That's a Band-Aid solution to such a commonplace problem that they had to come up with something. Yeah. And does that work? Fuck no, of course it doesn't work. Because that's, again, another Band-Aid solution. No, it doesn't. Tried, not on iPhone. If you are Japanese or bought an iPhone in Japan or bought a phone in Japan, the phone camera, the cell phone camera, will always have a shutter sound. Okay? My bad, missed the Japan part. What? What's the purpose of that? Think about it a little bit and you'll understand. People were taking the upskirt photos the subway stations or just everywhere was such a major problem. Like people doing sexual assault, sexual harassment, taking upskirt photos was such a massive fucking problem that obviously instead of being able to address this by undermining patriarchy or anything like that, they found one Band-Aid solution was basically to make it so that people would know when you're taking a photo, even if it's on silent. Women get groped so routinely, they have women-only cars on the subway. Might just be a privacy culture thing. Korean phones have the shutter sound too. Brother, I know what it is. I know why it happened. What do you mean? Might just be a privacy culture thing. The fuck are you talking about? I'm telling you why it's a thing. Anyway. And then chatters will chime in and be like, yeah, maybe it's well, I'm doing it in Iowa and my iPhone on silent doesn't have a shutter sound. You know? Well, so I guess you're owned, Hasan. You see all the cell phones in Japan are shipped with an annoying shutter sound that gets more and more grating with every photo taken. In Japan, that shutter sound cannot be disabled because of privacy concerns. It's the birthplace of the camera phone, and unfortunately, it's also the birthplace of creeps taking photos with their phones that they shouldn't be taking, like up a woman's skirt. All cell phones with built-in cameras ship with a shutter sound that played when a photo was taken, and it could not be disabled. This was not something that was required by law, but it was taken up voluntarily by all Japanese cell phone vendors. These self-regulations have never been made publicly available, but the NTT Docomo told the Japan Times that they implemented it to prevent secret filming or other privacy issues. Even Apple, which is infamous for selling the same product to the same markets around the world, agreed to customize their phones shipped to Japan and Korea such that the shutter sound cannot be turned off. Not only does the shutter sound occur when you take a photo on a Japanese iPhone, but it also sounds when you take a screenshot of your phone. By the way, people still film. Kind of pointless if they can just take a video. I know. That's why I said it's simply a fucking Band-Aid and not a real way to stop the problem. On a news program on NHK in January this year, Tokyo Metropolitan Police said there were 615 arrests for camera voyeurism in 2012, a 24% rise from 2011, and up 60% from 2007. Of those arrested, 64% had used cell phone cameras. Most incidents occurred during train commutes. Anyway. Oh, here. This was what I was going to talk about a couple days ago, but across every demographic group, Americans die at younger ages than their counterparts in other wealthy nations. How could this happen? One group of researchers isn't surprised at all. How could this have happened? But yeah, that GOP congressman that we talked about, you're a CCP-funded shill. Please elaborate further. I would love to know. I mean, first of all, I wish. And secondly, I would love to know why you're saying this right now. Wait, what? Wait, you just said free Palestine, and then you said I'm a CCP-funded shill? What? Now compare that to China's progress based. I mean, you basically have the same politics as Trump, so the hat makes sense. I don't know if this guy is all right. Anyway, let's move on to the New York grand jury reconvening in the Trump finance probe tied to the hush money
the
pay.
Manhattan grand jury investigating former President Trump's hush money case is meeting today.
And meanwhile, the special counsel is building its case for possible federal charges against the former president.
Joining us now is CBS News investigative reporter Graham Cates, who's been standing at that same position now for days on end. Graham, the Manhattan grand jury is in fact meeting today. What more do we know about what is expected to unfold this afternoon? And I get that it's a lot of speculation that I'm asking you to do there.
Yeah, you're right. Here we are again. It seems like it's running through the same thing all the time. There are just a couple of protesters. You can see they're over here. But, you know, what we know is that today they're meeting again. We don't know for sure if what they're going to be hearing while they're meeting again. We still don't know when, if ever, there's going to be the ask for an indictment vote from this group of 23 Manhattanites. They've been meeting since mid-January on most Mondays and Wednesdays and Thursdays. And it was only last week that we learned that, in fact, Thursday they meet to hear about other stuff. So what we know is that, as scheduled, they're back here this afternoon. But unfortunately, I'm not able to tell you what that means for someone who's interested in this case.
So Graham, I mean, a lot of people are interested in this case, and so are you able to rule out a vote on the indictment today? Is that
New York hogs are my favorite breed of hogs, dude. They're my favorite breed of hogs. Okay, they're great. I mean, they are, you know, they're a minority. And for that reason, they are like way more unhinged.
That's something you can say is definitely not going to happen today?
No, we can't even go that far. Look, we haven't gotten an indication one way or another. We knew as of 2 weeks ago that this thing was nearing its conclusion, and we knew that because they had invited former President Trump to appear before the grand jury. And in New York, that's typically one of the last things that happens. And then a week ago today, instead of Trump appearing, a witness who was asked by his team to appear came, and that was a lawyer named Robert Costello, who had said that he had previously been a legal advisor to Michael Cohen, himself a former lawyer for Trump, and the key witness of this whole probe. But since then, there's actually been no action before the grand jury in the week since, until it meets a little later this afternoon.
And Graham, the Manhattan DA's office has been receiving threats. I mean, that's such a big part of this story, too, ever since that Trump tweet or ever since we learned about this. How's the office responding? And are the threats, you think, having an impact on the investigation?
Yeah, they're all out here. They're all out here.
Well, the security apparatus here is...
It's mind-boggling to me that the fucking lav mic is not doing its job right now. Like, these guys are so... Nah, California hoggers are plenty unhinged. No, listen, I love hogs from all backgrounds, all shapes, and all sizes. Okay? That much is known. Let me be clear. I'm a big fan of hogs. Okay? And there's different seasonings of hogs that I like. Obviously, hogs in a blue state are oftentimes way more unhinged. That's why I love the California hogs too. Every single one of them is like a failed actor who is now just like a protester for not just fun but also paid. You know what I mean? It's awesome. It's great. Not Ben Shapiro. I'm talking about the classic, the classic hogalinas that are from Orange County and shit. You know what I mean? They're great.
Is way different than it was last week or the week before. Earlier today, I saw bomb-sniffing dogs going around and checking out packages nearby. The garbage cans outside the two buildings, the Manhattan Criminal Court and directly behind me, the district attorney's offices, have all been removed. There are far more police than you normally see, and there's barricades everywhere. But in terms of how it's affecting the investigation itself, I don't think there's any indication that it's had an impact at this point.
So I did want to pick up one other thing as I also think about other news today. There's been movement in a couple of these other probes. You know, I have to keep a flowchart going to keep it all in my mind at one time. But the president is the subject of multiple probes, and I'm curious, are you getting any indications of where those other ones stand? And if not this one, what other one might drop first? We're all in a waiting holding pattern, aren't we?
Stop me if you've heard this before, but all the other ones appear to be at advanced stages. So there's this one in Fulton County, Georgia, with a special purpose grand jury that turned in its report to the district attorney.
They just want to stop him, brother.
And
they want to stop him at all costs.
She said that a charging decision was imminent, and then afterwards, a reporter asked her about it, and she said, "When I said that, I meant legally imminent, not reporter imminent." And I've been thinking about that for all of these investigations. What we see as just around the corner, and maybe is in legal terms, still takes a long time. So we're still waiting to see what happens with all of these. Not just the Fulton County one, but there are 2 investigations, federal investigations.
I can conclusively say that this saga is so washed. Like, it never got even a fraction of the attention that it normally would have gotten for a couple of reasons. One, because like attrition. I think a lot of people have gotten tired of like fucking Trump being like arrested or possibly being on the verge of arrest or anything like that. I think 2, January 6th really fucking stopped the hogs dead in their tracks. Like, they legitimately are fearful of some kind of punishment for the first time ever because they thought they thought the criminal justice system worked for them and never against them, even if they violated the laws. And January 6th was like a wake up call for a lot of them. And I think last but not least, the Republican Party infrastructure is not supporting the AstroTurf protests like they did in the past because they don't think that Donald Trump is worth it to do that because they don't want Donald Trump. They see him as a threat.
It's being run by the special counsel in D.C., and we recently saw another former Trump attorney have to go before that grand jury, too. And so, again, these are all moving forward, but we just don't know when or what will happen with them.
All right. Well, when something drops, we know you'll be there to tell us what it is and where it bounces. Graham Cates, thank you.
Like, it's just, I've been desperate.
We are joined.
I've been desperate to try to find, like, good hogs. You know what I mean? Seasoned ones. And honestly, my desperate attempts have been fruitless. Like, there really isn't a lot going on. There really isn't a lot going on in the hog world, in the hog universe, in the hogiverse. They're not. Maybe COVID killed a bunch of them too. I think that was a big one too. But you know, Trump's Waco rally was kind of, it wasn't that poppin'. Like, it didn't get a lot of mainstream media coverage with the exception of the HasanAbi broadcast. Like, it was kind of mid. You know what I mean? He didn't really like go off the rails that much. He's not freestyling as much. And he did it on the anniversary of the standoff. And the media like kind of did their thing that they always do, where they ate the bait, you know what I mean? Hook, line, and sinker. But even then, it didn't get a lot of play for some reason, like, because people are not as interested in the outrage cycle as much. And the ones that are outraged all the fucking time are like unhinged psychopaths that are outraged about trans people and are constantly talking about like children's genitalia. So it's weird. There's a massive shortage of flex fit hat wearing bearded guys during jump cut editing, walking back and forth across their driveway. Hopefully Trump can bring them back. Yeah. CPAC's attendance was booty cheeks. Yeah, but that is like, so CPAC's attendance was booty cheeks because of what I just told you. Because the Republican Party has a lot of internal strife right now where they are basically victim to their own success. They've gotten a lot of their policy and a lot of their like nefarious agenda through in, of course, undemocratic means, through the courts and all that good stuff. So now they are having an issue with hitting the culture war button a little too hard. They're basically suffering from their own success. So, you know, it's more of an existential threat to the existence of the Republican Party. Okay? More of an existential threat in general for the Republican Party's future, but like it's being played out through Trump and DeSantis. Like if you want to put a human face to this existential internal strife that's happening in the Republican Party, it's best played out in the Ron DeSantis v. Donald Trump saga that is currently happening.
By Jon Stewart himself.
But who else would it be? Fareed, it's nice to see you. I love your aquarium.
Thank you, exactly.
Yes.
We can go swimming afterwards. Yes. So I got to ask you, it's a big thing in the news. Donald Trump indictment. There are people.
What?
Just stay with me for a minute. There are people.
I've been watching the live cameras at the courthouse. It's imminent. Breathless speculation.
So there are people who say, yes, you have to indict him because he has in fact broken the laws, and there are other people who say this is going to turn him into a martyr. This is his path to redemption.
Sure.
How do you think about it?
Oh, the law should always take into account someone's popularity. I think that's. I mean, what's happened to our country? It's as though you can't even commit financial fraud anymore. You can't inflate the value of your properties when you need a loan and then deflate it with taxes. I mean, the next thing you know, they're going to send you to jail instead of your lawyer and your accountant and your campaign manager and everyone else around you. The idea that someone may face accountability.
I love that Fareed Zakaria doesn't give a shit. He's just like not giving him anything. I mean, Jon Stewart is right. Okay, he's right. This is a very libbed up conversation to be having. So, like, of course, when he is the best lib. Okay, he is the best lib. So he's doing a good job being the best boy of the libs. Okay, this is the best you're gonna get from liberals in general. He's the king of the libs. And this ultimately is a very liberal conversation to be having, because if you look at it from the perspective outside of liberalism, it's like nobody fucking gives a shit. The wealthy get away with doing tremendous amounts of crimes. Donald Trump got away with doing tremendous amounts of crimes because the system is designed in a way to shelter the wealthy, just like the system is also designed in a way to offer all of the gains in the stock market to the wealthy, where the gains are privatized and the losses are socialized. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And obviously, when that ad break comes, the gains are still only socialized when the magnanimous decide to gift subs to the working poor. Okay. But of course, if you are not lucky enough to get that gifted sub, you can subscribe on your own for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Prop 65 warning. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Parady, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Don't want to hear from you saying that this is a mid-ad segue. Suck my dick. Amanda, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Hasan, are you going to cover the school shooting in Nashville? The FBI are on my street right now. Apparently, the school shooter was my neighbor. I already covered it, and we've moved on from it. You want to know why? Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Holy shit. You want to know why we covered it and moved on from it, even though it's only been like 2 fucking hours since we started? Because at this point, unfortunately, school shootings are so commonplace. Mass shootings are so commonplace that I have a streamlined approach to covering it, immediately giving you what the fucking talking points are, and waiting for new details or whatever, and then moving on. We don't have any more information about what's going on. When we get more information, I can talk about it, but it's just like odd. Like there's nothing to talk about other than give you some of the details and then address some of the misinformation that's going on. Yeah.
So nowadays.
Oh, this clip is better? Okay, well, let's watch this first, and then we'll...
who's that rich and powerful is outrageous. And this country should...
Razington, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
But what if it turns out to be his get out of jail free pass? It's his path to people will see him as a martyr.
Okay.
You're okay with that? He could become president again.
He could become president anyway. Fareed, we either have the rule of law or we have no rule of law. The rule of law does not take into account.
Dude, Fareed is fucking crazy for being like, oh, this law, like this court case might actually trump Trump's popularity. CNN has done this every single time. I've been yelling at CNN. I have been yelling at CNN. I feel like we are literally repeating the same cycle. Okay? CNN has been doing this since Donald Trump came down that goddamn escalator. Okay? They literally are like, well, this is going to increase Trump's popularity. It's like, first of all, you're going to increase Trump's popularity. Okay? Like, shut the fuck up. You're doing that. You're doing that. You're doing that every day. Okay? It's mind-boggling that they're still being like, well, should we even prosecute him? Because, like, what if he becomes more popular? First of all, do I think it might make him more popular? Yeah, of course. It's super sick to, like, beat the case, okay? You go in, it's like a bullshit fucking, it's a bullshit violation. It's literally the weakest one they could catch him on, okay? It's, like, almost hilarious that they would get him on this little, like, minor thing that, like, other presidents have actually gotten away with by paying a fine, okay? That part is true. That part is definitely true. But what Jon Stewart is saying is still also true, which is that what are we doing here? Like, we should hold presidents to account. Like, what the fuck is this kind of what is this mentality that we're like, oh, well, he might become more popular in prison, so we just can't do anything about it. It's so stupid.
If that might make you a martyr to somebody, I'd much rather have the conversation be, what is the law? What exactly are we saying that he did? His lawyer went to jail for this same situation for a couple of years. So what is the crime? Is it a crime?
There are people who say it's selective prosecution, that this would not...
Everything is selective prosecution. The reason why Donald Trump became popular in the first place, and the reason why these populist movements, is that the citizenry have become fed up with the lack of accountability for those in power. We have no accountability in our financial systems. We have no accountability for the bankers. I mean, our Congress trades stocks with information they get making laws, and they do it.
Hit him on that.
Great success.
Speak on it.
And they won't stop it because they're the ones in charge of making the law about it.
I love that.
And instead of
I love that.
bringing accountability to the rampant corruption that is surrounds our government and our financial systems, the Supreme Court just changed the definition of corruption. Rather than prosecuting it, rather than holding people accountable, they just went, how about this? Okay, why don't we just say this?
It's even better than that, was that they said, you politicians, you think that's corruption because you're engaging in it, but we actually don't think it's corruption. And
we're going to tell you, don't worry about it. You can influence peddle as long as you don't explicitly say, by the way, this money is so that I may influence this law specifically. And you have to lay out. Like, that is what has the lack of confidence that people have in the system is, and you even see it throughout the media, even that conversation.
Fareed isn't wrong about the prison thing, though. Jailing a candidate isn't effective. Everyone loves and remembers our 31st president, Eugene Debs. I mean, Eugene Debs ran from prison, and what did he get? Like more than 1 million votes, which was pretty crazy. But that's not like, I think throwing Donald Trump in prison, it's very different. I mean, it's very, very different than the situation at hand with Eugene Debs. Like, you're talking about comparing a former president who is like infinitely more popular in a right-wing reactionary country to a socialist. You know what I mean? Like, there is like, you can't even make an analogy in that situation. I do think that Donald Trump going to he's not even going to go to jail, I don't think. Okay, he can beat this case, especially because like there is truth to what Republicans have said about Hillary Clinton and the Barack Obama campaigns also paying a fine, because usually campaign finance violations or mismanagement is due to improper due to improper accounting or just not classifying specifically what you're paying someone for. And in Trump's case, like what ended up happened as a consequence of like not properly filing exactly what they were paying for. And for this reason, I don't think that he would go to jail for this anyway. Especially when there is so much precedent for other candidates also just like paying a fine for much larger numbers even. So I don't know. Compliances are a huge thing, but rarely you go to jail. Yeah, I mean it's like a misdemeanor charge that's like trumped up to a felony, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. Because like it's funny, it's laughable, it's fun. I want him to go to jail. It would be super sick. It would be even funnier if like someone tried to break him out of prison. Like I'm in it for the content. Does that make sense? Like I'm not saying that this is going to like truly stop Donald Trump. If anything, it might make him more popular, might make him more relevant. He needs to do a couple different things though. He does need to like start baiting on Twitter again. You know what I mean? He's not doing enough of that. Like on Truth Social, nobody gives a shit. Like he is not as rizzed up as he used to be. He doesn't have it like that. I thought he's still banned on Twitter. No, he's not. He just doesn't post because he's posting on Truth Social. But like, I think that is actually harming him a little bit because he needs to be antagonizing media more. He needs to be antagonizing the media more so that the media covers him. But as it stands currently, the media doesn't really cover him all that much because he's not top of mind all that much. So, when the media doesn't cover him and he doesn't have a direct way to talk to his audience or a broader audience, he's going to fall off a little bit. Does that make sense?
Conversation. Should we not? It's but he's popular, and then it might make him more popular, but not less popular. Did he do something wrong? What was it? Explain that to us. What is the law that he supposedly violated? What are the ramifications of it? I don't see him ever actually going to jail. I personally don't even care. I just want a system that somehow finds a consistent accountability.
So in many ways, you, at least for me, you created or defined American political satire. How has that changed? I mean, it feels to me like the stuff you did, the showing the video and then commenting, it's become, it's everybody does it. And it's not even.
All right, Fareed, like fucking calm down, okay? I mean, Jon Stewart did pave the way in many respects for political satire. I'm not going to shy away from that. I have talked about it as well. Like in my own personal development, Jon Stewart played a role, okay? But like fucking calm down a little bit, okay? Don't glaze him too hard.
Even comics, I mean, that's what Tucker Carlson does when he wants to make his points.
Sure.
He's borrowing from your playbook.
Yes. No, it's a real delight knowing. It's always good to arm the most cynical. And
Hasan gets so jealous when his chat admires someone who isn't him. What do you mean? Guys, I admire Jon Stewart. Chatter, what the fuck are you talking about? I just said Jon Stewart was formative in my development. Okay? Like, what?
Worst people in media.
But do you look at it and say, now this whole thing is commoditized?
Well, it was, listen.
Oh my God, Hasan, stop being such a soy boy. All the fucking idiots are in the chat today.
I mean, we were selling Budweiser. It's always been commoditized. I think it's, there's a lot of talk of, so exposing absurdity or exposing hypocrisy. What's the point? Well, the point is that this is a relentless fight. They always talk about, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. But it doesn't bend towards justice by gravity. Like, you have to bend it. And there's a bunch of people trying to bend it back. And you use every tool in your arsenal, and none of them will be, the one thing. There is no panacea. It takes, all those different things doing in Washington over these past few years gave me a great understanding of how things actually get done incrementally and sometimes in one fell swoop. But our country is held together by hundreds of really talented legislative aides. Their bosses, many times, are wind-up dolls who really don't know. I mean, half of it, if you go down there, especially the Senate, is like an assisted living facility. Like the intramural sports at the Senate. So, it's held together by these legislative aides that are relentlessly trying to do the right thing, and by the thousands of grassroots activists that are trying to get access. And they're blocked by a moat of lobbyists and moneyed interest that prevent the people in that building from doing the work that best benefits all the people outside of that building. And that's the process. So you have to use every tool you have to permeate that force field.
But presumably the people there who are Republicans, who are conservative Republicans, those aides think they're doing the right thing and they're trying to get across their
but they're doing vision. They're honest.
Okay, this part of the interview sucks, but from what I understand, this part of the interview is actually very good, where he spits a little bit. GOP resorts to culture wars because they're out of ideas is going to be a fucking classic HasanAbi style rant, I suspect.
When you watch Republicans campaign against Democrats, they don't campaign much on what they used to, which was, the Democrats were big spenders or whatever, It's all about critical race theory.
Sure.
And it's all this cancel culture stuff.
Yes, the biggest problem.
Why does it work, and what should Democrats do? Are they falling for a bait in doing this?
How would I respond to this? Probably in the exact same way that Jon Stewart is about to respond to this, which is that culture wars are the only thing, wedge issues are the only things that the Republicans have, because they recognize now that the actual advocacy for deregulation and the actual advocacy for, underfunding our social safety nets is genuinely unpopular. The reason why it's genuinely unpopular is because it actually harms people. So they have to hit the culture war agenda over and over and over again to deflect away from the real problems. Okay? Why are you saying baited, hostile debate? What are you guys saying? Now, there was a delicate balance in the way that they used to hit the culture war button, and now they've actually gone a little too far, and that's why you're seeing a genuine electoral consequence for the Republican Party, because they are, like I said, a victim of their own success. Oh, because he said baiting. God, my chat is so... Doesn't matter what we're fucking talking about. It's just, we are so pepega on this fucking platform. Anyway, but that's it. That's the point. They have, if they openly talk about what their agenda is, which is like stopping poor people from getting access to a decent quality of life, or stopping corporations from having a profound amount of influence and control over things that would be otherwise like necessary for survival. Gatekeeping healthcare, things of that nature, which is what the Republicans and even the Democratic Party in unison collectively advocate for, whether openly or secretly, it doesn't matter. The outcome is still the same, right? They can't talk about that shit, so they have to talk about like new villains every day, LGBT, liberals, or a manifestation of liberalism in the form of like black people getting any kind of civil liberties or any kind of equality. All of those things, or woke culture, CRT. It's basically the same repackaged fascist propaganda that's been around, that gets recycled and reused in perpetuity. And they're doing that because it's a very, very good mechanism of control. It's very good and very successful in dividing the population and making it seem like there are genuine formative differences between the two bourgeois parties, which are operating at the behest of corporations and the mega wealthy. There is no genuine divide when it comes to military spending. There is no genuine divide between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. There's no serious, meaningful difference in opinion when it comes down to endless military spending, endless warfare, or doing something about corporate influence. Okay? But because of the way that Republicans constantly hit the reactionary culture war button, you can make up differences. Like, well, the Democratic Party don't want to melt gay people versus the Republican Party that wants to. You know what I mean?
Talking about these issues.
I mean, I don't know if they're falling for a bait, but I mean, I think, again, I don't even think half of the Republicans that do it even mean it. I think they think it works. Emotion. Right. What would you do if you were out of governing ideas? If you didn't know how to govern a country of this magnitude and a country of this diversity, and you basically are running on government is broken, and then when you get in office, you have to be terrible to prove the original premise, like, it must be great to be able to do that. This government doesn't work, and by me not funding it and breaking it, see what I told you? Keep me in power. If you don't have ideas on governing, what do? Well, you do the purposeful distortion field that they create.
But it works,
and by the way,
right? Because it's emotional.
Does it work?
I don't know.
Who's the president?
Well, but
I mean, it doesn't necessarily work. It gets people upset. It gets them angry. It makes them fearful about threats and hyperbole, and makes them afraid of things that can't even really be defined. Meanwhile, ignoring so many issues that, like,
right, it's a kind of real appeal to a base that you stoke up. When Sarah Huckabee Sanders did the response to the State of the Union, I noticed she kept talking about.
Nobody cares about Sarah Huckabee Sanders. No one has ever watched a response to the State of the Union except for Fareed Zakaria. What the fuck?
CRT. She didn't even bother to spell it out. Because most people, I would assume most average Americans don't know what it is.
That's so washed. They're not even doing good propaganda anymore. They're so fucking washed, brother. They're literally just like repeating the same outrage cycle over and over again, hoping that it fucking sticks. They're on autopilot. It's not even working right now. Like, they're not even doing a good fucking job with the propaganda. It's crazy, brother. Didn't you watch her? No, I did not. I actually didn't even watch it. I did not even watch it because I was like, who cares? This sucks.
Purposeful. The guy who came up with that's purposeful. His plan is make everything CRT.
Yeah, he works at the fucking Manhattan Institute, and honestly, it was a failure. The whole like woke agenda CRT, let's talk about children's genitals nonstop, was Christopher Rufo at the Manhattan Institute, and he flubbed it. He is almost single-handedly the reason why the fucking red wave that was supposed to happen turned into a red puddle, okay? It literally fucking failed, okay? It failed. He dropped the bag big time. That's why you don't really hear from him that much. Turns out for a lot of people, they just don't even want to fucking, they don't want to constantly have the weirdest, creepiest, most unhinged, insane person at the parent-teachers conference be like the guy that the Republican Party is getting their opinions from. Okay? It's the same as the abortion activist. You never want to come across like you're an unhinged religious zealot freakazoid, okay? That's what the abortion activists are. They're fucking smelly. They're fucking freaks. The anti-abortion ones I'm talking about, okay? They're like insane. They're unhinged. They're like standing outside of a fucking abortion clinic bullying 14-year-old girls that are going in there and like freaking out on them. They're psychos. You can't point to that person and be like, this is the face of our party now, because it's going to get a lot of people to go, oh, yuck. I don't want that. Does that make sense? I don't want that. That's gross. I don't like it. Ew. And that is basically what the Matt Walsh Coalition looks like to a lot of people who are like, they're Satan in every corner. What? I just had the thought, not too much new propaganda or conspiracy theories since Russia invaded Ukraine. You think the war took resources from the troll farms? Brother, it's not Russia pushing this shit. We're doing it to ourselves. Russia does not have enough material power to cause this kind of like genuine problem in the United States of America. We do it to ourselves. They can like maybe tilt the scales a little bit, but you're crazy if you think it's like Russia that's like doing it. They can only push and pull. That's it. They can't create.
And by the way, all this diversity initiatives and CRT and all those other things are only there because we refuse to actually fix the real problem. The diversity and equity initiatives are a salve. They're to pacify and mollify because we won't actually do the real thing. We won't actually dismantle the vestiges of all the systemic racism and all the systemic classism and all the systemic gender issues. We won't actually dismantle that. But what we will do is you can have an office in the building, and every few months, we're going to have to sit and listen to you talk for like an hour. And so we're good, right? Like, it's a country that won't face...
That's a good take.
I'll explain it like the NFL, right? You know the Rooney Rule? The Rooney Rule in the NFL is...
because there's so few black coaches, you have to do lip service and you have to at least call up one black coach. Even I know this shit. God damn, dude. I mean, this is good. He's right. He's going to say that none of these are real solutions. The Republicans aren't even doing like real fascism and offering real solutions, even though technically there are still, significant harm being done to like the trans community because they're already hyper marginalized.
There are so few African-American coaches. You have to at least interview like one of them. So that's the rule now. Instead of, it's the thing you put in place instead of looking at the owner's box and realizing, oh, right, that's just the legacy of the economic segregation that's been in our country since its founding. So we're never going to deal with that. So here's what we are going to do. A diversity and equity initiative, we're going to have to talk to one black guy. So are we good? I think we're good. But that's what I'm trying to say is the thing that they're pointing at is the thing that's in place because we won't do the actual thing.
You sound like somebody who has a lot of anger and a lot of rage, and yet you're very funny. And
that's your takeaway, Fareed? God damn you. Yeah. I mean, I love that. Jon Stewart is a liberal, but like he is right about a lot of the things that he just mentioned. Everything he said was spitting, okay? Maybe with a little bit of too much of a lip sauce, right? And like the center right guy in that conversation turns around and goes, "Oh, you sound real angry." Like, yeah. If you're not angry, you're not paying attention. Like that's the difference. I love when centrist liberals constantly love being like, oh, well, if you're talking about all of the material inequalities that persist in American society. If you're talking about all of the historical oppression and its contemporary remnants, very much harming, black and brown communities, working poor, all that sort of stuff, you're just angry. You're an angry guy. You seem just mad. Yeah, I am mad. It's like pretty fucked up. I think it's like messed up that we live like this when, and this is more importantly, when we have the capability of fixing it, but we don't want to do it because, and it seems impossible to do it because the people at the tippy top that have accumulated all the fucking wealth are making money off of it.
Like, how do you keep all that together? Like, there's a part of you that's very optimistic. There's a part
I'm very optimistic.
But you sound angry. I don't mean to sound like your therapist.
No, I understand. But wouldn't you? Why isn't everybody about real things? I mean, you want to be upset about real things, but isn't that what drives comedy? Or
this I agree with
or
as
anything,
well.
Is emotion, whether it's anger or joy or love or what are there other emotions? There's got to be more than that. Sadness probably is in there.
Envy.
Hate, envy. Okay. That says something there.
I was just filling in the gaps.
No, I understand. It's just top of mind. It was top of mind. These are, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch a state, you talked about Sarah Huckabee Sanders. It's hard to watch a state that's like 48th in, infant mortality and child poverty and literacy.
And won't
make a
take
big
Medicaid
deal about
dollars.
A trans girl that wants to play soccer that happens like once every 5 years there. Like, it's hard to not be angry about people that try and distract from the real things that people face with weaponized nonsense.
I get that. My point is, but then you also turn it into humor.
Sometimes. Sometimes I just turn it into anger. And then sometimes I just turn it into gummies. And late at night, I just take a bunch of those.
He just gets perked up off the gummy, though. Okay, so I'm not even going to cover this. What is digital blackface and why is it wrong when white people use it? Okay. I'm not going to cover the actual, the actual like article itself, but the intention of the article, which, reach the desired outcome. Okay. I'll just say it like this. It was rage bait. It is exactly what that is. And it worked. It fucking worked. Okay. It is not a new article. It's like basically a carbon copy of fucking Teen Vogue clicks from like 2015. It's an article from a bygone era. Here's Alex, friend of the show, Low and Option, correctly calling it out. He says 4.5 million views on this compared to 150K on everything else they post. 5,000 quote tweets, and half of them took longer to type than the article. This is how you do engagement bait. 8.1 million now. Stories about the tornado are lucky if they break 100K. The wokies at CNN are reading right now. They hate when a story like this gets too much engagement. Yeah, just served up a big fat ratio to the Bozo News Network. Fucking got him. This is a cynical deployment of literally just the dumbest form of identity politics, okay? They are just doing bait. They're doing bait. Their goal is to get you to get angry. Their goal is to get a bunch of right-wing psychos to just talk about this and only this and nothing else, okay? That's it. It's idiotic. There's no basis in this. There's no material harm. There's no real black grievance being addressed. I don't care if like real black people, especially black academics or, people that write for theroot.com decide to make this like a genuine fucking problem, even though they usually won't even do that now. You know what I mean? This is like a 2015 era. Ultimately, no one cares about this shit. Okay? No one. You have to be motivated. You have to be motivated and conditioned. Okay? That's it. CNN is literally what an anti-SJW YouTuber does. Is embarrassing. It's just the opposite side. Okay? It's the opposite side of the fucking stupid, idiotic, nonsensical, unproductive SJW rage bait cycle. You can say mid-take, to be honest, all you fucking want, all day, every day. Okay? I don't care. I don't care. Maybe because I'm white and privileged, but if you think that this is the foremost, most important, or even like a legitimate fucking struggle, if you think that this is a legitimate, if it's like causing material harm, you are fucking insane, okay? You are also privileged if you think that this is causing material harm. Nobody is talking about reparations. Every article like this moves away from reparations. The real conversation should be, in some meaningful capacity, talking about material restitution for all the harms that were done to black people in this fucking country. Okay? No, this isn't a rage bait. I'm switching this to a productive conversation. Okay? It is the exact opposite of what this rage bait is intended to do. The reason why this article exists is to get people angry about it and only talk about the boundaries that the article is setting. I'm moving, not even touching the article, and moving away from the boundaries of the article. Do you understand? That's it. That's it. There's no purpose that this solves. Okay? No purpose that this solves beyond just getting people to hyper-focus and laser in on Twitter shit. The article itself is Twitter shit. That's it. That's it. Just say you want to use the Rip Bozo, give us on. I don't give a fuck. Like, I have zero, and I mean zero fucking consideration. I have zero consideration for like the ethical nature of using the RIP Bozo gif or anything like that. No, I don't care. Yeah. It was on BuzzFeed with the Hat Girl in 2015. This kind of stuff is really stupid. It's a byproduct of living in a multicultural society like the United States of America. This is always going to happen. There are real conversations to be had about culture vulturing and never offering material restitutions to black people for the culture that they've created. This is not even one of those things, okay? It's just so fucking stupid. It's so dumb. It's so incredibly fucking dumb. Shit like this pops off and people hyper focus on it every time shit like this pops off. Do you want to know why? Okay? Because just like every other marginalized group of this country, black people have no power. Okay? They have no power. So what do? Most black people don't give a shit about this, but the ones that do on Twitter will that take this seriously and like bring it up as a point of contention or as a discussion are doing it because they are powerless. Okay? They are also engaging in debate. They're powerless. They recognize that they recognize their powerlessness in the face of unchanging systems. So they turn around and talk about this and duke it out, make this be the most important point of contention, or even a point of contention at all. Okay? Is there a reason you've been in such a bad mood lately? I haven't. I was in a fucking great mood. I've been in a great mood. I'm in a much better mood today than I normally would be. You can't tell black people what is or isn't a point of contention though. Yes, I can. I am literally a political commentator. I have black members in this community and I tell them shit all the time. Okay? Yes, I can. And I will keep doing it. I don't care. Okay? I don't care. It's the same argument over and over again. You can't tell trans people whether or not, like, boycotting Hogwarts Legacy is an effective fucking form of protest. No, I can, and I'm going to keep doing it. And there is literally nothing you can do about it. Okay? But here's one thing you can do about it. Understand, try to internalize what I'm saying. Try to understand whether or not I'm coming at this from a place of honesty. Okay? Instead of some other nefarious purpose. Instead of immediately cynically trying to figure out why I'm taking this position, okay? And maybe even making up assertions like, oh, he just wants to use black gifts and move on. Oh, he's another privileged white guy who doesn't care about black people's issues. And make yourself feel like you're in the right. Instead of doing that and then hitting me with the standpoint theory bullshit, like, oh my God, well, my lived experience shows that I've been genuinely oppressed by this kind of thing, okay? Instead of doing all that, just think for a brief moment, be a little charitable, okay? Be a little charitable, right? Yes, I recognize my privilege. I recognize it all the fucking time. I talk about it all the fucking time. I oftentimes will have a little bit of a blind spot in terms of things like this. But if you personally think that this is like anything remotely important, remotely significant, you're crazy. Well, if a white man says no one should care about this, then I as a black person can just go fuck myself, I guess. You're bringing this up because you immediately see the same cycle of oppression play out in front of you. This seems like another moment, right, where a white person is telling you how you should feel. Sometimes that white person is right. This is that moment, okay? It's not like I'm telling you that it's not like a hate crime happened and I'm telling you to fucking look away, okay? Stop. I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can be upset about police violence against black people and digital blackface. No, digital blackface is when a white person uses like black culture in a predatory fashion to make other people believe that they're black. Digital blackface is that, okay? It's not fucking, responding with like a Beyonce gift, like a annoying liberal wine mom, which is cringe in and of itself, but who cares? Okay? That's it. There is no material harm being caused by that. Please stop. You can't tell black people what is or isn't a point of contention, though. Yes, you can, but you shouldn't. Yes, I will. I will continue doing that. I'm literally a political commentator. I oftentimes butt heads. Okay? I oftentimes butt heads with certain members from marginalized communities that I am talking about. Okay? And now your white chat is laughing at this person. Stop. There are black chatters that are also laughing at this person. The community is laughing at this person because it is a laughable notion. Okay? It is a laughable concept. That's it. If it's not a real problem, then why do I cover it? Because it goes against solidarity and movement building. This is something that I talk about quite frequently. Why? Hyper-focusing on idiotic, nonsensical problems when very real problems exist, when we're trying to make an argument as to building a class-conscious movement that works towards trying to create any kind of material restitution for marginalized communities, and then hyper-focusing on idiotic sectarian infighting on racial boundaries created by fucking liberals is at the heart of eviscerating any kind of leftist momentum. So of course I'm going to cover it. I'm talking about both media literacy. I'm talking about the nefarious purpose why these kinds of tools and tactics are deployed from the media. Oftentimes I will give you historical reference to the CIA literally adopting these techniques that we do to ourselves nowadays. Anyway. But go ahead. Go ahead. It works. this kind of moral grandstanding, this kind of weird, nonsensical bullshit that causes zero material harm whatsoever is, as a black person, I refuse a multitasking argument. I can speak out against real harm against our community and also stupid shit like this. No, you can't. You're hyper-fixating on it, and it only allows some leftists to farm likes at best. General interference with organizations and production. Talk as frequently as possible and at great length. Bring up irrelevant issues as frequently as possible. Haggle over precise wordings. Refer back to matters decided upon at the last meeting and attempt to reopen the question and advisability of that decision. This is literally this. I can't tell if this is a fucking gray name chatter protocol list or if it's a list from back when the FBI would infiltrate, revolutionary movements and revolutionary groupings specifically. CSA does CIA shit on a daily basis to itself. Exactly. Anyway, this is a CIA checklist for how to destabilize an organization, for the record. Just to be clear, you have banned emotes that have been used in racist ways, just so chatters know.
Mods, can someone with Nightbot access ban Come On, bro? If I see this...
Triggered. 4 years ago, I made the decision to ban a bunch of the black emotes that are utilized on this platform because of the way that the platform, because of the way that chats used to fucking utilize them. Okay. And at the time, people were making fun of me, saying I'm triggered for this.
Fucking emote one more time in my goddamn chat, dude. And Trihex too, and Tryhard too. I'm banning them. You fucked up. Tryhard and Come On, bro is gone. You fucking idiots. You absolute fucking morons. God damn it, I hate you so much when you do this shit, chat. I hate it so fucking much. You're like 12 years old. Oh, he said Nicaragua. It sounds like that bad word.
Yeah. And it still happens in a lot of other places, okay? Like, but you know, I have taken the effort.
It sounds like that bad word. Fucking idiots, dude. Holy shit.
Anyway, then please, brother, please, within the context, stop reacting to privileged people eating privileged menus whilst comparing to 7-Elevens. Wait, what? Okay, take a week off for that brain-broken take. I cover a variety of different topics, and I react to a bunch of different dumb shit, okay? I look at, like, TikToks of sexy ladies, too, from time to time. Like, this is, you know, I do variety content. You're fucking insane if you think that, like, if you thought that was a good place... if you thought that was a good place to bring this shit up while I'm in the middle of talking about some fucking, like, you know, serious subject matter, then I don't know what to tell you. Racists using black memes in the same way, no ban for them? What do you mean? Don't allow racism in this community. So, I don't know what to tell you. Anyway. Yeah. It was banned because it was racist dog whistling, not because those emotes are racist on their own. The problem isn't the emote, it's the people utilizing it exactly for racist reasons and for racist purpose. A lot of you have never been in communities like that, so you have no fucking idea. A lot of you were not even on Twitch at the time, so you have no fucking idea. Anyway, it's just so stupid. And everybody fucking made fun of me at the time. But hey, That's precisely the reason why B Grimes is an 18-month subscriber and takes for granted these kind of protections that are obviously understandable and expected. But, you know, that should also allow you to be a little bit more charitable when I'm talking about issues that pertain to nonsensical bullshit, rage bait derived by liberal-ass CNN. Like, don't take the bait, hook, line, and sinker. That's it. Don't take the bait, hook, line, and sinker. You should at least have instilled a little bit of fucking trust in me over the course of many, many years that you've been here to know that, like, you know, I have a lot of care and consideration for these sorts of things. I'm not trying to get timed out again, but that is literally the same convo I was only trying to bring up. No, it's not the same convo. That is the entire point. If that was the exact same convo, we would fucking literally ban the multitude of different black GIFs and emotes that we have that we utilize on a daily basis in the chat. Okay? Whether it be AAVE, like ain't no way, which is utilized super fucking super commonly, or RIP Bozo, or you know what I mean? Like there are a million different examples of this, okay? It's just so stupid to have this issue be brought up in this kind of space. Or yeah, Dono Wall, LeBron Jam, Drake, and numerous others. Okay. Do not come. And if it was utilized in a racist way, then we would ban it. That's it. Also, black culture is monumental for American culture. Black culture is literally everything. It is damn near the entirety of American culture. Every part of American culture that is not rooted within racism is rooted within black culture. That's it. Anyway, the reason why I talked about this, though, is because it is weaponized and deployed by liberals and reactionaries alike in an effort to cause division. I saw a tweet the other day talking about how I guess I like jokingly talked about woke segregation or something, and another person was responding to it being like, "Oh no, Hasan came out as a fascist a long time ago." True. Yeah, I'm a fucking fascist. I am a bit of a food fascist. That part is true. I've literally seen some leftists call you a reactionary. Yes. The reality is you would fucking perish. Your worldview is not habitable. It's also rooted within delusion. If you look to someone like myself and consider me to be a reactionary in any meaningful capacity, if you look to someone like myself who has been advocating for the same fucking things for 10 goddamn years on the internet and consider me to be in any way, shape, or form, right wing, I don't know, you're just delusional.
So, in many...
We're done with this. We're done with Jon Stewart. All right. Time to talk about Israel. Speaking of fascism. Okay. While I simultaneously try and once again order a salad for myself because it got canceled last time I ordered it. Yeah, sample sabotage, field manual, strategic services.
Again, with the breaking news from Israel, with the deepening turmoil there over Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's move to limit the independence of the country's Supreme Court. Weeks and weeks of protests have led to this. You're looking at the scene outside the Israeli legislature. That's the Knesset in Jerusalem. And a new wave of protest erupted yesterday after the defense minister there was fired for calling for a delay in this plan until after Easter and Passover. This morning, labor unions called for a general strike, and the protests may have actually forced Netanyahu and his right-wing government to reconsider, or at least consider a pause. Charlie D'Agata is following this story from London. Charlie, good morning.
Good morning to you, Tony. Israel is bracing for further protests today, and the prime minister is facing the greatest threat yet to his coalition government. There are now reports that you mentioned he may halt that overhaul following a long night of nationwide demonstrations. Organizer.
This is pretty fucking wild. I mean, it's wild. Obviously, you can't have a conversation about Israel and internal politics within Israel without having a conversation about Israeli apartheid state conditions imposed upon the Palestinian population, which they control over land that they stole. The two go hand in hand, and it fits in this conversation as well. Okay, but if I were to, for a second, try to look at this as though Israel was not a violent theocratic ethno state with that is, built on top of Palestinian graves, it's obviously going to happen in the way that it has. Bibi Netanyahu is incredibly corrupt and has, not single-handedly, but has very deliberately made Israel even more right-wing. It's interesting to considering that, the Israeli nation-building project is an inherently reactionary one that was created by, colonialists that had no say, or should have had no say whatsoever on what gets divvied up to who in that land. But having said that, Netanyahu has been also uniquely right-wing, okay? And over the course of the past couple of decades, it has gotten to a point where the domestic politics of Israel that do not pertain to the Arab Israelis or the non-Israeli citizen Palestinians that also have to cohabitate these spaces, which they are, systemically discriminated from cohabitating. It's become so right-wing that even the liberals in Israel, which oftentimes have really reactionary perspectives as it pertains to dealing with Arab Israelis or even Palestinians in general, are very upset at the right-wing government. Why am I consistently talking about Palestinians in this conversation? Because that is the division that they utilize. Just like the right wing, if I were to talk about a comparison for Americans and American Jews that have maybe heard about Israel from their parents or whatever, it's a decent comparison to mention, even though it's not 100% analogous. But the right wing in America routinely weaponizes anti-black sentiment. Okay? The systems itself are obviously very much not in favor of black liberation. It's designed in that way. So that much is permanent. Okay? And the right-wing Israeli government weaponizes Palestinian existence in that exact same way. Of course, no matter what happens, obviously, if you were to make a comparison to the existence currently of Palestinians on Palestinian soil. If you were to make a comparison to black people living in U.S. soil, that would be, I hate that we're doing oppression Olympics almost, but that would be more favorable. Okay? This does not undermine contemporary black existence in America, but the reality is that's how devastating it is for Palestinians and their everyday existence. Not having water supply, having all matter of their existence controlled by an apartheid state that is incredibly violent towards them. It's more akin to Jim Crow. Yes, that is only if we're talking about. I mean, in some ways, Jim Crow would be again more favorable position for the Palestinians if there was like full-blown integration from where they're at right now. There are things that happen in Israeli occupied territory that would not have happened in even in the Jim Crow South. Okay? Like that is how devastating that existence is. And this is before we even talk about Gaza. Gaza is an open air prison. Okay? Gaza is an open air prison. It's the largest open air prison on the planet. It gets routinely bombed. There's no comparison to it currently on the planet. More akin to indigenous genocide. On the one hand, I'm glad to see many Israelis protesting their far-right governments that tend to turn Israel into a dictatorship. On the other hand, I wonder where all the protests were over West Bank Palestinians living under Israeli dictatorship for over 50 years. The Israeli dictatorship now, domestically speaking, is trying to undermine the Israeli Supreme Court. That's what's going on. For those of you who are not caught up on why these protests are happening in Israel, it's because since this formation of the Netanyahu government, which featured some of the most insanely far right, some of the most insanely fucking far right members that were considered terrorists by the Israeli government originally, like Ben Gvir, okay? Netanyahu has united literally some of the most reactionary fascist supremacist terrorists in his coalition. Part of their goal was to basically undermine the Supreme Court to ensure that they can get away with like whatever kind of legislation they want to get away with. Some of these guys are like anti-LGBT. Some of these guys are anti-miscegenation. A lot of these guys are anti-miscegenation. The Kahanas were considered terrorists even by U.S. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And now, the defense minister spoke out against it and was immediately fired. And you got the police chief and all these other Israelis like immediately creating, mobilizing and creating a mass movement in Israel, which led to the Netanyahu government. Miscegenation is race mixing. Yes. Are there Israeli activists fighting for Palestine? Of course there are. There are. There are plenty of also American Jews that are fighting for Palestinian rights and Palestinian liberation. And there are, of course, Israeli activists that are fighting for Palestinian rights and liberation as well. The unfortunate problem is that it's not as commonplace and it's not as popular a movement. Even within the ranks of the Israeli left, it's what I would liken it to is basically like America's existing imperialist affairs in both Iraq, Afghanistan, and numerous parts of the Middle East, and the supposed leftists in America that are left-wing for every other purpose with the exception of America's war on the global south. That's it. It's damn near identical. Okay? it is very, very far right with its treatment of Palestinians. Is incredibly reactionary. One of the most reactionary formations. Here's Noam Chomsky talking about what's going on in Israel.
Than apartheid. I've never called it apartheid because it's worse than apartheid. South Africa depended on its black population.
I've heard Noam Chomsky say this before.
85% of the population. They were the workforce. They needed them. South Africa tried actually to get the Bantustans to be recognized, try to make them look viable. Israel doesn't do that with the Palestinians in the occupied territories. Just wants to get rid of them.
Yeah. I love it. As soon as Noam Chomsky comes up, what's the genocide that Noam Chomsky denies for some inexplicable reason? Like, suck my fucking dick, dude. Seriously. You didn't even hear anything he said. You just immediately saw Noam Chomsky and went to the fucking talking points. I absolutely love that shit, dude. Love it. Like, there is no one. No one can ever fucking speak out against, like, the mainstream narrative, especially as it pertains to anything about our allies or about our sister nation state of Israel or America's allies or countries that are doing countries that are doing the goal united, aligned with the United States of America. If it's on board, if it's our foreign policy, you cannot ever speak out against it. If you ever speak out against it, people will literally constantly weaponize anything and everything in the most cynical, deploy it in the most cynical capacity. Okay? It is so fucking stupid. I think it's a way lower percentage of the comparison you made about leftist Americans speaking out against the war. Yes, because there's never going to be a one-to-one comparison because it's literally both like the treatment of black people in the Jim Crow South while also simultaneously active war against them. And not in the way that like there have been firebombing campaigns in like, fucking Philadelphia in 1985 or the bombing of Black Wall Street in Tulsa. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking like literally everyday existence. If everyday existence was like Tulsa, non-fucking stop. It's like Jim Crow and Trail of Tears all together. Exactly. It's like it's difficult to talk about this because it's so complex. Stop lying. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm lying. As an Israeli, I will say we are brainwashed since birth. I think all Arabs around us, with no exception, want to demolish all of us because we are Jewish. So that's why so many Israelis think they save us when they go to the IDF or bomb Gaza, etc. Yes, it's incredibly powerful propaganda from birth. Okay, it's also tied to a very real and understandable fear that is existential about ethnic cleansing of Jews. Because of the history of Judaism, because of the history of Jewish people throughout society being constantly and consistently blamed for all of society's problems, okay? Whether it be pogroms or whether it be, obviously, the Holocaust, there is a very real existential fear that is taught and also it's learned from and it's an understandable one too. It is learned from an early age. And it is being very cynically weaponized by those in positions of power in the Israeli government. Okay? That's what makes it the most effective kind of propaganda. Does that make sense? Because there's truth to it.
We begin today's show looking at the growing political crisis in Israel. Workers across Israel are taking part in a general strike today to protest plans by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to disempower Israel's judiciary.
I know
Critics
you
say
read
the
my
moves
last
could
chat.
turn Israel into a dictatorship.
Oh, fuck you. My biggest fear as a Jew is the top of the hour ad break. Oh, good job. Okay, well, we're going to listen to wonderful Amy Goodman, my queen, talk about Israel and Palestine and the Israeli protests intensifying over Netanyahu's government weakening judiciary as Palestinian rights are ignored. Obviously, if you no longer want to see those ads, you can ignore them. You can watch them. They're 3 minutes long. Or you can ignore them successfully by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account through Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Are you pro-Palestine? Yes, of course I am pro-Palestine. What the fuck kind of take is that? Anyway. What do you think is more likely? Palestinians getting their land back or a Kurdish nation state? An independent Kurdish state? Independent Kurdish state would be helpful to American interests in the region. And it would be literally created by the Americans in general. It would be a puppet state. So, yes, it would be, the independent Kurdish state would be infinitely more likely than Palestinians getting their land back. That still doesn't change the reality, though, that even that is unlikely because Turkey would freak the fuck out. Every other nation state would freak the fuck out in the region because you got to cut it from other countries' lands. And America doesn't have that level of like imperial control. Like they have it over Iraq, and they did a northern Iraq as like a Kurdish formation. Anyway, I forgot to run the ad break here. I'm going to run it now. Do you support a two-state solution? No, I'm a one-stater. I used to be a two-stater. I think that the two-state solution is like 100% just the two-state solution is just, it's laughable. People have been using it and cynically deploying it like fucking talking about police reform. That's what I liken it to. Now, of course, the unfortunate consequence is that, like, it's infinitely, it's even more impossible. Okay? It's even more impossible to have a one-state solution. It's impossible to have a two-state solution either. But, yes, a one-state solution with reparations afforded to Palestinian people for all of the crimes that they were subjected to, offering land back, viable land back to Palestinian citizens that the land was stolen from, and then having a one nation side by side, which would be impossible to do without like a genuine international, serious international interference. Your average Israeli's greatest fear is the single-state solution. They're terrified of demographic shifts? Yes, absolutely. I know. Jewish 22-year-old trying to learn more about Israel-Palestine from a non-propaganda view. Can you explain what you mean by Palestinians getting their land back? Thanks. Yes. In 1948, there was a thing called the Nakba. This was the most important, leading up to that moment, it was just mostly just immigration into the region from, British colonists, okay? But what that was basically the Great Purge. During the process, there was a lot of land that was either A, stolen, or B, bought by developers and people who held on to a lot of Palestinian land that was given to Jewish settlers. Okay. What is basically happening in Jerusalem was happening in Palestine as a whole. That was the Israeli nation development project from the jump. That is also part of the reason why Israel has always consistently turned a blind eye to the atrocities of settler terrorism in areas that they are not supposed to be in. Okay? And over the course of the multiple years, the multiple decades that the Netanyahu government has been in operation, they have turned a blind eye and then excused and then supported and single-handedly defended and offered material help to the settler terrorism, the atrocities of settler terrorism. Okay? I got to do something real quick.
The strike has shut down Israel's two main seaports. Flights have been suspended at Israel's Ben Gurion airport. The strike has also shut down schools, banks, and other institutions. Over the weekend, hundreds of thousands of Israelis took part in protests. Many blocked roads and highways, shutting down large parts of the country.
IP is a multi-generational Israel-Palestine is a multi-generational historic divide. I highly doubt a single-state solution could work, at least for a few more generations, even if the reconciliation process began today. Oh, I 100% agree with that. That's why I didn't say that it's like an immediate and effective and tomorrow solution. I just think it's the just solution. What is just and what is probable are two entirely different things in the world that we live in today. I know that, for example, socialism is more just. It is more moral as far as economic organizations of society goes. Do I believe that socialism will happen tomorrow? Absolutely not. Do I believe that I will ever see anything that is like even close to teetering on the edge of socialism? Absolutely not. Will I stop advocating for it? No, of course not.
On Sunday, Prime Minister Netanyahu fired his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, who had warned that plans to overhaul the judiciary posed a, quote, clear, immediate, and tangible threat to the security of the state. These are the voices of some of the protesters in Tel Aviv this weekend.
Soldiers from the Yom Kippur War. This is an emergency time for the democracy of Israel, and we're all here to fight for the liberal democracy and our rights in the Jewish state, which was established 75 years ago.
A central aspect of the ongoing Nakba is the systematic, ongoing, and arbitrary forced displacement of Palestinians, including what has been described as the ghettoization of the Palestinian population through transfers, confiscation of land, and the concentration and confinement of as many as possible of those remaining in the smallest possible areas of land. Yes. Absolutely. And it's ongoing. It was formational, it was foundational, it was important for the development of the Israeli nation state, and it is continuing to this very day. Which is part of the reason why it's a weird thing to discuss with Israeli citizens, because they have to come to terms with the way that their nation state was built. It's like trying to have a conversation with Americans about the way that the American nation state was built on genocide of indigenous populations and slavery. Okay? What are the protesters protesting specifically? They are not protesting about Palestinians. They are not. This has nothing to do with Palestinians. This is internal conflict within Israel. Okay? This is simply about the Netanyahu government trying to, create more power for themselves by undermining the judiciary, undermining the Supreme Court. That's it. As an Israeli, I think you are spreading a lot of misinformation. You keep mentioning how corrupt Netanyahu is and how much of a scumbag he is, but you seem to forget how much worse it is that you play Disco Elysium off stream. Okay, come on, man.
We all have.
No, the worst thing Netanyahu has represented is Philadelphia, okay? Let's be real. That is a permanent L on the apartheid state of Israel, okay? The fact that you can't get rid of a fucking Philadelphia scumbag, okay? Yeah, that's right. Netanyahu is from Philly, okay? Go Birds. Wait, really? Yes, bro. Yes, really. Why do you think he has like a Philly accent when he talks to American media? Where do you think that comes from? Like, yeah, it's very great. I love having my job once again. It's awesome. Now you lying? No, he code switches, bro. Are you kidding me? No, he did. Bro, he grew up in Philadelphia. It's not a lie. What the fuck are you talking about? Supreme Court is definitely a problem in Israel. The timing this conversation was ignited in us is very suspicious. What do you mean?
To fight for our rights because of the plans of Benjamin Netanyahu that want to turn this nation into a dictatorship.
What we are doing here tonight is protesting against the government wants to get all the power to itself and take all the rights from our citizens. And this is why we're here, fighting for our democracy.
As hundreds of thousands of Israelis call for preserving democracy in Israel, few are demanding democratic rights for all Palestinians in these protests. We go now to Tel Aviv, where we're joined by Hagai Matar, Executive Director of Plus 972 magazine. Hagai, thank you so much for joining us. There's so much happening and so quickly changing in the streets right now of Israel. Talk about the significance of the mass protest and the firing, Netanyahu's firing of the defense minister.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you for having me. This is truly an unprecedented moment, and unprecedented is an understatement. We've never seen such a massive, powerful, committed protest movement in Israeli history. There's really been nothing even to compare it to. Right now, people are demonstrating throughout the country. People are blocking main roads and seaports and so on, with the unions just joining today. I think it's interesting to note, and not a coincidence, speaking of Palestinians, that the reason that kind of really pushed the unions to join, the universities and others, kind of the larger institutions to join the protest movement, is the firing of the defense minister, who said that the steps Netanyahu is taking is threatening Israel's defense. That is still kind of the rallying message for many Israelis for this protest movement. And while the chants are for democracy and for equality, it still feels like for many people it is an internal Jewish conversation. At the same time, I have to say it's incredible and very inspiring to see such a force of people coming out and trying to defend democracy, albeit limited and only for Jews, which is of course no democracy at all, but still the power of it is truly incredible.
So Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister who resigned, it's not as if he didn't support weakening the judiciary as Netanyahu is pushing it through, but explain what he objected to. Also, the consul general, the Israeli consul general here in New York just resigned.
Yes, the Israeli consul general is liberal from the left. He's kind of a remnant from the previous government, and the fact that he stayed this long is surprising. But for Yoav Gallant, he's really a hawk. He's also a war criminal. He was the responsible general for the war crimes of the cast-led operation in Gaza in 2009. He is no defender of democracy in any way. The only reason he decided to step up against Netanyahu was that the army is basically collapsing. The central and most important units that sustain Israel's Air Force and intelligence corps are basically filled with thousands of people who are saying that they will refuse to continue service or their reserve service if the legal...
What are your thoughts on Arab countries normalizing relations with Israel? They're Gulf states, dude. What do you mean? They're like literally fucking... Brother, Gulf states have almost always historically been led by fucking dipshit ass idiots who are dogs to America anyway, and they bark as loudly as America wants them to bark. They want weapons, they want favorable deals. That's it. That's just how it is. That's how it has always worked. So them being on board them being on board and like normalizing relations with Israel is meaningless. Why is Netanyahu doing this politically? It's a bomb. Whatever legacy he has is ruined. Trash country of Israel. Trash country of Israel moving towards more apartheid state. He has everything to lose. Is he in condescending HasanAbi was brain broken? Yeah, he said Morocco is not a Gulf state. Okay, Morocco as well. Is that fine? It doesn't matter. Like there are trade partnerships at play. That's it. That's the only reason that these places make these kinds of normalization agreements. It is ultimately just for political posturing internally in the United States of America to make people like Jared Kushner look like they're doing a fucking good job. Okay?
Overhaul goes through. So Gallant, as a former general and a defense minister, says we cannot sustain Israel's defense without an army. The army is collapsing because of these reforms. It's not that I don't support them. We just don't have an army left. So that's where Gallant is coming from. And when Netanyahu's response is not, okay, I'm listening, but actually I'm going to fire you just because you disagree with me, that was kind of the last straw that pushed the unions and other major players into the game.
You say he should have been fired, but he was fired for the wrong reasons, a guy.
The entire government should be fired, but it's there, and everybody there are saying some part.
Bro, I'm literally talking about fucking what's going on in Israel and Palestine, and dumb motherfuckers in the chat are like, "Yo, Adin Ross tweeted at you from his." Oh, I don't care, bro. I don't care. Nobody gives a fuck, dude. We're talking about something serious right now. The adults are fucking having a conversation about adult shit. Okay.
Part in different kinds of war crimes, and he is being fired for the wrong reasons. Yes.
So explain what's happening in the West Bank and Gaza right now. I mean, you have this unprecedented mass protest, Histadrut, the unions demanding change and the stopping of what's happening. But how has life changed in the West Bank and Gaza?
So Gaza has been very much the same, under the same siege for over 15 years now. Yeah. Just the same situation, which actually means people's lives continuously deteriorating, but not in any very substantially different way now than they were 1, 2, or 5 years ago. Meanwhile, in the West Bank, we have seen Israel over the past year and a half escalating measures of annexation, of plans for ethnic cleansing, of attacks on Palestinians, which has led to more and more resistance on the side of Palestinians, with the Palestinian Authority basically losing control of entire parts of the West Bank and militants stepping up their attacks on Israelis. And that also has been ongoing since even the previous government and is ongoing and escalating these very days. I think Palestinians also in many ways are just looking at what's happening inside of Israel and waiting to see what plays out and where this is going. This government, which was seen as a stable far-right government with very dangerous plans for Palestinians, might collapse within a matter of days. So Palestinians now just started.
Yeah, literally, like the far-right government formation in Israel was so damaging and devastating to Palestinian existence, more so than prior formations, which was already fucking a threat to the existence of Palestinians. That, like, it's just, like, there's nothing you could do in this situation. You just, like, sit back and watch, Israelis protest the far-right government. The reason why Israelis are protesting the far-right government is because it's becoming more authoritarian towards Israelis. Understand that. They're not protesting because, like, the government has been too authoritarian towards Palestinians. If anything, it's similar to the treatment of Kurds in the Erdogan regime, okay? anytime some shit pops off internally for domestic reasons, whether it be a corruption charge that is truly never going to get prosecuted, whether it be anything, Erdogan will go and squeeze the Kurdish populations and cause them to retaliate, and then basically do everything he can to squash that retaliation in the most violent way possible, because it galvanizes everyone. It's a played out tactic. Okay? But it's a very effective one. Israel does the same to Palestinians. The unfortunate reality is that for a lot of people, due to social conditioning, a lot of people in Israel, there is no consideration for Palestinian people as human beings. They are just seen as an aberration. They are seen as people who are, by existing in the same land that they have existed for many, many, many generations, they are a threat to the safety and security of Israel. That is the number one way of thinking about Palestinians in Israel. Okay? So right now, they can't even hit the let's fucking eviscerate and ethnically cleanse the Palestinians button, because they hit it so much, it's not working anymore. Because there are a lot of liberal citizens of Israel who otherwise, in other circumstances, might have genuinely been like, yeah, you're right, actually, Palestinians are the real problem. Let's focus on that, okay? Are now looking at directly the Israeli government going, no, fuck this shit, dude, what are you doing? Like, you know, you have people who are anti-race mixing. You have people who are insanely illiberal, that are anti-LGBT, okay? Harming Israeli citizens' existence, threatening their existence in this, you know, theocratic ethno-state. I think you give the liberals too much credit. Wait, what? What are you talking about? I'm not giving them too much credit at all. I'm telling you how it is. It's not because like they're worried about Palestinians one way or the other. They're worried about their own existence. That's it. I'm criticizing them from that front because they don't even fucking realize that like the mistreatment and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and displacement, systemic displacement of Palestinians is playing a role in basically solidifying the far right reactionary fascist government. They are used as a weapon. Their mistreatment is utilized as a weapon, is deployed anytime Netanyahu wants to shut everyone the fuck up. That's it.
The holy month of Ramadan, always a very strenuous time, are basically looking to see where things are going at this moment.
I mean, the parallels with the United States between Netanyahu and Trump, both are under investigation. Netanyahu has been indicted for corruption. Trump is about, it looks like, to be indicted. And both trying to now completely going after the judiciary. In fact, if these judicial changes went through, wouldn't that also benefit Netanyahu personally?
Okay. So this is too liberal of a take. Netanyahu is a more successful fascist than Donald Trump and is ideologically motivated by fascism more than Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is motivated by self-preservation. Netanyahu is motivated by self-preservation as well, but he has an underlying ideological reason for doing the things that he does. Okay? That's number one. Number two, the United States Supreme Court is already effectively in the hands of hyper capitalists that are going to do whatever the fuck they can, that are going to basically turn a blind eye to criminal oppressive hierarchies, that are going to allow child slavery to continue, all that sort of shit. Whereas the Supreme Court, as far as it goes in Israel for Israelis, okay, Israeli Jews and Israelis in general, not Arab Israelis, but specifically Israelis, okay, non-Arab Israelis, is seen as a safeguard for protecting civil society. Okay? You laugh when I say Arab Israelis, but this is an important distinction to make. What the fuck are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about when I say Arab Israelis. Come on, shut the fuck up. First of all, you're Lebanese, okay? See yourself out of these matters if you're going to have this kind of perspective. That's a very important distinction to make because Arab Israelis also face a different kind of discrimination within Israel. Okay? Arab Israelis are kind of living in like the racist South in modern America. A little bit worse than that. Okay? Whereas Arab Palestinians living in Gaza are living in conditions that is like open world prison. Okay? There are different forms of oppression that each individual group faces. 60% of Israeli Jews favor the forced expulsion of Arabs and Arab Israelis from all of Israel, according to Pew surveys. Yeah, it's very reactionary. What's this Lebanese hate, bro? No, there's no Lebanese hate. I'm just making fun of our Lebanese chatter who's chiming in when I'm talking about an important distinction here. Anyway, it's an important distinction, and yet I think the Supreme Court is a safeguard for them as well, to a certain degree. But ultimately, the Supreme Court is seen as a seen as a way to prevent further erosion of civil liberties for Israelis in general. Okay? That's it. Do you understand? This is the reason why people are very upset.
Yes, of course, and that is his own personal motivation. There's kind of a cluster of motivations for this attack on the judicial system, and Netanyahu's personal and some other ministers' personal interests for their indictments for corruption are one element. The other elements are plans from the religious parties to promote a clerical agenda, a very extreme agenda of Jewish religion taking over the somewhat secular nature of the country, and plans for forced annexation and forced deportation of Palestinians. All these things are things that the judicial system, which has not been an ally to Palestinians in any way or a defender of human rights in any way, has put in place some checks and balances, and those are the checks and balances around corruption, religion, and annexation that they're trying to dismantle right now.
Yeah.
The difference, by the way, between Israel and the U.S. is that Israel doesn't have a constitution and doesn't have any mechanisms to stop this from happening, except from the power of the people that are out in the streets.
And what would happen if the government did collapse? I mean, every hour it's being said that Netanyahu is about to address the nation, though he hasn't.
We are hearing that Netanyahu is very likely in the coming few hours to actually announce a halt to the reforms. He understands that he cannot move forward, that the power against him is greater than he's ever seen before internally. So he will announce a halt most likely. And then the question is what happens next? Will he succeed to still take charge of his government? His coalition is falling apart with the far right saying, if you're stopping the reform, we're going to leave. So it's likely that the coalition will collapse. And then what comes next? The highest chances are for a new sort of coalition between the right and the center, in which they will kind of aim to create a government of healing, so-called, and try to offer some protections to the judicial system and stem the far right, but also protect the essential nature of the state as an apartheid state. That will be kind of off the table, off negotiations. I think the protest movement will accept that. The protest movement will accept that warmly. I think there are questions as to what degree will Palestinians accept that, and to what degree will international allies of Israel that have been very, very concerned with what's been happening, including international finance and big capital that has been pulling away money, divesting from the Israeli economy, to what degree will it be willing to reinvest and re-engage with Israel?
Bro, we'll get to it, okay? Can you fucking calm down? Like, are you okay? Nashville school shooter is trans. Uh-oh. Nashville school shooter confirmed trans woman. Trans shooter alert. Are you okay? You all right, dude? Like, you good?
Without some process with Palestinians, without Israel adopting equality and an end to apartheid as a policy, if the international community accepts Israel under these conditions of yes to apartheid, no to the judicial reform, that will mean that the system will stay basically...
The shooter is transmitted his 8-year-old babe, but the Hogs will fall for it? No, NBC actually confirmed. NBC News, it's still early reports, and there's always misinformation that gets passed along in the situation. So we have to wait. Stop doing this fucking dumb shit. Stop. Take an hour off. I don't even want to fucking see it. That's not what I'm talking about. No. Here. This is why they're saying it. Okay? The shooter was identified as Audrey Hale, 28, of Nashville, according to the chief, who said she identifies as transgender. That's why they're saying it. I think Audrey Hale was a trans man, possibly. Okay? That's it. There might even be a manifesto. We will get to it when we get to it. We will, of course, cover the news as it comes in. Right now, I'm covering something else, okay? As always, whenever there is breaking news, there's a lot of people who fucking turn around and spread information, okay? Whether it be to deliberately spread misinformation or whether it be to cover the news as quickly as possible with genuine needs, okay? This is why I always say we don't have enough information. We don't know. Just like when Matt Walsh was making this inference earlier today, I said that could be the case. But we don't know at this moment. And even if it was the case, it still doesn't change anything. Okay? Anyway, let's continue with what is going on in Israel.
As is, we can only hope and demand.
Yes, we do. The police just confirmed it. Oh my God, I am going to literally take Adin Ross's alt account rope suggestion right now because of how fucking purposely obtuse or delusional people are. I just pulled a news article that showed, yes, that currently as it stands, that's what the NBC News report is saying. I'm simply stating that it's irrelevant to the point of conversation about gun regulation and gun control. And not only that, but it's irrelevant in this moment because we're covering news about Israel. Okay? Shut the fuck up. We will get to it after.
And that international players hold Israel to account also on apartheid and not only on the recent measures.
Hagai Matar, I want to thank you for being with us, Executive Director of Plus 972 Magazine, speaking to us from Tel Aviv.
Anyway.
Called for a night of chaos, and demonstrators by the tens of thousands delivered. Protesters poured onto the streets of Tel Aviv, taking over the main highway, shouting, "Israel is not a dictatorship."
I mean, this is like kind of laughable to say. Like, let's be real. It 100% is a dictatorship when you consider its treatment and mistreatment of Palestinians in general. But they're saying it's not a dictatorship for Israelis.
Blowing air horns, blocking traffic, and burning tires. Riot police deployed water cannon, drenching the crowds.
It's not a matter of left or right. It's a matter of pure, basic human rights that are being crushed daily.
Protests also broke out in Jerusalem, around the Israeli legislative building, and outside the home of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, shouting, "Shame, shame." The eruption came on the back of Netanyahu's firing of his defense minister for breaking ranks with the prime minister's hardline policies. The growing rift in our society is penetrating the Israeli Defense Force and security agency.
Yeah, like he was saying, like this point of contention is making us less secure against the Palestinian plight. Like, you know what I mean? Against the blight. Sorry, not plight. Blight. The Palestinian blight. Pretty much. I'm paraphrasing. But it's basically like that. He's saying, like, you know, we can't secure our borders against those Palestinian terrorists who want to kill us if you keep doing this shit about the Supreme Court.
Said Yoav Gallant. It poses a clear, immediate, and tangible threat to the security of the state. Critics have come down hard on Netanyahu's highly controversial plans to overhaul the judicial system. The proposals would see government control over the appointment of judges, including the Supreme Court, while restricting the court's rights to veto legislation or rule against the government. That's been met with weeks of anti-government protests and nationwide strikes. Unions have gone on strike, shutting down the universities and grounding flights out of Israel's main airport. Another mass demonstration has been called for this afternoon outside of Parliament. Tony?
And of course, if that legislation to overhaul the courts does pass, who gets to look at it? The courts. They could veto it, causing an even deeper crisis. Charlie, thank you very much.
Breaking news out of Israel regarding that planned judicial overhaul from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Back with us is NBC's Ralph Sanchez in Jerusalem. Ralph, what are we learning at this hour?
Well, Jose, in just the last few minutes, a far-right member of Netanyahu's government, Ben-Gvir, the national security minister, has said he is prepared to accept a delay in the judicial overhaul. Now, the reason this matters is Netanyahu has been under a lot of pressure from the right wing of his government, from right-wing protesters like the ones you can see behind me.
Thank God. Guys. That terrorist dog Ben-Gvir said he'll take not even a compromise, but just a pause, a delay. It's good. It's cool, man. Thanks. He's like, look, as long as you allow me. By the way, this is a deliberate thing that Ben-Gvir is doing. He's in charge of security in Jerusalem, which is like such a fucked up thing to do. An additional fuck you by Netanyahu, okay? Right wing to Netanyahu? Yes. Right wing to Netanyahu? Yes. Imagine that. Literal fucking Kahanist terrorists, okay? Like people that America considered too far right for Israel. Like, think about that. Okay? That fucking piece of shit is like, dude, it's okay. You know, I'll take a backseat for now as long as you let me, arm everyone in Jerusalem, every settler in Jerusalem, and like allow us to just murder Palestinians every time we want to murder them without any sort of fucking scrutiny whatsoever, any sort of legal scrutiny whatsoever. Oh yeah, this is funny. It's breaking. Israel on the verge of a civil war between far right and far right, even further right, the furthest right.
To delay this reform. The delay is what those massive protests we've seen on the streets of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem have been calling for. And now it appears Ben-Gvir does have a consensus, Netanyahu does now have a consensus inside of his government to delay this reform at least until the summer. So we do not yet have official confirmation from Benjamin Netanyahu that that is indeed the plan, but it looks like that is where it is heading. And we have been waiting all day to hear from the prime minister. There have been these scenes of chaos all across Israel, and yet the Israeli people have not heard from Netanyahu himself. You can see some of the right-wing protesters behind me. So we expect at some point in the coming hours to hear from Netanyahu, and it does now sound like he has the support within his government to back down, at least for now, and delay this very controversial plan to weaken Israel's Supreme Court. Jose?
Continuing on with the government's protesting. I hate to burst everybody's bubble, but Netanyahu is merely postponing the showdown by a month and has signed a document granting Itamar Ben-Gvir, a convicted terror criminal, a private militia. Oh, thank God. Oh, that's awesome. No, just straight. Yeah, Praetorian Guard is right, dude. Holy fuck.
בן גביר לא מגיע לבד. לאורך כל השנים האלה, מלווה אותו חבורה.
I don't know if this is gonna have fucking, I don't know if this is gonna have like TOS. It probably will. Dude, these guys are, dude, Ben Gvir is such a fucking freak, dude. If you think, no joke, they're calling it a National Guard. Oh, thank God, you know.
It was 1989. Protests had erupted in Beijing against the Deng regime of China. Images of the protests and the government's response were splashed across TV screens and newspapers.
Ben Gvir was on national television before Rabin was murdered with his car emblem. Yeah, and he said, literally a week before he was murdered, he said, "We got to his car. Next, we will get to him." And then he got fucking murdered. Ben Gvir was literally designated as a terrorist by Israel, okay? It's like if Osama bin Laden was like, "No, dog, you're going too far. Let's fucking calm down," to a guy who's like a bigger fucking terrorist, okay? Like, it's insane. Now, that is going to be very frustrating for people as a pill to swallow, okay? People are going to be like, "Dude, what the fuck? How dare you?" Let's say Saddam Hussein then. Is that better? Like, come on. He was not allowed to serve in the military. He now has his own Praetorian Guard, but he was not allowed to serve in the IDF because he was too racist for the IDF. Understand what I'm saying here. In order to be designated as a terrorist by Israel, you have to be seriously bad or a Palestinian child. No, I'm saying like as an Israeli to be designated as an Israeli terrorist by the Israeli government, you literally have to be completely unhinged. I'm at the protest. Ben Gvir is insane. He literally just formed the Israeli version of the SS. It's beyond insane that he has so much support, like a sixth of the population is supporting him. Yeah, the other part of Ben Gvir's insanity is not just that like he wants to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. That much is clear. He wants to kill Jews too. Like he wants to literally fuck over like liberal Jews too. That's part of the reason why a lot of people are fucking protesting it. Like that's why he's considered a fucking terrorist, okay? It's insanity. And by the way, for those of you who are, new to this kind of thing, it literally is expected. This is how fascist movements end up creating exclusionary, such exclusionary projects that you have to make the in-group, smaller and smaller and smaller. This is why we always say fascism is a suicidal ideology, okay? The in-group is going to ultimately move away from Palestinians when they are completely fucking ethnically cleansed, right? When they are ultimately powerless, as they are now, okay? They are going to move in to liberal Jews, liberal Israelis, gay Israelis, Israelis that want to get an abortion, Israelis that want to marry someone who's not Israeli. And then they're going to go back, once again, like they did in the original formation, to Israelis that are Ashkenazi Jews, You know what I mean? Because that's the other part of this equation, that like Judaism is an international an ethno-religious identity, which means that there are Jews from all different kinds of backgrounds, okay? And originally, in its formation, in Israel, there were certain Jews from specific backgrounds that were not considered to be as good as the other Jews. That's where you're going to get to. You're going to get Sephardic Jews that are going to be targeted. You're going to have the Mizrahis. You're going to have the fucking... ultimately, you are going to get to... I mean, it's already happening with Ethiopian Jews anyway. And it's going to become smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. The in-group always becomes smaller and smaller, okay? That's how it fucking works. We will end the fascist coup if you give us a fascist secret police force. Far-right Otzma Yehudit Party to support freezing coup legislation in exchange for establishing a national guard under Ben Gvir. Fascist terror militia signed and sealed. There you go. All I'm going to say is this, for liberal Israelis that are tuning in, that are watching. This is a byproduct of not having, for lack of a better term, CRT in Israel, okay? That's it. If your national project revolves on doing basically the same shit that, basically the same shit that's currently happening and ongoing, okay? And you turn a blind eye to that, then there are always going to be people that say, it's not enough. It's not enough. We need to do more of it. This is a big problem in America as well. It's a major problem in the United States of America as well, with respect to the same attitudes that people have here. Fascists. That's how they do it. They take advantage of blindness that people have to the actual ongoing oppression, ongoing forms of oppression that is normalized in society, and just demand more of the very same. When you hear, for example, Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro talk about police brutality in black communities and say, we need more of this, they're looking at the existing forms of oppression, right? Police being an occupying force in black neighborhoods, and saying that everyone chirping about this is lying, okay, feeding into the blind spot that people have, and then demanding more of it. In some respects, that's precisely what Ben Gvir is doing in Israel, and other far-right ethno-statists are doing in Israel. And they will take away your civil liberties that you have you take for granted.
Papers around the globe. The world was fully captivated by this momentous event, and its images have remained some of the most iconic in history. It was this intense and sustained coverage that appeared as an opportunity to others. The same year as Tiananmen Square, a prominent Israeli politician, Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu, who had just served as Israel's representative to the United Nations, was speaking to students at Bar Ilan University, where he was quoted as saying, Israel should have exploited the repression of the demonstrations in China, when world attention focused on that country, to carry out mass expulsions among the Arabs of the territories. Regrettably, there was no support for this policy. But that's not entirely correct. Perhaps it was not popular mainstream sentiment at the time, but there were some Israelis who sided with Netanyahu on this issue. In 1981, a Dr. Baruch Goldstein...
Before we get to this, sorry. Look no further than Netanyahu's own attitude towards settler terrorism over his rise to power and continued reinforcement in power. I am old enough to remember that Israel went from oh no, we shouldn't be bulldozing these fucking houses, to we turned Jerusalem and every other place where Palestinians live into a fucking parking lot, deliberately dissecting their communities and building roads from within their communities with the express purpose of making sure that they are completely decentralized and cannot live their everyday existence, while simultaneously engaging in acts of expulsion and also displacement, mass displacement. They did that. There was a time and place when the Israeli government's official attitude towards settler terrorism was, oh, we're just turning a blind eye to it, but like we don't really like it. It wasn't that the idea would come in with fucking guns drawn and forcibly expel Palestinians from their fucking homes so they can bulldoze it and then build an apartment complex on top of it. Yes, Israeli settlers can carry AR-15s around those neighborhoods, whereas it is illegal to own a firearm as a Palestinian. Yes.
Penned a letter to the editors of the New York Times. Israel must act decisively to remove the Arab minority from within its borders. Years after writing this letter, Goldstein would don his Israeli military uniform and arm himself with his army-issued Galil automatic rifle. He'd then walk into the Ibrahimi Mosque in the old city of Hebron, located in the occupied West Bank. When worshippers bowed their heads to the floor during Islamic prayer, Goldstein unloaded magazine after magazine into the crowd, firing at anything that moved. Hundreds of people would be hit, and in the end, at least 29 were killed in the mosque that day. In Israel, as well as the Palestinian territories, the outrage over this atrocity was immense. It stalled peace talks and created civil unrest among Palestinians. Dozens more would be killed by Israeli forces in the ensuing protests. Many familiar with this event know that the killings themselves aren't the end of the story. Following the massacre, Clyde Haberman of the New York Times would report on the ground from Hebron at Baruch Goldstein's gravesite. The title of the article? Hundreds of Jews gather to honor Hebron killer.
1994, these kinds of atrocities were actually criticized. You know, didn't really mean much, but were criticized at least by the international community. Now it's a part of everyday existence. And, you know, when the state does it, it's a little bit different, right? When the state is engaging in what they call mowing the lawn in Gaza, for example, that is seen as like an act of retaliation. How far we have come from 1994 is crazy. And even back then, it was insanely violent. Do not misunderstand me. That is also Maggie Haberman's dad who wrote that article. Maggie Haberman is a Nepo baby. Whatever, who cares? Fuck Maggie Haberman. I don't give a shit. The New York Times is full of Nepo babies.
Haberman writes, in a steady stream, they came by the hundreds today to the grave of Baruch Goldstein, many bowing deeply to kiss the tombstone of the Hebron mass killer and to proclaim him a holy man. Many journeyed here by car and bus. Whether young or old, they approached the burial mound, surrounded by stones placed in mourning, as though it were a shrine. Dozens hugged and kissed the tombstone. Some kneeled to kiss the grave itself, including one young man who cried out, "Hero of Israel, hero of Israel, there should be more like him." Haberman continues, while the Israelis who worship the Brooklyn-born Dr. Goldstein are a small minority, the numbers turning out today suggested that they may be more than the minuscule fraction the government claims. Indeed, the support appears to be beyond just nameless civilians. Dov Lior, the chief rabbi of the Kiryat Arba settlement of Hebron, where Baruch Goldstein lived, called him holier than all the martyrs of the Holocaust. The Jerusalem Post described Lior as one of the most high-profile national religious rabbis in the country. As a result of this mass shooting, the Israeli government outlawed the radical Kach party, of which Baruch Goldstein was a member. Another member was a young Itamar Ben.
There it is, Ben Gvir. This man just got his own Gestapo. This man just got his own secret police literally like a couple hours ago. Part of Netanyahu's far-right coalition government. The reason why he spent 4 minutes describing this shit was because of this man right here. Ben motherfucking Gvir.
Ben Gvir.
No, not confirmed or proposed. Confirmed. Confirmed. Signed and sealed.
Who joined the party when he was just 16. He would go on to become the party's youth leader. Ben Gvir remained politically active.
No. You're misunderstanding. Not yet in a couple months. No. Confirmed now so that they would be the far-right coalition government would then say, okay, we're not going to fucking we're going to allow you to pass the buck down a month into the future for what do you call it? For pushing the evisceration of the judiciary a month into the future. That's it. That was the conditions. They said they're not going to fucking protest it. The far right is going to allow the Netanyahu government to avoid the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. Obviously, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Yeah. Yeah, no shame. I know. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. All right, let's continue.
Following the outlawing of Kach, and is now famously the leader of the Otzma Yehudit, or Jewish Power Party. Otzma Yehudit is believed by Israelis to be the
Jewish Power Party.
spiritual successor to the Kach party. Ben Gvir has a colorful past filled with calls for ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. In fact, he was so radical in his politics that he was barred from conscription into the Israeli military. To underscore his devotion to extremism, Ben Gvir hung a poster of Baruch Goldstein on the wall of his living room. He reportedly took it down in 2019 in an unsuccessful attempt to appease Naftali Bennett, who vetoed his inclusion into his right-wing coalition over the poster. It's not known whether he put it back up afterward. Of course, Ben Gvir has now become the Minister of Security of the State of Israel, in what is Israel's most right-wing government, possibly in history. At the Otzma Yehudit campaign launch in 2019, Ben Gvir thanked his spiritual mentor, none other than Dov Lior, and brought him on stage to resounding applause. As Minister of National Security, Ben Gvir holds one of the most important positions in Bibi Netanyahu's new cabinet. Ben Gvir has called for harsher crackdowns on Palestinian militants and their supporters, as well as strict curfews in Palestinian villages, and mass deportations and targeted killings of terrorism suspects. Ben Gvir would also like...
Yeah, terrorism suspect doing, that's a very liberal interpretation. Remember, if you live in occupied West Bank and you travel as a Palestinian, you travel out of it, you might not ever be able to go back to your home, see your children, see your family. They will literally expel you and say, you're gone. It's over. It's a wrap. GG's. Think about that. How fucking nuts is that?
To authorize a shoot-to-kill policy for Palestinians who throw stones at Israelis.
So I did get a 10-minute chill out from chat lasting almost an hour because I couldn't spend it in here because it's tiring to listen to all this midnight EU just because I asked Hasan, does he think that his views can be wrong sometimes in retrospective? Yes, my views can be wrong sometimes in retrospective, but right now we're talking about like universal principles, you know what I mean?
In these beliefs, he's also joined by the new finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich. Smotrich, leader of the religious Zionist party, is no stranger to controversy himself. In 2021, he told Arab lawmakers in the Knesset that they are in Israel by mistake because founder of Israel David Ben-Gurion didn't, quote, finish the job when expelling the Arabs.
אני איתכם לא מדבר, אנטי-ציונים, תומכי טרור, אויבים. אתם פה בטעות, כי בן גוריון לא גמר את העבודה ולא זרק אתכם ב-48.
This is why I said it's like a little bit more aggressive than America. Like in America, we obviously systematically undermine the existence of black people, right? Or Native Americans all the time. But like, you don't have, I don't know, you have like, what's his fucking face? Stephen King, right? But even Stephen King cannot go out and literally say that to a black politician. Not Stephen King, Steve King, sorry. Not the author. I'm talking about, of course, the congressperson. Like, so in some respects, Israel is like ahead of the game when it comes to like open racism. Like, could you imagine Steve King fucking like going up? I mean, he's a white nationalist. We know he is, right? Like, we know he's a fucking racist, right? Could you imagine him going up in Congress and like pointing to a fucking black politician and just straight up being like, it's an accident that you're here, like you're a slave. You know what I mean? Dude, they're racist fuck against other Jewish people who are darker skinned and not European. Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. Because, and this is my message to liberal Israelis that are like, Hasan, you're so harsh about this shit. You're so harsh. You're so harsh. Brother, they're coming after you too, motherfucker, eventually. I mean, you know, that's the fascist playbook. That's how this fucking works. They will always look for new enemies. They will always look for new methods of exclusion. They already do that to the Ethiopians. They already do that to the Arabs. Okay? They will eventually go through the different ethnic groups in Israel like they once did in the past. If I'm not mistaken, I thought Sephardic Jews were also considered like lesser than for the longest time, right? Like originally. Yeah, Sephardic Jews were oppressed in Israel for a very long time. Ben-Gvir himself, by the way, is, again, if I'm not mistaken, a Sephardic Jew. So what happens to Sephardic Jews when they become a part of the in-group, white, if you will? If you want to use like American terminology, white. What happened? Became more fucking radicalized than anybody else. He's a Middle Eastern Jew. Sorry, yeah, Middle Eastern Jews like Mizrahi Jews. Not even Sephardic Jews. Mizrahi Jews are also oppressed similarly. Yeah. The Black Panthers were an Israeli protest movement of second-generation Jewish immigrants from North Africa and Middle Eastern countries. It was one of the first organizations in Israel with the mission of working for social justice for Sephardi and Mizrahi Jews. Literally. In its original formation, Israel was like, yeah, no Sephardis and no Mizrahi Jews. Like, they were oppressed differently. I did not know about these Jewish ethnic denominations. Yes, it's a little bit more complicated than, it's not as black and white. You can't judge from 1960 people, says King Israel 69. Brother, the reason why I'm bringing this shit up is because This happened once, and it's gonna happen again. The entire point is the entire point that I'm trying to make here is that like fascist movements always have to find a new enemy internally. Okay? For Hitler, for example, it was the Übermensch. Hitler did not consider the Slavs to be white, which Slavs are obviously considered white now, almost universally. But also on top of that, even internally within Germany, it wasn't just the Volk. It was always going to move on to the Übermensch, a specific type of Volkish people that were going to be the next group of individual Germans that were actually promoted and prospered. Down to the fucking height. Because you always have to fucking make your in-group smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay? That's it. Because it's built around the concept of exclusion. It's a never-ending battle. This is why I'm saying that, like, you justify it on the one end when it comes to the apartheid conditions for Palestinian people. It's going to come back and bite you in the fucking ass. It is literally doing it right now.
Smotrich and Ben-Gvir will enjoy free reign under Prime Minister Netanyahu, back as premier after a less than 2-year hiatus. As a result, we'll surely be seeing harsher treatment of Palestinians. And what's looking increasingly likely is the outright annexation of the occupied West Bank. Smotrich is insisting that the civil administration of the West Bank be transferred to his finance ministry, a move that is seen by many to be de facto annexation already. By taking the civil administration of the West Bank out of the hands of the military and into civilian control, it will be administered by the federal government of Israel. On top of that, the border police operations of the West Bank will be relinquished to the newly named National Security Ministry, which will in fact be headed by Itamar Ben-Gvir.
All of this happened, by the way.
Along with expanding settlements and annexing the West Bank, Benjamin Netanyahu's history of steady invasions and saturation bombings of Palestinians, particularly in Gaza, will have to be closely watched. And I strongly advise everyone watching this now to prepare for this likely scenario, and to diligently update yourselves on news coming out of Gaza. Remember at the beginning of this video when I read you that Bibi quote saying that he wishes he'd used the Tiananmen Square massacre as an opportunity to expel Arabs from the occupied territories? Be wary of this pattern in the future. Like in 2014, when Bibi launched a ground invasion on the same exact day that Malaysia Flight 17 was shot out of the sky over Ukraine. The moments when news events spike media coverage and drown out other stories is precisely the time that we should be looking into Gaza and the West Bank. I need your help. This channel
How does the shrinking of the circle in fascism relate to the ever-expanding circle of whiteness? In times of comfort, or in times of fear that like your in-group has to expand, you can allow others into the white circle. Like in America, 64% of the country is white. Why? Because the Irish are white, because the Italians are white, because the Polish are white, because the Greeks are white, because the Jews are white. Okay? And you kind of need that, because you can't run the country with just WASPs being white any longer. So you have to expand the concept of whiteness. Okay? This channel is one of my favorites. GDF Official. They make incredible videos. They are criminally underrated. And I'm very fond of them. Love them. Go support them. So. Stop being so dramatic. This sort of thing has happened before without issue. German libs let spicy individuals have broad and exploitable powers in government to calm them down, and things turned out great. Yeah, famously. things turned out really cool, like really chill right after that happened. You know, there was a little bit of an ideological diversity in the German government. I mean, come on now. Come on, when is it Praetorian? I can't even say it right. Praetorian Guard ever gone wrong? Dude, just call it. It's a national guard. It's like a national police. I don't understand what you're saying. Just like it's just Jewish power. It's not white power. The party's called Jewish Power Party. Come on now. Everyone's overreacting. Oh, man. So, yeah. Things are going great. Things are going great in Israel right now. Just great. Now that Netanyahu is also given postponed the showdown by a month and then signed a document granting Itamar Ben-Gvir, again, like a literal fucking terrorist. A terrorist by not my standards, okay? Because I think Israel does a lot of things that would be considered terroristic that they do as a normal, as a part of regular process. He's a terrorist by Israel's standards. I know Lep, thank you for the 5, get the subs. Oh, this was funny as fuck here. I thought it was common knowledge to not cross train tracks when the lights are still flashing. Cops literally, I think, have such a sense of entitlement that they personally think that, like, they will be able to, I guess, they think they could just, like, take on a train sometimes. Like, it's so obviously a train, bro. Why did you think throwing on the fucking lights? Why did you think throwing on the lights is gonna let you fucking... It's so stupid, dude. These guys are such assholes, brother. They're so used to just, like, doing this on regular oncoming traffic. Like, he thought... God. It's just, you know. America's about to set up another militia with the collaboration of the Palestinian Authority to target militants of the resistance groups. Oh my God. Great. Of course, the Palestinian Authority is losing control. They're seen as like collaborators with the apartheid state. So great stuff. Make sure that they're also like even more reactionary this time. God forbid. I don't even want to get into that. All right, let's just move on. Germany is having its own national strike. Germany Transport Network. What is it? Deutsche Bahn. Not Deutsche Bahn, right? Did I say it right? They are doing a mega strike, yeah. Deutsche Bahn is doing the mega strike. Very good. Sehr good, yeah. Let's hear it for Deutsche Bahn.
Germany, where the public transport network has been paralysed in a strike over pay by two of the country's largest trade unions. Staff at airports, railways, ports and bus and metros are staging a 24-hour walkout. Unions want pay rises of more than 10% to help members cope with the rising cost of food and of energy. Our Berlin correspondent Jenny Hill spoke to Martin a little earlier and explained why today was quite unusual.
This guy looks like he just hates unions. He's just British, brother. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. Like every British man just automatically looks like they hate unions. They look like the cartoonish depiction of the monopolist. You know what I mean? Oh, I do declare, those trade unionists are just as bad as the Nazis. Unacceptable. He's rocking a cool tie, though. Yeah, I don't know. They the dead ass tie, bro. That's pretty fire.
It's really rare for a dispute over pay to escalate to this level of drama. It's being called the mega strike here. Two powerful unions.
That's so German. It's being called the mega strike. Yeah, it's being called the mega strike. Oh, Giga Ultra Strike. Oh mein Gott, ich kann nicht glauben.
Unions combining their firepower to get their workers out on strike and attempt to bring the country to a standstill. And it looks as though to a degree they are being successful. It's very difficult to get around Germany today. Planes, trains, ferries, all cancelled, depending on where you are in the country. Bus and tram services out too. I did see earlier on breakfast television here a very cheerful German taxi driver being interviewed saying it's a really good day to be a taxi driver. And he's probably right, but actually even motorists are being warned that workers who normally maintain and repair roads and motorways, for example, immediately after an accident, are also out on strike. And that's before you consider the traffic jams with the extra volume of cars potentially on the road, with commuters choosing to drive rather than try and get a train which has been cancelled. So a lot of disruption. But, you know, we have seen here in recent weeks and months a good number of workers from a variety of sectors.
Dude, I love that, like, British media, no matter where, no matter who, is just, like, has to assume the role of being against. Like, no matter what happens, they have to assume the role of being against labor movement. Like, there's no labor movement that the British media has seen that where they went, no, it's actually good, really. Like, it doesn't matter. It could be a different country. It's just, like, out of principle, they're like, no, I'm just riding for the capitalists, like, every time. It doesn't matter. And then they try to blame unions for it being disproportionate to strike responsibly. Yeah, exactly. The BBC has been taken over by the right wing. The BBC has always been right wing. It's literally, of course it's right wing. Of course it's right wing. It's the media. It's the state media. What do you think a bourgeois state is supposed to do with its bourgeois media? Of course it's going to fucking defend the interests of capital. That's their job.
Going out on strike, all of them saying they need their wages to reflect the higher cost of living, saying that they simply are struggling to pay their bills and their bills are going up. The two unions involved in today's industrial action are demanding, respectively, pay increases of 10.5% and 12% for their members. They are high demands, but, you know, actually, if you look back at the last few weeks and months, you can see that postal workers and metal workers who also went out on strike were able eventually to secure fairly substantial increases in wages as a result of the industrial action they took. So it'll be very interesting to see what comes out of today's action.
Speaking of strikes, obviously France's pension reform is continuing. New day of strike action planned for Tuesday.
More on those talks today, though. Let's bring in France 20.
One of the most confusing aspects of this French protest movement is that, like, obviously the Frenchmen protest all the time, okay? It's like a bit of a meme at this point, even though, you know, more power to them. It's great. I love it. Wonderful. One thing that I do find really odd, one thing that I do find really strange is that, like, the American media rarely ever covers this shit. Like, they don't. Like, the BBC covers Germany, France, obviously from the perspective of the governments and against the interests of labor. But it's odd that America rarely ever covers what is going on in France and the protests in France. I wonder what the reason for that is.
24 senior reporter Catherine Norris-Trent, who's at the Elysee Presidential Palace. Catherine, first of all, talk us through the focus of these meetings today. Are they just trying to find a way out?
Hi there, Jeannie. That's right. Emmanuel Macron is trying to forge a way forward because things are still at loggerheads here in France over this highly controversial pensions reform, which has now passed Parliament, albeit rammed through using that constitutional tool, the 49-3. And we saw the violence and the...
It's like the entire world is on fire. Israeli people are protesting the far-right government in Israel. People are protesting for pension reform in France, rioting in the fucking streets. People are rioting, not rioting, but doing general strikes in Germany for additional benefits and compensation. Meanwhile, in America, we're like, oh, what happened? Is there another mass shooter? Let's take a look at the mass shooting. Here's another mass shooter, and we will forget about it in approximately 12 and a half hours. At least British media covers it. American media hates labor movements so much they don't even care to report on it. I've talked about this before with respect to like British media and its coverage of labor movements versus America. I think in America, we don't even have labor beat reporters for the most part. Like very rarely have they been utilized because labor has been so effectively dismantled. Labor power has been so effectively dismantled. A lot of labor unions are basically a part of the Democratic Party's infrastructure in many respects, and they themselves will sometimes implement or advocate for neoliberal policies because they benefit from it. They think that it actually helps them with their insurance schemes. This is, of course, not the rank and file's interest. The rank and file's interest can sometimes deviate from the interest of the labor leaders, right? The labor union leaders sometimes, unfortunately, do not represent the interests of the labor union rank and file. So for that very reason, I think that America just doesn't have a lot of experience covering labor, so much so that like sometimes they might even come across as like pro-labor in many respects in the United States of America. Oftentimes, whenever they cover labor union action, they're not like super aggro against the union employees. And I think it's a matter of how little power labor unions have. You know what I mean? In comparison to like in the UK, where they have relentless, since Thatcher, and even before that, but definitely since Thatcher, relentless and endless amounts of coverage to labor unions being awful and bad for the economy and being selfish and lazy and not wanting to work hard and blah, 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 blah. Does that make sense? Legacy union leadership outside of the new TDU Teamster leadership, they are all business unionists. They don't give a fuck about the militant labor. They are indeed they're very opposed. Yes, there's a lot of nepotism that goes on inside of unions as well, especially some of the most powerful unions. I am of the mindset always, whenever people say, Hasan, unions are corrupt, what do you have to say to that? I always say, listen, corruption is an inevitability in most power structures. If that is the case, if that is a constant, I would rather have the corrupt entity, the corrupt body, at least in some ways, tangentially represent the interests of the many rather than the interests of the few. A corrupt union is still better than no union. A corrupt union is still better than a corrupt corporation. We personally understand that corporations are supposed to be corrupt. They can do whatever the fuck they want. That's their starting position. That's their starting formation. Ultimately, within unions, you also have some level of democratic power, right? I love whenever I talk about an issue, and as soon as I'm done talking about the issue, like 2 minutes pass after I'm done talking about the issue, and someone comes in and be like, and is like, dude, did you talk about the issue already? Every time. And I know it's wonderful because a lot of you come in here throughout the day, whenever you have time to like, you know, see everything and anything that I've talked about in that day. I love you guys. It's just so funny though, that without fail, there's always someone who comes in and goes, "Did you talk about Israel already?" Like literally just got done talking about Israel for like the past 2 hours. My favorite, of course, is when I'm talking about something, and while I'm in the process of talking about something, someone comes in and goes, "Are you talking about the French? Have you talked about the French pension reform?" Or, no, my actual favorite, "Why are you turning a blind eye to the French pension reform?" Like, while it's on fucking screen. I do think about that one chatter that we banned the other day, Mernich. I wonder where he's at. He was saying that I had a what do you call it? I was turning a blind eye to Israel because it didn't suit my narrative. Bro, you need to log off? Yeah, well, he's a long-term chatter, so I wanted to see what his take is now. I know we banned him, but yes, I remember. You are getting one guide through time now. You don't have to be condescending. Well, wait, what? Shut the fuck up. Wait, what? I wasn't being condescending. Hi, streamer. Glad to see you're doing a live VOD review of yourself. Okay, let's continue.
Anger on the streets of France last week. So today, here at the Elysee Palace, Emmanuel Macron will be hosting his Prime Minister, Elisabeth Borne, and members of his own party, ministers and leading figures in Parliament, to try and look at an action plan to see what they can do to go forward and get out of this crisis, really, in French politics. It's hard, though, to know what their action plan can do to appease France's trade unions and those protest movements who say that they do not intend on backing down. And Emmanuel Macron has signalled in the past that he doesn't want to back down on these pension plans to raise the retirement age from 62 to 64. Some are suggesting in the opposition that the plan should be put on hold for maybe 6 months or something to look at ways in which they could be watered down to try and bring people on board. But they're already going through a constitutional process.
Famously, there's no mechanism of like feeding into the retirement pension programs, like other than just increasing the age. That's just how it works. I mean, even I don't know anything about the French economy. Okay, what do they fucking make baguettes and stuff and cigarettes? They eat cigarettes and make baguettes. That's their entire economy, right? But like, and cheese, yes, oui, cheese, and also escargot, right? But like, even I know that here, there's always an endless amount of money supply that you're not fucking taxing, and it's oftentimes corporations and the wealthy. So where's that at? Oh, yeah, I was going to say, of course, before I forget, and manipulate African currency. I mean, duh. The French economy revolves around eating cigarettes, selling baguettes, and manipulating African currency. So there is that, before I forget, of course. Africa has currency. African nations do have currency. Some of their central banks are in France. I wonder why. It's odd when you think about it. Macron raised the military spending by a third. Maybe they can start with some budget cuts there. Yeah. You know what's funny about that, by the way? He's still getting lapped by the United States of America. Suck my dick, Macron. Stop trying to make fucking nuclear submarines, bitch. That's our shit, dumbass. And guess what happened, dude? Australia, a bunch of fucking fake friends said, no, mate, we're not taking your fucking submarines. We're taking the American submarines. Suck my fucking dick. Suck my fucking willy, mate. What happened? What happened to Macron? He said, "Oh, no. We will leave NATO. How dare you not use our nuclear submarine? How dare you use American nuclear submarine instead? Fuck you. Merde." That's what you said. Stop spending your fucking money on the military. What are you doing? You're not going to fucking, you are not going to colonize Libya, okay? Stop. Focus on your own goddamn country. You're a European social democracy. Leave the imperialism to America. That's literally what they do. That's why we don't have healthcare in this country, because we do the imperialism for you. The entire purpose of living in a fucking European social democracy is like relegating the responsibility of empire to the United States of America, where all of us fat fucking pigs are dying here because we can't have social safety nets because we're spending all of our money on fucking destroying the global south. Stop trying to be America. You are not him. Sorry. You're not that guy, pal. I mean, but that's literally true, by the way. And it's not just me who says this. Steven Crowder says it all the time. He just thinks it's a positive. I think it's a negative. You know what I mean? Like right-wingers say that all the time. They're like, you have relegated national security at the international level to the United States of America. You know what I mean? It's like, why the fuck do you need any military power, dude? Why? What are you going to do? Duke it out with Turkey and Libya? Is that what you want to do? Stupid. Stop. Anyway.
Already in the Constitutional Council, and basically Emmanuel Macron would just need to sign them off for them to become law. So it's tricky to see what at this stage the president and the government can do to calm the anger of protesters, but that's what they're going to be talking about this afternoon.
Right, and in the meantime, Catherine, the anger is still very prevalent. Protesters have blocked the Louvre Museum today in Paris. The piles of garbage just keep getting bigger, and it's not over yet.
It is not over yet by any means. The Louvre Museum, the world-famous museum, is actually closed right now, blocked
determined by the
protesting workers there. So anyone who's got tickets, for the moment it looks like that is closed today. There is still litter, garbage lining the streets of Paris, despite government orders.
I love how much they talk about like the negative consequences of the strike. Here's one thing. HasanAbi rules of media literacy. If your media is not telling you that the strike could be ended by those in power, whether it be the government or those in power in this situation, or the strike could be ended by those who own the means of production, the capital owners, they're lying to you. There's two sides to a strike, always, okay? You have the labor side that's doing the strike, and you have the other side, the capital owning strike, the capital owning side that could also end the strike. How could they end that strike? Not by hiring scabs, of course, but by listening to the demands, oftentimes are reasonable demands, by the way, listening to the demands of the striking workers and turning around and conceding to those demands and offering it to them. That's the whole purpose of a strike. But for some reason, biased ass media, which, you know, operates as an arm of capital, will oftentimes refuse to mention that part. They never actually talk about that part. They always make it entirely up to the striking workers to just shut the fuck up and get back to work. That's all you're saying. When you talk about how dirty France is, okay, and not as a joke like I like to say, okay, but instead talking about, you know, the French sanitation workers not actually cleaning up the streets. When you're talking about how fucking shitty that is, you're doing a disservice. You're not behaving like an honest, objective, truthful media that is supposed to be covering marginalized groups or identities or anything like that. You're talking about it from the perspective of capital owners. Okay? That's it. Now, the irony, of course, is that this person, Catherine Norris Trent, is a fucking worker. You're working for France 24. You might be a senior reporter, but ultimately you are a worker as well. If your workplace tomorrow decided to fuck you over, you would want a union to defend you. You would want other unions to also engage in an act of solidarity. But because the media has to work as an arm of capital, the only people that get to that position, that get elevated to that position, are dumbass class traders who don't understand their position as workers themselves. Oh. We've been conditioned to think that strikers are being lazy and greedy. Exactly. Exactly. If you want to blame someone for the huge piles of trash, blame the government for literally just bouldering through and refusing to listen to the protesting French workers.
for those refuse workers to come and collect it. It's basically not being cleared, or not on a massive scale yet, because a lot of the waste processing plants, the incinerators around the edge of Paris, some of those are still blocked by strikers too, so it's not able to be gotten off the streets. And there are other blockages in other towns, down in Nice in the south of France. Over the weekend in the west of France, there were extremely violent scenes with environmental protesters standing off against riot police, which is also a sign of this anger that's...
Yeah, who's the violent side in that regard? The motherfuckers, the potato ass motherfuckers with like riot gear and rubber bullets and trucks that have high pressure water cannons, or the fucking like gay anarchist environmental activists? I wonder who is the truly violent side of this riot. Let's think.
Still simmering here in France. And of course, tomorrow, the 28th of March, there's a 10th massive day of strikes and protests called across France. And everyone really is bracing for further violent scenes and confrontations there.
Catherine, thank you for that. France 24's Catherine Norris-Trent.
Fundraising to help strikers is paying off in France. Money collected during demonstrations and on dozens of donation websites is now above 4 million euros.
I remember a much different coverage over Hong Kong protests. Yeah, because that was... Yes, because that's what America likes, okay? There's a difference. America hates genuine labor movements, but they also don't like China. That's it. That is precisely the reason why, never forget the Hong Kong protests that were against China, against the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party. When it was against the Chinese Communist Party, it's great. It's awesome. Yeah. Because, again, that's where the American bias is. That's where the State Department and its interests lie.
Julien Giquel works for one of the largest strike funds.
2,380,000, a nice sum.
Many of the donations are for small amounts. Among the ones here, a surprise.
3,000. That's a big donation. It's a real pleasure to get that.
The check is the second in a month from the same person. Jean-François Ledizet in Grenoble is now retired after a career as a maths teacher. He has long supported workers' rights.
Long live the strikes. Share wealth, not misery. That's also at stake now.
He has a pension of 1,800 euros a month and sees worker solidarity as a duty.
I cannot strike, so my way of supporting the strike movement is to back it with money. I made 2 donations because I saw the strike was continuing, and if it continues further, I could give again.
This is awesome.
The money goes directly to strikers. These union workers in Versailles have received tens of thousands of euros. At the Montparnasse railway station in Paris, there's money too in the coffers to support the strikers.
It gives the strike momentum. It gives us energy and courage to vote to continue.
Donations appear to have increased since the government used Article 493 of the Constitution to force pension reform through Parliament.
Elon Musk reported plan to build a utopia. Worker town fires up locals. That's awesome. I love that. Before we move on, though, France secretly owns 14 countries. Let's take a look.
French Treasury. The issue at stake is the apex of French policymaking, the CFA franc. Using it, France controls the monetary sovereignty of 14 nations, making up nearly 200 million.
Remember what I told you about how, this is one of the leading economies of France?
People. These countries include Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Chad, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Guinea-Bissau, Ivory Coast, Mali, Niger, Senegal, Togo, and the Central African Republic. And while these nations have a seat at the United Nations and wave their independent flags, it is only the face of...
I know the super secret 15th, but I'm not telling you. Dude, what the fuck? Tell us. What the fuck, dude? Yo! That's messed up, dude. That's messed up.
Imperialism that has changed. The conduct of business has largely remained the same. The big difference is that imperialism used to be spread through tanks. Nowadays, it comes through banks.
Well, that's just, you know, part and parcel for European neo-colonialism. 15th is Louisiana.
Special thanks to the sponsor of this video, War. The most comprehensive.
Shut the fuck up.
Anyone bonus pack that includes multiple premium vehicles, premium account, boosters, and much more. Anyone can create money.
Now that's fucking targeting right there, dude. That right there, that's some hyper targeted shit.
The hard part is having others accept it. In pre-colonial times, many African societies used cowrie seashells as a medium of exchange. These seashells were so widely circulated that by 1800 they had an official exchange rate with the French currency. But as the French Empire colonized deeper into Africa, Paris sought to monopolize these circuits of production and trade. Taxes were demanded in francs, and armed troops were sent to markets, forcing merchants to accept French currency. From the 1930s onwards, France came to dominate the money supply in French-speaking Africa. With new power came new extrajudicial perks. Paris gained access to African labor and raw materials at sub-market prices, while finished goods were sold back to Africa at above-market prices. French neo-colonialism was so intrusive, so ruthless, so unique that it earned a name of its own, Francafrique. Following World War II, however, things changed. Paris joined the Bretton Woods.
Another thing that's suspect is when French racists say they're against this practice, they will oftentimes give the game away, where they are not actually against the practice itself. They're just against the secondary consequence of that, which is immigration into France. They don't like when black people come into France as a consequence of this ongoing exploitation.
System, and as a result, the French franc was devalued to set a fixed exchange rate with the US dollar. These fiscal reforms were taking place at a time when Africa was decolonizing itself. A weaker currency only added fuel to the fire. So, to hold on to its African holdings, France conjured a new currency in 1945 called the CFA franc and forced its colonies to adopt it. Initially, the CFA franc was pegged to its French counterpart at a rate of 1.7 to 1, but in 1948 it was increased to 2 to 1. By overvaluing the CFA franc, Paris maintained its economic advantage while crushing Africa's export competitiveness. So in a way, France built its post-war recovery partially to a wealth transfer from Africa. Even so, the most effective forms of control are those that are invisible. Recognizing this in 1958, France hijacked authentic decolonization by installing local collaborators and
Macron calls Russia one of the last imperial colonial powers on Africa visit. France has assassinated 22 African presidents since 1963. Here's a list of African presidents who have been assassinated by France since 1963. Okay, I need to see this list. This list seems a little insane. I don't know if it's like... I don't know if it's 22 seems like a bit of a 22 seems like a bit of an embellishment. It might be, because, but I think they're giving up a little bit to the CIA. Like they're kind of taking CIA credit a little bit. It seems. You know what I mean? What the fuck is what is this? Tajamo. I feel like if I look through this list, which we can take a look at afterwards, but I feel like if I look through this list, there's going to be a lot of like CIA doing like heavy lifting, and then France taking credit for it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Just like when they talk about, when they get some of their some of the people that they offer dual citizenship to be French instead of an African nation of origin when they're winning World Cups. But of course, when they're not winning World Cups, then they're immigrants, and not welcome. That kind of thing.
Granting them statehood, these collaborators became the custodians of France's neo-colonial empire by maintaining the Franc zone and French military bases. Only Guinea turned down the offer. Its leader, Sékou declared that his people preferred being poor in freedom than rich in slavery. Guinea thus rejected the CFA franc, seeking to develop its own currency. France felt it needed to make an example of Guinea, so it cut pensions to war veterans, dismantled Guinea's power grid, and then attempted to block its UN membership. France went as far as to induce hyperinflation by flooding the country with counterfeit bills, all the while funding armed anti-government resistance. Yeah, it got pretty crazy.
America shit.
The plan ultimately failed to dislodge Sékou, but Guinea's economy never fully recovered. Likewise, when Togo had a change of heart and sought to ditch the CFA franc, France made another example, this time without loose ends. Togo's leader, Sylvanus Olympio, was assassinated in January 1963. French involvement is suspected, but official records remain conveniently closed. Of itself, further attempts to conceal French imperialism followed. The CFA franc was split into two currencies covering the Central and West African states. By the mid-1970s, their respective central banks were Africanized and moved to Yaoundé and Dakar. Though local Africans staffed these institutions, there were no fundamental policy changes, and France
stopped downplaying European neocolonialism. We literally came up with this shit. True. You are right. I'm just talking to an American audience for the most part. That's why I'm using that example. Does that make sense? Like I'm talking to a lot of Americans who understand this on American terms, which is why I'm explaining it by saying like they're doing America shit.
Retained veto power over
partially because like we kind of perfected it. You know what I mean?
Governing statures. This included a requirement that member states deposit half their exchange reserves at the French treasury plus another 20% for financial liabilities, meaning member states retained access only to 30% of their money. Moreover, all foreign exchange conversions were to pass through the French treasury. The way this fiscal policy works is by operations accounts. These are special accounts held at the French treasury. The denominations are in euros, but when accounts are in credit, the African central banks effectively place their foreign exchange reserves at France's disposal. But when the central banks' accounts are in debit, they are obligated to pay interest to the French treasury. In other words, CFA...
They're so helpful, dude. I mean, the underpinning of this is like, obviously, like military action, continued oppression, but the continuation of such, debtor capitalist imperialism is basically saying like, oh, well, these African nations can't control their own currencies. I mean, we got to do it for them. You know what I mean? And of course, they're going to pay us a little bit of a price for us to be able to do such a thing.
Member states pay France to hold on to their money. Even more unsettling, no one knows what France does with the money. The French treasury does not disclose this information even to CFA franc nations. So it wouldn't be out of the ordinary if France were to reinvest African funding for French profit. However, one looks at it, the CFA scheme is an effective moneymaker for France, and French businesses benefit as much as the French treasury. More specifically, France doesn't need to draw on its foreign exchange reserves for African imports. Dozens of French multinationals are present in Africa, including TotalEnergies, Areva, and Vinci. Africa also grants France access to strategic resources like uranium, which is indispensable for France's nuclear energy sector, meeting 3/4 of French energy needs. Meanwhile, Gabon is a source of crude oil, Mauritania delivers iron ore, while Togo and Benin provide agricultural commodities. Additionally, the icing on the cake, French national Vincent Bolloré owns most of West Africa's major ports. It is thus not by incident that former French President Jacques Chirac once stated that much of the money in French banks comes precisely from exploiting Africa, and that France would lose its global standing without its African empire.
This is why people say Africa is not poor. Africa is not a poor continent. As a matter of fact, it's one of the richest continents. It's just that Africa has been stolen from the jump. That's it. It's literally... That's it. That's what it is. It's just been, they've had their natural resources extracted for a tidy profit that goes directly to European coffers. And by people, I don't know what. Play that yellow clip. No, we don't need to do all of that, okay?
To preserve its hegemony, France has intervened militarily on the continent 40 times since the 1960s, from propping up corrupt dictators to conducting military operations in the Sahel. Moreover, the configurations of the CFA franc allow profits and capital to be repatriated with ease. Between 1970 and 2010, Ivory Coast lost $40 billion to capital flight, which could have reduced poverty by 10% annually had it been reinvested domestically. Meanwhile, Equatorial Guinea and Congo, the main oil producers, transferred out the money equivalent of 43% and 30% of their respective GDPs between 2000 and 2009. Similar trends are present in Gabon and Cameroon. Opulence at the top generates misery below. Though advocates point to the CFA franc's stability, a lack of monetary sovereignty restricts the tools available to the CFA member states. For instance, Ivory Coast's inflation rate is below 6% versus 29% in neighboring Ghana, but the latter's extreme poverty rate is only 13% versus 30% of Ivorians. The CFA members...
Bro, people are so mad about France in the chat, and it's so funny because like everyone that's saying this is American, like, what do you think we do? Like, well, what do you mean? Like, what? Like, why do you think I'm so angry all the fucking time as it pertains to U.S. foreign policy? Did you have Paris syndrome when you went to France? No, I like France. I think France is very pretty. I know that that's an unpopular opinion, but from what I understand, Paris syndrome happens to Japanese tourists for the most part who like fantasize about France. They are like big Francophiles in Japan, but then they realize like they're coming from a actually developed nation, like a real developed nation, and then they go to France and they're like, well, it's just like kind of shittier than what we have at home.
States also lag behind other African states growth-wise. Some are even going backwards. Ivory Coast's real GDP per capita is 1/3 lower than in 1978. In 2016, Senegal was at its 1960 level. Meanwhile, Cameroon, Congo, and Gabon have not topped their respective peaks of 1986, 1984, and 1976. This means these countries have had little to no real economic growth in decades. But change.
Japan is more developed than France. Their people work 80-hour weeks and only get paid like 60 of those hours. My guy, come on. I mean, I wasn't talking about like labor rights at all, as a matter of fact. I was simply talking about like infrastructure. The reason why I find France to be fun and lovely is because I live in the United States of America, a nation without infrastructure and a nation that has higher hours of wage labor than France and Japan. Okay, so you're wrong on that front. We have worse labor conditions in the United States of America overall. Our labor conditions are like, less than India, but still incredibly awful. And then also on top of that, we don't have any like decent infrastructure, no city planning, none of that. At least France has that. I see no issue with working more hours, to be honest. Okay, Dodgers lover, have fun with that. You know what I mean? Just like you're never working for yourself, you're working for another boss. So that's great. I mean, if you don't have issue with working additional hours, then, I guess it's all right then. Never mind. Yeah, just go back to work. My man loves the Dodgers and he loves the boot,
Is the only.
Does he love the top of the hour ad break though? Which comes at the top of every hour? Or does he work extra hours so we can avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account to get one free Prime subscription a month, or by maybe getting gifted a sub if he's lucky. If you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub and avoid the top of the hour ad break. That's right. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Constant in life. In recent years, the societies of the CFA member states have started publicly talking about alternatives. It's a trend that is becoming increasingly louder. The most feasible proposal is to form a regional currency bloc untethered from French control. Some proponents of this plan would use the West African ECOWAS economic union as a springboard. This would reorient the CFA franc member states around Nigeria, which accounts for more than 2/3 of the regional GDP. Plus, Nigeria is a net oil exporter, while most West African states are importers. So there is a natural synergy in the ECOWAS region. Of course, nothing worth having comes easy. Paris has sought to forestall these attempts. A law to this effect was passed in the French Senate in January 2021. It looks to change the West African CFA franc into the ECO and then abolish the operations.
892, thank you for that. Faustini says, every time Hasan talks about colonial imperialism, I want to remind him that the United States is also a colonial project that threw off its imperialist master. We inherited European imperialism. We didn't create it. Also, 4 out of 10. Okay, we inherited it and then perfected it. What the fuck does that mean? Prop 65 warning. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. The Lost Companion. Thank you for the 3 get the subs. It's just like that's so. Faustini just has to chime in and make it seem like it's not us that's doing this. Like, you got to distance American actions from America for some reason every single time.
Accounts and withdraw French personnel from the central banks. All this is to be completed by 2027, but Paris would still retain effective control. Where the African monetary reserves would be held, at which location remains unaddressed. It's safe to say that the French reform is nothing but a ruse. Ultimately, the best solution may be for the individual states to have their own central banks and currencies fixed to a common regional unit at an adjustable rate. This would give monetary sovereignty to 14 nations, or nearly 200 million people. But many still fear crossing swords with France, and for good reasons. So, any attempts to break away from French hegemony would require a joint effort across the CFA franc zone. Most of all, the African collaborating elites who benefit from the system would need to be sidelined and replaced by lawmakers prepared to embark on a path of self-directed development. This may prove to be the greatest stumbling block, and it's something that has to change from within, because There is nothing more agreeable in life than making peace with the status quo, and yet nothing more corrupting. I've been your host Shirvan from Caspian Report.
Also, it's worth saying that America does the same thing with 3 extra steps via IMF and World WTO. They control the monetary policy instead of direct money supply. Yeah. No, a staff member of Rand Paul got stabbed in Washington, D.C. Not Rand Paul. Okay. We're gonna talk about company towns briefly. I think we've covered it a lot. That was Caspian Report, by the way. We are going to we're gonna talk about company towns real quick. Just briefly talk about it. Before we get to the Nashville shooter and new information coming out. Also here, I'll just briefly go through this. Yes, Adin Ross is I think trying to say that I should like kill myself or something, but in like a creative way. But also pretty funny that he doesn't know how to say not. There you go. I don't know why or what reason why he like came up with this out of nowhere. Or maybe he just needs like, you know, a positive male role model in his life. Which I can be if you need it, Adin. I'm here for you, you know? What the fuck? That's a figure eight not using rock climbing. It's not a news. Yeah, dude. Adin Ross is asking for a figure eight not used in rock climbing. No, he just fucking Googled not. Okay. N-O-T. And then literally found the first image and posted it like this. He was like, it looks good enough for you know, a knot that you use to hang people with. Come on. He saw deep into his sister's asshole. He ain't going to be right for a while. Wait, what? He got bricked up yesterday looking at his sister's OnlyFans. Why are so many people watching Adin Ross look at his sister's OnlyFans? Adin Ross' sister has an OnlyFans? Little bro can't even cyberbully correctly. Yeah, I know. So Twitter was covered in it. He stared at the photo for like 5 seconds straight. Oh. Okay, well. Hasan, you're so soft on him. You need to take your gloves off. Man, I don't give a fuck. He's delusional. Like a delusional, goofy ass motherfucker with like 0 people on his side. Like everyone is clowning on him. What do you want me to do? Take him seriously? Why would I? How can I take someone seriously when they don't even know how to spell not, brother? Like, I don't know. Is he threatening you or is this a call for help? It could be either. I saw it on Twitter. Someone sent him a picture of his sister from her OnlyFans of her getting fucked doggy style, and he stared at her for 20 seconds straight before closing it. What the fuck? Wait, for real?
In her Discord. He's restarting it. Open my DMs on stream. Citrus, is it TOS? Citrus, you caught me off guard. Like, you can't do shit like that, Citrus. You can't do shit like that.
Wait, is he just looking at his sister's titties? What the fuck? Wait, hold up.
In her Discord.
Is that his sister?
Open my DMs on stream. Citrus, is it TOS? Citrus, you caught me off guard.
Is that actually his sister? I know that's not the clip, and I don't want to look at it on stream, obviously, but why did they do this all the time? You have seen a recent clip of him paying a fan 10K on live to do some insanely fuck shit on live? Yeah. There's a censored version on the H3 subreddit. Yeah, I saw. I'm looking at it on the other screen. There's a censored version of it.
I am enjoying. I'm not even joking, bro. That shit is just too far, bro. All shit aside, that shit is way too fucking far, bro.
Bro, he literally could have avoided all this if he jerked off. Like, it's just a devastating story, okay? An actually devastating story. Kolga Bolga, thank you for the 50, get the subs. This is it. This is like...
I'm not even joking, bro. That shit is just too far, bro. All shit aside, that shit is way too fucking far, bro. Y'all literally just went too fucking far with that.
Is he still looking at it?
That's not even funny, bro. Y'all just literally showed me my naked sister with nut on her back, bro.
Dude, why is he describing? That is edited. He kept it up for so fucking long.
That shit is too far.
Dude, he's becoming a lol cow. Like, I don't think he understands. He's literally, the Nazis are lol cowing him. Like, I don't get it. Like, he is becoming the joke. Like, I know that there was a point where he could have, like, saved himself from this, like, you know, but I mean, he was always a bit of a lol cow, but, like, this is the most aggressive version of that. It sucks, dude. It sucks to see. Did you see him do this? What? What is this shit?
Goddamn.
I don't know what this is, bro. I don't want to see. I don't want to look at more of this shit. Anyway, it's just sad. It's sad. He looked at his sister for like 20 seconds. Like, just close it. Yeah. At least back then, people at least speculate on how dumb he is, and he was, and how much of it was an act instead of being sure of how dumb he is. Yeah. You're saying like he's making a lot of money, but I don't even think he's making a lot of money from this. You know what I mean? There's a clip of him admitting to jerking off to his sister when he was talking to Karina Koff on stream. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Look, hey, I wish him well. I hope he gets better. I really do. I mean, I hope he gets the help he needs. That's it. Yes, I know that Rand Paul staffer got stabbed. I know.
My sister catfished me and I jacked off to her nudes.
Yeah, I remember this.
What should I do?
That's honestly happened probably to all of us. All you gotta do is just...
You've jerked off to your sister's nudes?
Hold on, 1 second, yes. Just realize that what you did is obviously not kosher and just don't do it again. You did nothing wrong, but you did God's work.
Do you know what kosher means?
Of course, I'm Jewish.
Okay, so what does it mean?
It means like...
I really, genuinely, even though you're Jewish...
What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
33 months.
That's insane. It's happened to all of us. Who amongst us is not jerked off to their sister? I mean, come on, guys. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? That's insane. That's insane. That is an insane thing. That is an insane thing to fucking just blurt out like that. I want to go back to 29 minutes ago when I didn't know any of this. Well, there you know. Now you know. Anyway. All right. Here is Elon Musk's Utopia company town.
I'd be really against it because there's too much traffic in that area already.
Here he is saying that there's going to be utopia down the street. Well, there already is one. We have dark skies, we have bald eagles, we have incredible soil and water. Why are you destroying an existing one to create one just down the street?
With any kind of development like that, you have to go through the permitting process, and the county is not very strong on how they do the permitting.
Personally, it is my wish that it does not get approved by Bastrop and that he does not get his own town in our county. To introduce a town that is controlled and centralized around a company and them controlling all of the families that live there and having to produce something as a product for him, that sounds scary like old mining towns. And we know company towns didn't work.
I know that we need more affordable housing. I have an adult child who is struggling to find affordable housing in this county, so I know that that is an issue. However, it's really sketchy to me that we're turning the clocks back and doing like coal miner town situation. I hope that the people who live in those houses and in that community do not get stuck in the trap of the things that you saw in those types of, planned communities for business where you can't buy anything with your money except for the store. Or maybe it's just more convenient for you to go there and kind of make an insular community that basically they become your indentured servants because they have no way to have the mobility out of it.
What I have heard is that, like, say you lose your job, you have a month to get your family out of that house. That's terrifying.
Yeah, it's like an additional level of control that you have over workers. And I think America, especially like American workforces, are just cucked right enough that I can totally see them basically advocating for this. Or at least I know for a fact that every Twitter Blue user who's like trying to do a crypto play is going to be 100% advocating for it, while simultaneously never working there. You know what I mean? Never working a day in their lives. Let's be real. Terrifying is being on an H-1C visa, getting laid off, and having to leave the country in a month. Yeah, I mean, we basically do that with what you just it's H-1B, isn't it? With work visas, yes.
We've seen this in history before. We've seen it all over the world, including the United States. We know how this story ends. So I'm not saying that's what's going to happen because I'm not a mind reader.
Did right-wingers just not learn about working conditions of the 1800s or what? Why are they okay with going back to that? First of all, right-wingers don't know anything, okay? Like, what do you mean? They don't know anything. They're right-wingers. They're conservative. If you're conservative, you're just like, You just don't really know anything. Learning is not a concept, okay? That's number one. Number two, capital owners look towards the 1800s and their mouths start watering, thinking about how much they could potentially get away with undermining workplace safety, undermining labor, labor protections. They look at that and they vie for a time. They can go back to that kind of thing. They want it. They look at the unearned freedoms of the current American labor pool, and they think we gotta do something about that.
I'm not a fortune teller, but I will say that all the signs and symptoms of some...
I never covered something else, but the Nashville shooting was done by a trans woman, or is this just a talking point? No, it was a trans man, okay? Not that it fucking matters, but everyone is literally misgendering the shooter, which, he's a fucking school shooter. So, obviously you still shouldn't misgender the school shooter, but they're not only misgendering the school shooter, but they think that the school shooter is a trans woman when he was a trans man, it turns out. This discourse is going to be fucking ruthless and brutal and awful for a little bit, and then it's going to go away and no one's going to care about it. But let's be real. For the time being, I'm sure this will be like one thing that like right-wingers can laser focus on. Yeah. It's an AFAB man, AFAB, assigned female at birth man, that did the shooting.
Bull crap going down are afoot.
How will your residents living in your utopia feel about living next to a 2,000-acre gravel mine? Do they really want to live near a great big hole? Do they want to have polluted water? Do they want to have dust in the air?
Utopia sounds very scary. Like if you watch the Star Trek and such, yeah, not good. Or read the books, yeah. The utopia is not usually at all what it's presented to be.
Creator Clash controversy thoughts? Yeah, I don't know anything about what's going on with Creator Clash, but I love Anissa and Ian, and I'm sure they made the right choice. Like, it's their fucking charity event. That's it. That's all I got. I don't know why the fuck people are just like, dude, this is really fucked up. Don't cover it. Yeah, I'm not. That's it. That's my take on it. They pulled one of the fighters. That's it. Okay, let's talk about this. I'm going to community notes on the tweet above this say Elon, the article is false. The claim that Elon is building a city in Texas has been said to be false by Elon. Oh, thank God they put a thank God he said the article is false. So now Twitter community notes saying it's false. Well, he filed for it. So did he just like file for it as a joke, as a meme? Like, what's up? Like, that's kind of silly, I feel like. Considering 90% of your audience is Marvel soy boy cucks, can you please address the Jonathan Majors accusation? Yeah. Thank you, Stryker, who is a memer, but this time caught me on one. I can address it very quickly. Jonathan Majors is, the up and coming celebrity that got like a major PR wave boost, right? and he was arrested for alleged assault. Jonathan Majors' attorney says the woman who accused him of assault has taken back her allegations after he was arrested in New York. An attorney for Majors said that he's innocent and video evidence and witness statements will prove it. Now, when this happened, though, the Creed 3 actor Jonathan Majors was arrested Saturday morning in Manhattan on suspicion of strangulation, assault, and harassment. He was arrested at 33 years old, was arrested after a domestic dispute that happened in the Chelsea neighborhood. A 30-year-old woman was taken to a hospital with minor injuries to her head and neck, the NYPD said. Now, obviously, this is a unique predicament because, like, cops are, notorious for being kind of shady. But from what I understand, I think my speculation is that from what I understand, he's not like a known to be a very nice guy behind the scenes. That's all I'm going to say. And he's also like he's also very big and very famous now. So, allegedly, according to certain accounts, there was a tweet. Yeah, there was a tweet hinting at it before the story broke. Yeah. Majors was taken into custody without incident. The woman told officers that she had been assaulted. Priya Chaudhry, Majors' lawyer, said in a statement to BuzzFeed News that he's completely innocent and is provably a victim of an altercation with a woman he knows. According to Chaudhry, the video evidence of the incident, which occurred within a vehicle, and testimony from witnesses will prove the actor's innocence. The woman also took back her accusation of assault in written statements, Chaudhry said. Chaudhry added that the woman was having an emotional crisis for which she was taken to a hospital yesterday. Majors is one of Hollywood's fastest rising stars. In addition to co-starring in Creed 3, he recently joined the Marvel Cinematic Universe's Phase 5 as Kang the Conqueror. Now, of course, he's a major celebrity. Like I said, it's just the police in this sort of circumstance and the media in this sort of circumstance is going to jump to that immediately. Stop reading celeb rumors. It's cringe and beneath you. All I'm stating is that I saw something on Twitter. At first, I thought it was a little sussy because he's just like, my opinion of him is shaped by PR. My opinion of him is completely shaped by PR. I thought he was like a very nice guy. And Twitter loved him. They were, there was a lot of celeb worship going around. And then there was a tweet from someone who I believe has deleted their tweet now or deleted their Twitter entirely that had talked about how, months ago, had talked about way before this happened. There's a guy who is blowing up on Twitter who I will not be mentioning, who's now seen as like a media darling that they deleted their tweet. Come on, this is sus as fuck. I mean, they didn't even fucking it is sus as fuck, but also at the same time, they had tweeted about this without mentioning a name months ago. Not solid enough, but I don't agree with it. I don't agree that it's solid enough. This is all speculation. Bro, I have no idea what you're talking about. Is there a people are so quick to back someone with no evidence? Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. My opinion on the matter is that I don't know enough. But a random, cryptic, vague tweet on Twitter A random cryptic vague tweet on Twitter months before this actually happened, okay, was issued that did not mention Jonathan Majors by name, but said someone who is like a media darling is actually really horrible in his personal and professional life, and every single time I see people promote this guy, I am frustrated. I'm very angry. It could have been about anyone, but then that account also turned around and said ding 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 when someone else resurfaced that tweet and said, now I guess we know that it's about Jonathan Majors. Okay? Now this is just a random Twitter person, and it's a cryptic tweet. And the person, I looked into it more. The person also stated that it was a friend that he had been abusive to. However, his friend was afraid of coming out, or their friend was afraid of coming out. Sorry. So I don't know. Dude decided to be the face of Go Army ad, so I'm not trying to give this man that much charitability, so please pop off. Yeah, he is a Go Army ad guy. Are you talking about this tweet? Yes. There's a particular actor relatively new to the scene who Twitter has violently fallen head over heels for, who in actuality is a vicious, cruel, abusive human being, both professionally and in his personal life, and every new viral thirst tweet about him drives me insane. This was back in February 14. Now we know who this tweet was about. Was tweeted by Chateau Bunny, which was right after the Jonathan Majors accusations came out. And then this account also said ding, 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 and then added further context. Yes, I know A.B. Allen is MB. Yes, A.B. Allen is MB. As soon as he was arrested, a ton of people from New York City Productions, not just that one tweet, all said he's a sociopath with incredibly awful to crew and relentless and angry. Allegedly, the evidence is that she had strangulation marks and bruises on her face and neck when she went to the cops to report it, and he was charged. Yes. So, take all of this with a grain of salt, obviously. But Jonathan Majors was charged with multiple counts of assault by the New York District Attorney after the arrest over this alleged domestic dispute. People has obtained the documents from the Manhattan District Attorney's office that shows Majors, 33, was charged with 3 counts of assault in the 3rd degree, aggravated harassment in the 2nd degree, and 3 counts of attempted assault in the 3rd degree and harassment in the 2nd degree after he was arrested for an alleged domestic dispute on Saturday. Documents show the victim told police that Majors allegedly struck her about the face with an open hand, causing substantial pain and a laceration behind her ear, as well as allegedly grabbed her hand and neck, causing bruising and, as well, substantial pain. The actor is completely innocent and probably the victim of an altercation of a woman he knows, is what Chaudhry, Majors' defense attorney, said. We are quickly gathering and presenting evidence to the district attorney with the expectation that all charges be dropped imminently, Chaudhry said in a statement. This evidence includes video footage from the vehicle where this episode took place, witness testimony from the driver, and others who both saw and heard the episode, and most importantly, 2 written statements from the woman recanting these allegations. That is pretty fucking open and shut. But even said all of that, even when all of that happens, yeah, she did not call the cops, he called the cops. It's a strange situation. I want to see the evidence. Yeah. The weirdness of this situation is that, like, there's 2 different dynamics here. Jonathan Majors is a black man. Let's be real. Jonathan Majors is a black man, and it's not like the criminal justice system is very sympathetic to any kind of accusation launched towards a black man. However, Jonathan Majors is also a rich black man, a very rich black man who is tied to probably one of the wealthiest IPs, one of the richest IPs on the planet. So on the one hand, this is why I'm saying it could go either way in the situation. So on the one hand, it could be yet another circumstance where you have a domestic dispute. There is a domestic dispute potentially that has been blown out of proportion, where like he might not be the responsible party. But also, on the other hand, it could be very valid. Okay? It could be very valid. I'm not saying it is. But that's why I'm saying there's I have no like credible evidence on this beyond pure speculation, and giving you both sides of this conversation because we don't know, and evidence will perhaps shed some light on the matter. Another director spoke on Majors, Tim Nicolai. I'm just going to say this about Jonathan Majors and be done with it. Folks at Yale and the broader New York City community have known about him for years. He's a sociopath and an abuser, and that is how virtually everyone speaks about him. It's a shame it took this long for him to be reported. Yeah, so a bunch of other people came out with accusations towards him. That he was said he was an abusive person, sociopathic. I think you should believe the victim personally. Yeah, but that's easy to say, except now the lawyers are saying that the victim wrote written testimony that says that the situation is different. So what do you do? It's so easy to just say, believe the victim in this situation. Okay, well, the victim said that they were domestically abused by Jonathan Majors. Now they have recanted. How are you going? And in writing too. That could be a consequence of, Big Money Bags MCU protecting their main villain. Okay? Or that could be because there was a misunderstanding. I don't know. Without further evidence, I don't know. I can't act like I know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't know. Does that make sense? Do you understand? Trust but verify. Marvel doing an Ezra Miller. Yeah, I mean, exactly. They recast all the time. I don't think Disney did anything. Yeah, no. What? What? No, this is like the next 5 years of franchise play right here. This is like, no, this is like a NFL. This is like if Patrick Mahomes was like a fucking abusive person and there was like evidence, or Patrick Mahomes was like arrested for abuse. Like, they're not gonna fucking let that go, dude. Are you kidding me? They're gonna. I'm not saying he was or did. I'm just simply stating that there have been instances where, like, yes, a franchise will absolutely defend and protect their player. Deshaun Watson is like if Ray Allen killed a guy, but he was the best linebacker of a generation. Wait, wasn't it? It was not Ray. It was Ray Lewis. You mean? Yeah, Ray Allen is. Damn, I know. So I got something right that Emma got wrong for a second. Let's go about fucking Ray Allen. It'd be really funny if Ray Allen actually killed a guy. Because he's so like, I don't know. He doesn't strike me as the type. You know what I mean? Ray Allen's a great shooter, but a different type of shooter. Yeah, we know Ray Allen's a basketball player who played for the Celtics. Even I know that. And the Heat. Whatever. Okay. Sports cucks outing themselves. Fake Twitch users enjoying sports. Suck my cock. I lied so Hasan could look smart. Thank you, M. Hud. Ray Lewis didn't kill a guy. He was a really good friend and helped his friend after his friend murdered a guy. He was simply an accessory to murder. I mean, come on. Ask Ray Lewis where the missing white suit is. No one will know. You guys are tarnishing the reputation of a good man who has a statue erected in his name. Okay, so guess what? How many statues do you have erected to your likeness and name? 0. Exactly. So he wins that. He wins those. But yeah, my point is, do you understand? Like, you know, billion-dollar productions are sometimes going to protect their important, valuable assets. Who knows? Who knows what happens? I mean, fucking DC's still going with Ezra Miller. You know what I mean? And we know for a motherfucking fact that Ezra Miller has done a bunch of, like, a litany of criminal shit. Like, an insane amount of criminal shit. Like, we know what they did. You know what I mean? We know. And perhaps are still doing, right? Like, Ezra Crime Miller. Yeah. So, you know, Ezra the Claw Miller. No, they cut him and canceled the Flash stuff. No, wait. Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure. No. No, Ezra Miller is like still going with DC. No, Ezra Miller is still happening. They didn't cancel Flash. Look. Ezra Miller's The Flash gets a PG-13 rating with a twist. Yeah, it's still going on. Flash was done recording before all his shits. They have to release it. No, they brought them back for reshoots and shit. They like movies don't get made like that and then shelved. There's like still it's an ongoing project. So they have to bring them back. I was hella surprised when I saw the Flash's trailer the other day. How do they have a job? Yeah. What about Batgirl? I don't know. What happened with Batgirl? I'm sure was someone like quote unquote canceled or under like legal scrutiny in Batgirl? Or was it something different? Scrap for a tax write-off? They killed the whole Batgirl movie to save tax money? Yeah, that's different. Off topic, but something with the Muslim chatters that you tortured yesterday with the food streams.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
مرحبا وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
يا شيخ اليوم بالغلط وقعت ووقع في تمي شاورما مع زيادة وطحينية.
نعم.
وكمان قطعة تفاح وتقريبا 3 لتر مي.
أي.
فمش عارف هل أكمل صيامي ولا أطعمني الله وسقاني.
Oh, dude. A lot of people don't understand how commonplace this is. You know what I mean? It happens. It fucking happens. Okay? You hate to see it, but it's like Allah fed him. You know what I mean? It's jump humping for Muslims? Yeah, exactly. Okay. So yeah, that's what I got on Jonathan Majors. I don't know enough. I don't know what the fuck's going on. We await for further developments. We're gonna do Chinese population shrinkage. And also on top of that, well, it's not just that, but we got the Gwyneth Paltrow thing. We got rapper Pras Michelle standing in trial for Washington, D.C. for conspiracy and other charges for being a Chinese spy potentially, or a Chinese agent that didn't log on as a foreign agent. Everyone needs loopholes, like how Catholics sacrifice by giving meat up on Fridays and replace it with 3,000 calories of fried fish and chips. Yeah. So have you age guessed any more photos? No. I do have to say something really quickly. A lot of people who are saying that I didn't play any video games yesterday are actually wrong. Oh, also, we're going to talk about the Nashville Christian school shooter was a former student, the police chief says. And also, Audrey Hale was a AFAB, assigned female at birth, trans man, it seems. But of course, because this is a breaking news story, obviously everyone is like misgendering him, and you know, like there's a lot of confusion and chaos in general. And then the perpetrator being trans makes things even more complicated. So why they got to do that? I'm pretty sure this isn't deliberate. Okay? Like that's not, I don't think that was deliberate. It's breaking news. Also, for a lot of transphobic people, trans men don't even like exist. It's not even in their like periphery, so they're like always shocked. So this will further brick everyone's brains. Most people don't even understand that, like, you know, like trans men are a thing. Please stop using AFAB and AMAB as transphobia in different terms. Wait, what am I supposed to use? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? I thought that was the woke lexicon. Since when did that change? No, you're changing too fast. I want to hear, no. Go back to the forest, okay? I don't know what the patch notes are. Go back to the forest, okay? You can't do a hot fix like that in real time and then expect me to know the latest, okay? No. Go back to the forest and do the trans council, the elderly council of trans needs to congregate and then come out with a press release. Okay? I'm pretty sure I was using the most woke latest terminology. Some anti-trans people are using it shittily is all basically. Yeah, what the fuck? We got some trans council members in the chat right now, and they are correcting you. You are wrong. It's fine if you use AFAB, AMAB. People just prefer using transmasc and transfam, but AFAB, AMAB are useful for explaining this to cis people. It can be used bad sometimes. So when did that happen? I don't even know. The AMAB AFAB combo has been going on since like 2017, but like most trans people still use AFAB AMAB. Yeah, I can't. You're not a doctor, don't use it. Okay, well, you're fucking annoying, okay? Shut the fuck up. Like, Jesus Christ. This is insane. Okay, stop. We're not even doing that. I'm not gonna dunk on one random chatter and all this shit. It's time to sit your cis ass down and learn. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. It's like, oh, okay. What is this? Every fucking day. This is why they said that, by the way. Every fucking day on here, I see people who reduce AFAB non-binary people to their AGAB and basically wink, wink, nudge, nudge their way into saying AFAB non-binary people are just really women. Am I right, folks? This person did nothing wrong and his husband is supportive. What the fuck? Wait, what? I don't know what the... No. This is too much. This is too much. It says 977 likes. This is not making it out the fucking... This is not making it out the trans elderly council. It's not. This is being vetoed, okay? It's literally being vetoed as we speak. No. We're not doing like... No, stop. We're not doing like fucking... Like unnecessary trans discourse in trans Twitter that is like constantly fighting one another. We're not doing that. This is not that space, okay? This is a space where there are a lot... This is a space led by a cishet, okay? With a lot of cishet people in here, you're gonna scare the hoes, okay? Don't do it. Don't scare all the hoes. This isn't Tumblr. You know, this is not happening. We're not having this discussion right now, okay? Contextually speaking, you know, don't bring up non-queer reviewed, peer reviewed strategies and terminology, okay? I don't even know what AGAB is, so I don't even want to know, okay? Like, there were letters in there that I don't even understand, okay? Yes, queer-reviewed terminology only, okay? No, we're not doing it, okay. Assigned gay at birth? No. Oh, AGAB is just assigned gender. Okay, assigned gender at birth. Okay, we learned a new term. I'm a trans woman on HRT and my ass doesn't know what the fuck that is. See? Patch notes. You haven't gotten it yet. That's what it is. Okay, so as I was saying, like, I can't believe this is what the conversation has turned into. New leftist discourse topics are my favorite part of the broadcast. Yeah. There's no way to like describe this to a broader population without like, we're literally talking about a breaking news mass shooting that school shooting that just happened, and the perpetrator is trans. The perpetrator has been misgendered as a woman the entire time. Transphobic people are literally using this to say, like, look, because they don't understand. They think, like, there are only trans women, no trans men, right? So, like, in their baby brains, they literally are thinking, like, oh, yeah, here it is, another man that did a shooting, okay? When, in fact, it was, like, the transphobes are correctly gendering the trans man, thinking that they're misgendering the trans man. There's no way to describe that without using terminology such as AFAB or AMAB. Assigned female at birth, assigned male at birth. This was an assigned female at birth trans man, okay? From what I understand, there was a manifesto as well involved in this. But I can't see it because I have to register to the Independent. So I'm not going to do that, obviously. Get the fuck out of here, Independent. But... Bro, I have lost the plot. Anyone over 60 would listen to this and die? Yeah, basically what people are saying is like, this is a transgender woman, which is ironically like misgendering the trans person. And I don't think Fox News and everyone else is actually deliberately misgendering them. I think they think that they are misgendering the trans man by saying this is a trans woman. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because a lot of these professional news outlets have a policy not to misgender, regardless of how right-wing they are. I'm talking like legacy publishers, will actually never misgender deliberately. So what's going on currently is they think they're being like quote unquote woke, right? While simultaneously misgendering the person. But of course, that is mostly because trans men are invisible to most transphobes. Yes, exactly. Now, of course, yes, from what I understand, the name of the perpetrator, the name of the shooter has been released, and immediately people started digging in. The shooter was Aubrey Hale, but I think this is a dead name. I don't know what his actual what his his name is. Might have been Adin Hale. Okay. So all of these articles right now, given the fact that this is a developing news story, all of these articles are going to have incorrect information and a lot of dead naming and misgendering going on. Okay? I think you're misunderstanding the not a man thing. They're saying that they as a trans man are not a man and they actually are a woman, not accidentally saying anything. No. The thing is, no, I don't agree with that. Fox News does a metric ton of anti-trans propaganda. We cover it regularly. A lot of these news outlets actually have a style guide that they hold on to, that they literally will go by. And even Fox News' style guide will not deliberately misgender someone. Remember, we talked about this a long time ago. I do think that this is actually this is probably an unintentional misgendering, just like NBC News is unintentionally misgendering this person. Now, Fox News' news coverage style guide is very different than Tucker, obviously. Tucker Carlson deliberately misgenders people all the time. Does that make sense? Do you understand what's going on? For Philip DeFranco to misgender the shooter, to misgender the shooter, he didn't do it on purpose. Does that make sense? Like, a lot of outlets are not intentionally misgendering the shooter. Not that this part of the process matters all that much. Obviously, I'm not going to misgender someone once I know that they're trans, but because I'm not interested in shitting on trans people. This doesn't have anything to do with trans people in general. This is one specific trans man. This person killed kids, and this is our argument. Exactly. This is like irrelevant to the subject matter. Obviously, I'm just trying to clarify it so that everybody understands what the actual facts of the matter is. Okay? I'm giving you advice on media literacy. I'm giving you advice on how the media operates. And I'm telling you this before we move on to the real matter at hand, which is, of course, the fact that guns are easily accessible, readily available for everyone, regardless of what their gender status is in the United States of America. Okay? So, yeah. Also, on top of that, I mean, yeah, he is still a psychopath, okay? Doesn't matter. He's still a fucking, freak. Like, that's it. It's completely irrelevant to the gender status of the particular individual. He is a fucking murderer, a mass murderer, a school shooter. Okay, so remember that. Now, having said that, No, bro, what the fuck it matters? Why would you handwave chatters calling a black shooter racial slurs just because he killed kids? Chatters need to use their fucking heads and stop letting out their internalized transphobia. No, we're not allowing that to happen. But you also have to, again, remember that is, I'm in the process of explaining that is like not acceptable. That's not what I'm doing. And we're moving on to the main point of contention. Okay? This is not happening. You're hyper-focusing and lasering in on an issue, and I am afraid that you are not seeing the larger picture here, which is that inevitably this will be, just like anything else, weaponized against the trans community. This person's gender is completely irrelevant in this conversation. Okay? And if you hyper-focus on it as a trans person or as a trans ally, you are lending credence to the psychotic right-wingers that will then turn around and say things like, oh, look, all they care about, all these trans people care about is the gender of the shooter. Do you get what I'm saying? Don't do that. Especially because this will be utilized towards trans people as though like all trans men and all trans women are going around doing mass shootings. Okay? Every single shooting leading up to this one over the past couple of years, every single shooting that occurred in mainstream media, that was covered in mainstream media, the right immediately said, this is a trans person. This is a trans person. This is a trans person. Finally, there is a shooting where it is actually a trans person that did the shooting. So now the right basically got their wish. Okay? So there's two different situations at play here. The main issue, obviously, is more dead children and more dead teachers and faculty staff in a nation where this seems to be commonplace. That's the number one issue. Okay? The secondary issue on top of that is that this will be weaponized against trans people as though trans people are doing this all the fucking time. Okay? This is the United States of America. In the United States of America, everyone has the opportunity to purchase a weapon. Okay? Here it is. Here's some great examples of people that are literally getting so horny that they don't even care about the fucking victims. They don't even care about the situation at hand. They've already jumped the gun. They put the cart before the horse, and now they're immediately shitting on trans people in general. Conduct yourself, if you're a trans person, conduct yourself in this moment with the utmost scrutiny and you know, be as deliberate and as careful as you can if you're going to be a trans person online right now, because the other side is going fucking crazy. Okay? They've jumped the gun and they're looking like unhinged fucking freaks. Colorado Springs shooter identified as non-binary. The Denver shooter identified as trans. The Aberdeen shooter identified as trans. Nashville shooter identified as trans. One thing is very clear. Modern trans movement is radicalizing activists into terrorists. Insane. Not real. This tweet is not accurate. I think with the exception of the Denver shooter, who I don't know if it was if they were trans or not. I don't fucking know. But I think the Denver shooter actually killed their trans sister in the Denver shooting. Okay? But of course, this is the United States of America. There's a mass shooting pretty much every fucking day in this country. There are going to be some mass shooters that are trans. There are going to be mass shooters that aren't exclusively just, cishet white men. This is going to happen. Okay? It's going to happen. They're going to hyper-focus on them. They're going to hyper-focus on this to make it seem like trans people are doing an unimaginable amount of mass shootings or some shit like that. Okay? So just remember that. 52 minutes, 20,000 likes. Yeah, he's a freak. Juniper has a tweet on the matter. 15 years ago, anytime there was any shooting, they would blame it on Muslims. And if it were a Muslim, they would go hog wild trying to indict all Muslims. They're doing that right now with the Nashville shooting and will try to indict all trans people. Just don't engage. See a Matt Walsh take that's incredibly aggravating? Ignore it. See a politician tweet misgendering the shooter while simultaneously trying to blame all trans people? Ignore it. Anyone with a brain and a shred of empathy will see right-wingers as the psychopaths they are. A lot of trans people are rightfully scared of the world right now. People hate us without knowing us and how amazing we are. Just know that you are loved and we will win. The world cannot hate us forever. Yeah. Exactly. Juniper put into words what I've been trying to say in a much better way. Okay? Know what you're saying, but can you please not call him a freak? There's so many things against us right now. I don't like the idea of just completely shitting on him. What do you mean? Yes, I'm going to completely shit on a school shooter because this is a school shooter, not a trans school shooter, but a school shooter. He murdered children at a school. Don't give your enemies further ammo. You are the one who is trying to apply additional empathy to a school shooter, and you are the one who is bringing up the trans status of a school shooter, making it seem like you are shielding someone who has killed kids. Don't do that. Okay? That's it. Anyway, this is basically how it works when there's like one story. Like the American conservative movement now basically revolves around constantly and consistently claiming that all trans people and all queer people in general are pedophiles, right? This is a big part of like modern day American conservatism. Every now and then, there is going to be a pedophile who happens to be trans. Okay? And they jump on that all the fucking time and immediately say, see? We were right. Meanwhile, the overwhelming majority is still cishet men, white men in particular. Okay? There is no reason to look at a situation like that where there is, let's say, a pedophile who happens to be trans, doing an incredibly cruel, inhumane, and very illegal thing. Okay? There's no reason to look at that situation, that individual situation that is like hyper-specific and happens like once every fucking, 100 years or whatever. Maybe not that infrequently, but still. Okay? There's no reason to look at that situation and try to defend that person because that person is doing something indefensible. Do you understand? It is a singular anecdote in a sea of data that points in a different direction. There is no reason for you to ever look at a person like that, okay, and then try to, try to even come across with like a ounce of empathy when all these motherfuckers have always done is just blame trans people in general. Okay? They're just doing the same cherry picking they always do. It's the same as when the right also craft a similar narrative towards undocumented immigrants in this country. There are 10 million, and that's a conservative estimate, undocumented immigrants in this country. Undocumented immigrants are statistically less likely to engage in any matter of crime in comparison to natural-born U.S. citizens. But every time the right cuts propaganda about undocumented immigrants, they always say immigrants are rapists, murderers, they're bloodthirsty, they're drug dealers. This is not the reality. This is objectively false. You're covering trans mention longer than a racist Israeli dude, I believe, feels like a problem. Yeah, I think it feels like a problem to you because you're a fucking freak. Because I am not covering the trans mention longer than the racist Israel dude. I have talked about Israel extensively for like almost an hour and a half, if not 2 hours today. I have talked about this issue for like, I believe, this part of the issue, specifically the transness, okay, for I probably like the past 15 minutes, okay? And the reason why you think that the 15 minutes is longer than the 2 hours I covered it is because you have an issue with that coverage. Why do people think they can police their own fucking broadcast? Because they think a subscription offers them more than just avoiding the top of the hour ad break. They think that when they subscribe, or not even, when they chat and they watch an ad at the top of the hour for 3 minutes, that they think they have ownership over the broadcast. And in some respects, there is a bit of that, right? But that doesn't allow you to be a fucking asshole micromanager. Just subscribe for $5 or for free at the top of the hour and fucking move on. And that way you won't see an ad. You can even, if you're lucky and a good boy, get gifted a sub. Okay? That's right. Get gifted a sub and avoid the top of the hour ad break as well. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. In New Zealand, we have an MP that's in hot waters after blaming cis white men for all the problems. She was hit by a motorbike moments before. I wish this was clickbait. LunaLux9, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Cigarette Overlord, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. This is why people call you a grifter. Why? Because I can navigate through touchy and sometimes very distressing subjects with the grace of a ballerina and utilize like a shitty moment where I'm supposed to yell at a chatter into an effective ad break that basically cuts the anger in the chat almost immediately and then gives me a 9.58 out of 10 as an ad segue. Is that why? Should I have instead yelled at that chatter? Continued to yell at that chatter endlessly? Would that have been better? Rainy draws a lot. Thank you for the 69 gifted subs, by the way. Allowing 69 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. So yeah, that's my take on the issue itself with respect to fuck. Wait, he was a furry? Is this a furry website? What the fuck are you sending me? Your learning and growth is really shown recently on trans topics. Oh, yeah. Well, there are things that still trigger me. Like wrecking and infighting still triggers the fuck out of me. But there was a person who was trying to say AFAB and AMAB is not allowed in this discussion and you shouldn't do it. You're being transphobic. And guess what? I didn't yell at them and we moved on. You know what I mean? You live and you learn and you grow. Okay. So, Copium, I didn't yell at someone just informing me. That's so funny. Weirdo. Hasan's trad wife. Why? Why are you so desperate to center the conversation around yourself? I'm not going to give in to what you want. Stop. Take a second off and cool off. Okay? Stop. Anyway. Were they a boy or a girl? I've seen so many articles say she. This was, as far as I understand, a trans man. Okay? But again, let the fucking TERFs be absolute freaks like they've been. This is the latest and greatest from the... Remember when I said being transphobic is a mental illness? Like, ironic because, like, TERFs always say, like, oh, being trans is a mental illness or whatever. Like, you know, transphobic people say that. No, it's actually being transphobic that is a mental illness. This lady is one of my favorite new freaks on the internet. Okay? One of my favorite new freaks, Jessica Pin, says, this is obviously not a female vulva. It should not be included in the vulva diversity project. Cis women do not deserve to pay the price for anatomical trans surgery outcomes. People should be able to recognize what normal, natural vulva looks like. That's the point. Now, what I find particularly insane is that this looks a hell of a lot like mine, and I was born with it. Just because it doesn't look like yours doesn't mean it's not natural. It doesn't. Look again. Look closer. So, Jessica Pin is the latest and greatest in the absolute psychopathic anti-trans weirdos on the internet. She put up like a bunch of pussies, a bunch of vaginas, okay, that were made into casts, and basically decided that she is the pussy police. Okay? She was like, I am the pussy police. I'm the vulva verifier. I'm the coochie cop. Okay? The vagina vigilante, if you will. Yes. She decided that she is going to be the referee. She decided that she knows what good pussy looks like. It's no longer good pussy sounds like fried chicken when it's pissing. It's more so whatever Jessica Pin, also her username is Mediclit, has decided is what good pussy looks like. I'm pretty sure all of the pussies that she posted were just like, you know, just regular old pussies. You know, pussies come in all shapes and sizes and with like different walls and whatnot. Yeah, the clit commander, on the other hand, has decided some of these pussies are not like the others. It's mac and cheese, my brother. Yeah, you've never seen that meme? It's like, good pussy sounds like fried chicken frying when it's pissing. Pussy piss so good, sound like she frying chicken. Yeah, that was the meme, I think. I'm going to stop talking about this now. Duel me and pussy guesser, bro. Okay. She got voluntary cosmetic vaginoplasty because she thought she looked used and it fucked hers up, and now she calls herself someone with FGM. That's awesome. I mean, sad, but also very funny in some ways.
Damn, boy, were you just frying chicken in there? For real, though. You piss loud as fuck. I think that's pretty cool.
This made it so much worse. Anyway, that's hilarious because I literally have done that successfully. Did you find a photo where my legs aren't spread? Also, this is fucking creepy behavior. Oh my God. Bro, she had this conversation with Electra Rain and then turned around and said, that's hilarious because I literally have done that successfully. Did you find a photo where my legs aren't spread? Also, this fucking creepy behavior. Can you send me a vulva pic in the same position? I can explain how it really doesn't look like that cast. I love that. I mean, she is out of her mind. She is so unhinged. And I really, really respect her for the posting. She also posted, at 17, doctors convinced me the ideal vulva was one with everything hidden between the majora. Now when I see vulvas where everything is hidden, I worry if something bad has happened to them. I actually zoom in, looking for the clitoris, wondering if she is okay. Yes, I haven't talked about the worst part. If you thought that this was the absolute worst part, fear not, there is something significantly worse than this. And that is this tweet. With the first cadaver, I tried to stick my fingers in her vagina in order to assess relative location of clitoral body, but then it got too awk because my dad was there, so I did not try again. Ashamed monkey emoji. Now, the sound mind says, why did you post this? A good moment would have been a moment where you thought to yourself, perhaps I should not post this. Perhaps this is not the right thing to post. How does this post make me look? But also at the same time, I appreciate what she's done for the field of posting because I love looking at unhinged, mentally ill freaks. This is my fun. And I really appreciate that she is just literally posting in the most unhinged, most honest way you possibly could. She has hit the limit. Oh, she's racist too. Shocker. That's crazy. Here's a video that breaks down Jessica Pin, medical xenophobia, ongoing targeting of black OBGYN physicians, downplaying the Holocaust, and complete lack of understanding about many of the things she's talking. Wow. Wait, she follows me? Wait, what the fuck? No. No, I didn't even know that part. Okay, that's weird. Why? Look away. She doesn't follow me. She's been on The Daily Show and The New York Times. My initial thought was she's a troll or a guy masquerading as whatever this is, but holy shit, this tweet was from 3 years ago. Let's hear what she has to say.
Who has a history of targeting. I really don't like using my platform to call out specific people, but this creator, who has a history of targeting black OBGYN physicians, has created a video that's gaining traction, so let's talk about it. A few weeks ago, I posted about a beautiful illustration of a black pregnant woman and a black fetus. It was the first that I'd seen. The creator tweeted about the video, saying that it was actually an example of female genital mutilation, that I was ignorant, so I didn't notice. She then said this happened because it illustrates from Nigeria, where she reports that female genital mutilation is common practice, even though it's illegal there. She then went on to compare female genital mutilation to the Holocaust, and when people called her out on this,
people don't like me comparing female genital mutilation to the Holocaust, so let's do some math to show the mortality and morbidity caused by female genital mutilation is actually significantly greater than the Holocaust. Yo, she hit all the high notes. Respect. I mean, that's like, I'm telling you, it's like peak poster. She is like so unhinged, dude.
she said they should put their emotions aside. Well, multiple OBGYN physicians pointed out that her claims were inaccurate. Additionally, anatomic features focus on specific parts of illustrations. It's why in this image we also don't see the hands, the feet, the head, the uterine vessels even.
Yeah, she's like, clearly this is actually anti-woman because they obviously have cut a woman in half to show this photo. They've also noticeably cut her hands and her legs. So that's really fucked up.
The focus here is the black baby. But when physicians suggested that this image was about celebrating the beauty of black pregnancy in a time where health disparities were high, Jessica said, LOL, health inequities and disparities are less than ever. And then she used the...
What the fuck? Law, health inequalities, and disparities are less than ever. There's just more awareness. Wait, first of all, that's insane. What? She thinks that there's less health inequality for black women? What the fuck? That is so wrong. That is like objectively the most... Read one book, any book. Literally just a singular book. Surgeons have been practicing on minority populations forever. In the 80s at Johns Hopkins, they said, all you need to learn surgery is a knife, a book, and an N-word. Wake up.
N-word. And she's harassed many physicians and claims that black women bring in race to arguments.
Wait, whoa. And then she said, this is why the only demographic that has never attacked me publicly and played the victim game are white heterosexual males. White women will say I've harassed them because they're women. Black women will bring in race. This is how they avoid discussing the problem. Bro, you're the problem. What do you mean? Men don't even give a fuck because you are obsessively trying to find the clitoris. And if there's one thing that men don't give a fuck about, it's finding the clitoris. So yeah, I don't think men follow you. Because they don't give a shit. Also, objectively hilarious that she said if there's one group of individuals that don't obsessively play the victim, it's white men. Famously and notoriously. Pussy is like an Arby's sandwich, too much bun or too much meat, and it's hard to eat. Cock is like a Philly flagpole. No matter how lubed up it is, you can always climb it. I'll allow it because there's Philly slander. Even though Alan Fisher and everyone else will say, you know, Philadelphia is one of the most pedestrian friendly cities in the United States of America, which is true, and has beautiful streets that are akin to the Netherlands. I'm still going to engage in it because it slanders the Philadelphia sports fans. So. Philly also has the least friendly pedestrians. True. That's actually pretty good. Well, just had a chemical release in the Delaware River. Yeah, well, that's like, you know, maybe that'll like sedate the Philadelphia for one day and stop them from eating horse manure. All jokes aside, we'll cover that as well. This is great because for normal people, she's like a 12 on the crazy scale, but for a TERF, she's like a 6. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the TERF scale of like mental illness is like significantly higher as far as like glass ceilings than the normal person mental illness scale. So like she has hit all the high notes at a certain point, but this is like just starting on her journey of transphobia, really.
In race to arguments. Look, Learning accurate female anatomy is something we're sorely missing in medical school. I've made many videos about that. I want images to be accurate. But this creator has proven her xenophobia by assuming this is genital mutilation because of where the author's from, has repeatedly attacked physicians, and proves she doesn't understand the importance of intersectionality and continues to harm different communities.
She's transvestigating pussycats. That's at least at 8 on the turf scale. I think, like, yeah, it could be a little bit higher. 8 on the turf scale. For people who are wondering what's a 10 on the turf scale, it's when you are literally just assuming that your biological mother is actually a trans person. Like, I think that's when you hit like a 10 on the turf scale, when you like start transvestigating your mom and dad. Like, you can't. And then a 12 on the turf, 12 on the turf scale is when you start transvestigating yourself. And you're thinking like, oh, like, am I trans? You know what I mean? Like, what if I'm trans? That sort of thing. Was she fingered a cadaver and DMs people for pics, to be fair? Yeah, but that's still like a... Okay, I'm going to say that's an 8 on the turf scale. But, like, remember, turf scales are crazy. Like, you're misunderstanding the point. What was the reporter dude that got murked by the cops? Was a transvestigator? Wait, which one? It is a logarithmic scale, yeah. Full turf ascension is when you become trans? No. You're misunderstanding me. I didn't mean like start investigating whether or not you're trans. I mean like, what if I, without realizing, have already undergone HRT, is what I'm saying. Like, that's, it's not like, I'm not saying that you're like a trans person and then you have internalized transphobia. I'm saying that like, you start thinking that like, you know, you start thinking that if you're a cis woman, that you're actually a trans woman. Does that make sense? Like, what if I was at a really early age, you know, what if I went under, you know, HRT? So psychosis? Yes. Well, yeah. Like somehow your parents trans you. Your trans parents, because like remember, like you started transvestigating your parents. You're at an 8, right? So then when you're at a 10, you're like, oh, my trans parents actually transed me as a baby. That kind of thing. And then the chemicals in the water have also turned, you know, kept me trans. That kind of thing. Because ultimately, when you are conducting transvestigations on every single person, from like the person at the cash register, all the way to like your neighbors and whatnot, and even your parents, the only one left that you haven't transvestigated is yourself. And at that point, you're like, oh, it's because I am trans already. Like, I've been trans. Trans Memento, a Christopher Nolan movie, that kind of thing. Exactly. And of course, fear not. There is one way to overcome this, and that is, and it's so simple. Just don't be transphobic. Like, literally, it is such a wonderfully simple way to just undo all of that, because it loops back around to gender abolition in a weird way. Does that make sense? Because transvestigation is hilarious for one reason and one reason only. And that is that gender is an expression. We can agree with that reality and we can disagree with that reality, but it's still the reality, which is precisely why transphobic people that go down the transphobia pipeline ultimately are engaging in gender abolition, but they're doing it in a transphobic and anti-trans way, and that causes their fucking that caused their brain to be irreversibly fried. Gender is biology, lol. No, biology is biology. Gender is not biology, lol. Gender is a social construct that you apply on top of biology. And I'm willing to bet that even when we talk about sex, for example, okay, which would be like the biological underpinning, you still misunderstand sex as well. If you think that it's a binary. Emir Gülerhan, thank you for the 31 gifted subs. But yeah. I know. Elon Musk is destroying Twitter. I know. Starting April 15th, only verified accounts will be eligible for the For You recommendations. This is the only realistic way to address the advanced AI bot swarms taking over. It is otherwise a hopeless losing battle. Voting in polls will require verification for the same reason. Dude, he just keeps saying AI bot swarms to try to make money, but in the dumbest way possible. I will never go on the For You page. It is so fucking dog shit. Boss swarms are why there's no more check marks for notable figures. Makes sense. Yeah. Which also inherently removes the reason as to why. Because on April 1st, Elon Musk has stated that he's now removing legacy check marks, right? Legacy check marks such as myself. Now, it's funny because the only reason right now, the only reason why people even buy the $5 or $8, whatever the fuck it is, blue check marks, is so they can dupe people into thinking for a brief moment that they have a legacy check mark. So if you remove the legacy check mark, you're basically, you're basically making people, you're devaluing the product. Okay? You're devaluing the product, and now people don't have an incentive to buy it. Don't pay for the check mark. I will not be paying for the check mark, my friend. I do not care. So now, the only people remaining with a blue check mark are going to be fucking dorks that paid for it. But from what I understand, they will add a hide checkmark feature as well, because people said we're just going to block everyone with a blue check mark. So now Elon is like, oh, we're just going to hide them. And knowing how fucking bad Elon Musk is at running a website, people will find it. As a brand, aren't you kind of forced, sadly, to grow your stream and clips sent to Twitter? I mean, I use Twitter for sourcing information. It's very important for news, especially real-time news. And since Elon's takeover, Twitter has been garbage. It's dog shit. The For You page is full of like weird right-wingers talking about trans people. It's all fight videos. Almost always a woman getting their ass beat. Like literally always with like, you know, sexyfights.com or whatever the fuck. Fight Haven. Which I did follow at a certain point, which is really bad. It's a For You page, but yeah, but it's objectively not for me. Like, I don't like any of the things I see on my For You page. Do you? Like TikTok, my For You page on TikTok is pretty fucking good, right? When I go on TikTok, I see things that I'm interested in. When I go on Twitter, my For You page sucks. Like, it's all things that I'm not interested in. It's things that I don't want to see. Like, at all. It's like the reverse TikTok almost, where everything I don't want to see ends up on my For You page. I'm just like, please stop. Why is it on my For You page? Wait, can I look right now? Let's see. Also, desktop Twitter is a little bit weird. Desktop Twitter is not as bad. Desktop Twitter is not as bad as iPhone or like on the phone. So like this is normal, you know what I mean? This is like not bad. These are mostly just like people that I follow. Whereas on my mobile phone, yeah, I don't want to free scroll obviously, but on my mobile phone it's like really fucking bad. In my experience, people who say they don't enjoy giving head, universal concept here. In my experience.
Oh my gosh. I don't agree with this.
People who say they don't enjoy giving head are very good at it.
That's most
Wait,
women.
are very good at it? I thought you were going to say
No,
are not.
they're not very
They're
good
not
at
very
it.
good at it.
They're
okay.
not. What are you
Because-
why are you on your phone? Are you going to call Ludwig?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
perfect.
insane.
That's awesome.
I'm just ask. Hey. What's up? I'm on the podcast.
Hey, Ludwig.
Don't talk to him.
Oh, sorry.
Question for you. Would you, between 1 and 10, and be totally honest here, how good am I at giving head?
People who say they don't enjoy. This episode was funny. Thank you. Have you seen the Auntie tweet? No, I have not. But I defended Auntie. Starting April 15th, only verified accounts will be eligible for you in the For You recommendations. Should I step down as head of Twitter? Yeah, this was pretty funny. What did he rate her? Guess you're going to have to watch the
Let's go to Pierre.
motherfucking... guess you're going to have to watch the motherfucking podcast. Okay, we'll do a full-blown coverage of this. This is like the latest information, but it's from 2 hours ago. I don't know if this is like going to be... No, we have a lot to watch today, so I'm going to skip this. The Mediclit woman was awesome, though. China's birth rates.
This chart shows China's birth and death rate over the last 60 years. For most of it, births are high. But in 2022, China had more deaths than births.
Schlatt TikTok taking over politics.
Hey, how do you feel about the current socioeconomic climate in America?
I think hamburgers and cheeseburgers work well with fries.
True.
Hey, how do you feel about the
Fucking killed it. He's so right. I agree with that. There is nothing that's so good. What? Trans woman beats transphobic guy. Can you cover a positive trans story, please? No.
Causing its population to decrease for the first time in 6 decades.
Good luck, creepy cool.
To get why this is such a big deal, consider this. China is the world's manufacturing superpower, and that's in large part because of its huge population. Nearly 30% of the country's economic output comes from manufacturing. Now here's China's population over the last 60 years. Even after losing almost 1 million people in 2022, its population is still about as big as it's ever been, 1.4 billion people. But that's projected to shrink by nearly half by the end of the century. Over the years, China's growth and policies have contributed to its population decline. Today, it's looking to reverse course, to keep its population steady. The problem is, it might be too late. In the 50s, under Mao, China experienced one of the most gruesome famines on record. 30 million people died. If we look at that on the birth and death rates chart, you'll see a big spike in deaths. At the same time, the birth rate dropped, causing the population to shrink. But as often happens with wars, famines, and other major crises, immediately after, there was a baby boom. Combined with global medical advances that decreased infant mortality rates, China's average family now had 6 children. The birth rate had skyrocketed, which the government saw as a big problem.
The Chinese leadership realized the population was growing too fast and something needs to be done. The government came out with a policy.
They called it later, longer, fewer. Later marriages, longer birth intervals, and fewer births. As a result, China's birth rate started trending down, but it wasn't low enough for China's leaders, and in 1980 they implemented the extreme one-child policy, which limited most families to 1 child.
That policy was also backed up by very harsh measures. There were campaigns of sterilization, IUD insertion, and induced abortions.
And while these campaigns began during the later, longer, fewer era, they were at their worst under the one-child policy, when China sterilized 20 million men and women and induced nearly 15 million abortions in a single year. But China had accomplished its goal. Population growth was under control. Except, as China would soon realize, these restrictive policies worked a little too well. In order for any population to stay the same size in the long run, each couple needs to have, on average, 2.1 children. This is called the replacement rate. The idea is that 1 child replaces 1 parent, and that 0.1 makes up for children who die before they become adults.
Isn't sex education the most effective birth control? No, the most effective birth control is development. That's it. That's literally it. Most effective way to just reduce birth rates is by 1, not having any immigration, and 2, just massive development. Look at Japan. That's it. Xenophobic immigration policies paired up with like massive amounts of development will immediately eviscerate your birth rate if that's something that you want to do. Which, by the way, ironically played a role in China's birth rates diminishing as well.
But China...
What else? I mean, there's some other shit too, like fucking making it super expensive, child rearing, child development being super expensive, not having a lot of opportunities, not having a lot of free time in your workplace, not having any like economic, not having any like having a gigantic economic burden, making the cost of living expensive. Reddit, that's a good one. True. Hentai and anime, that's another good one as well. For sure.
Has had a fertility rate that's far below 2 for over 3 decades. To bring that up, in 2016, China finally ended the one-child policy. And after briefly trying out a 3-child policy, in 2021, they finally let families have as many children as they'd like. But it hasn't worked. One big reason is the unique family structure produced by the one-child policy.
We're looking at what's called a 4-to-1 family structure, with a couple having 4 parents above them and 1 child below.
Most countries have diverse family structures, some with 3 kids, others with none. But with China's 4-to-1 model, millions of only children are under increasing pressure to care for their aging parents and...
Yeah, you're right, Chowder. This is why they need the dick-sucking factory. To suck their dicks dry and you know, pump it in to wherever. Jordan Peterson was right about that.
elderly grandparents. And this can make having multiple children even harder, especially as the cost of living keeps rising. A recent survey revealed that more than 50% of
South China Morning Post. China's rising living costs, economic uncertainties leave power income groups unwilling or unable to spend.
Keeps rising. A recent survey revealed that more than 50% of young people don't want more than one child because of financial and work pressures.
They were seeing cash subsidies for additional birth, longer maternal leaves, subsidizes for kindergarten, and all sorts of monetary support. Well, the thing is, almost none of them has worked because having a child is exceedingly expensive and it's a lifelong commitment. And so it's really actually hard to put a price on this.
But China's population crisis isn't just about babies. It's also about the balance between young and old. If we look at population pyramids that show distribution by age, we see that countries like Kenya, with rapid population growth, look like this: wide at the bottom, representing a lot of new young people, and narrow at the top. Countries experiencing slower growth, like the Philippines, are still triangular, but the difference...
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, because old people fucking die. People don't even make it to old age. That's what it is. Like that's it. That's it. When you're not a developed nation, purposely kept behind by colonial superpowers, you just, and you have a lot of issues with child mortality during pregnancy complications, things like that, as a consequence of like not having adequate medicine, like the United States of America. Kidding. The United States of America is pretty fucking dog shit, but still better in comparison, at least. But yeah, that factors into your life expectancy, but that also factors into having more children.
Between top and bottom is less pronounced. Now take a look at China and notice the narrow bottom, so fewer babies, and the heavy top, a larger number of elderly people.
Which is a happy outcome of our improvement in health and in standard of living, but combined with sustained low fertility, and that just produces sustained population aging.
In 2050, that pyramid is projected to look like this. And that will further drive down China's population, shrink its labor force, and put the whole country in a uniquely difficult position. In the 80s, China became a hotspot for foreign investment, cheap manufacturing, and exports.
A generation later, it was shooting up the ranks and becoming one of the world's leading and fastest growing economies by GDP. But not only did that economic modernization drive birth rates down further, it also didn't translate to an equally strong economy for everyone.
If we look at the GDP per capita, the best in...
It's so funny. It's like, dude, China will collapse anytime now is like always the argument. But also at the same time, it's like China's going to collapse tomorrow is such a funny argument to make about this issue, particularly because like it's one that America has only been able to avoid with obviously immigration, and many other developed nations also have the same issue.
Indicator we have for standard of living, China is much lower than these high-income countries. China became a major world economy nearly overnight, but it's still a middle-income country. Many, especially in rural areas, haven't benefited much from China's economic boom. And China has...
Okay, that's wild. Dude, come on, dude. That's bananas, brother. That is actually fucked up. That's insane. That is, oh my God. Okay, listen. Americans can't fucking look at like other countries and genuinely, if a country is declared a foreign adversary, there's no way that you can ever look at it objectively. And Vox is supposed to be like a progressive outlet, right? But of course, China is a national enemy, so therefore, like objectively, one of the most fascinating achievements in contemporary history is Chinese development and how aggressively successful it has been. Okay? Obviously, there are still rural areas that have not benefited in the same way as like tier 1 cities have, but the notion that Chinese rural development in comparison to like the United States of America, for example, has not been infinitely more egalitarian is insane. Okay? That's crazy. China does have a slightly greater poverty rate than America, but the overall poverty rate is much lower than 90% of countries. You have to look at where China was 30 fucking years ago in comparison to where China is now. You can't look at... This is a really, really annoying part of like doing any kind of political analysis that people engage in, where they refuse to look at how fast development has occurred and how evenly that development has occurred, and then compare it to another country that's like even comparable. America has been stagnant for a very long time, with our birth rates also declining. Now, of course, the only way that America has been able to deal with the declining birth rate is by literally immigration. That's number one, okay? But it's like irresponsible almost to look at what... Look at an admission that you made here where like even life expectancies increase in rural areas, and then simultaneously let go of that fundamental piece of information that implies that there has been prosperity, okay? Not in the same as like obviously rural areas of China are not fucking a tier 1 city. You know what I mean? It's like not everywhere looks like Shenzhen or whatever. But that still doesn't matter. There's been a dramatic improvement on the quality of life in rural areas in China, in comparison to like an unimaginable development in comparison to like fucking Alabama. Exactly. What the fuck? That doesn't mean that like poverty has been completely eviscerated, but you have to compare it. You have to compare it to where China was 30 fucking years ago. The funniest part about this is that if this was like the United States that did a fraction of this kind of development, according to the World Bank, more than 850 million Chinese people have been lifted out of extreme poverty. China's poverty rate fell from 88% in 1981 to 0.7% in 2015. The Western world loves looking at the USSR, okay, and taking advantage of the USSR's like many benefits, okay, and significant burden like in World War II, and then claiming it for themselves. Just like the Western world loves looking at China and Chinese development and only talk about how global poverty has been lifted dramatically on the planet exclusively in fucking China, like almost entirely in China. Remove China from the equation of extreme poverty globally, and obviously if you rate adjust it one more time to like an actual rate of extreme poverty and not change it, you will get a very different picture. The fuck? How influencers cover up crimes against humanity? What? The Uyghur influencers portray their homeland in Xinjiang as an idyllic and prosperous. However, numerous incredible reports, ongoing crimes. Wait, what? Dog, rural USA is just individual Ohios all over the place. Japan has been stagnating for almost 30 years now. It's an idiotic comparison to China. Japan modernized much earlier than China. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Has yet to develop the necessary safety nets to support its aging population.
To build the social infrastructure, like the social programs in healthcare and in pension, it takes time. and that's getting actually tougher with the economy that's slowing down.
And a slower economy will inevitably redefine China's role in the world as a manufacturing superpower.
What this means for China, for the
Yes, right after World War II, the predominant view is that in the West was that the USSR had beat the Nazis. But since then, and as tons of propaganda has been proliferated, the view almost completely shifted to the US having beaten the Nazis. Yeah, that is half a century of propaganda has dramatically shifted the attitude of even the French. You know what I mean? Like in France, I believe there was a study conducted immediately after World War II that showed that the French believed by like 75% or something, I'm not getting the numbers exactly right, that the USSR lifted the greatest, shouldered the majority of the burden. Yeah, here, this is another, ironically, this is also a Vox article, but yeah, 57% thought that the Soviet Union deserved the most credit for Nazi Germany's defeat in 1945. Now, in 2004, 58% believe that America deserves it. Think about that.
For the world is that the resource constraints from within.
America deserves what? The top of the hour ad break, of course. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. But if you don't feel like you deserve the top of the hour ad break, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. That's right. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Or you may be able to get gifted a sub. If you're lucky, here's the 3-minute ad break now. That's another way that you can avoid the ad breaks. Prop 65 warning. Thank you for this gifted sub.
Would also constrain the Chinese ambition and its global reach.
In some ways, China isn't alone. A lot of Asian and European countries are experiencing population declines too. What makes China different is how fast this all has happened. It was only 40 years ago that China started leveraging its booming population to become an economic super.
When you mention China, you should also mention the Tiananmen Square massacre, if you dare. What? If you dare. I don't give a shit.
Superpower.
Kev Rhino, thank you for the 5 to the subs.
Trying to stem population growth.
He said, if you dare.
Now that China's population growth is officially over, China may have to rethink its future, not just as a global superpower, but for its citizens at home, too.
They did another one. Why China is losing the microchip war. Okay, we're not going to do that, though. We're going to look at the false redemption of Logan Paul and never-ending grift by friend of the motherfucking show, Aubrey. Aubrey came out with a 45-minute docuseries on Logan Paul never actually redeeming himself. I have to pee really quickly. I'll be back.
We just want to make videos and put them on YouTube. Sometimes these videos might be like really stupid. I have hiccups, so sorry.
What we have here today is a blowhorn.
But we got good news, guys. We're coming back.
If you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe.
Yo, if you call the police, ask them if they could join the Logan.
Now realizing why they tried to arrest me last year.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
All right, see you.
Hey! What's up, Logan?
In March 2017, one of Vine's most notorious superstars greeted a crowd of screaming children from atop his $1 million apartment.
I'm gonna set this up. I want to get you guys some socks.
But he didn't plan to just give the kids free socks. Unbeknownst to his fans, Logan Paul had devised a plan to prank his most loyal supporters into thinking their favorite influencer just got assassinated in front of them. I'm not making this up. Explaining at the beginning of the vlog how he wanted.
Wait, that sounds kind of cool. Oh my God, what the fuck? Why is... I know this man. This is... This is Austin Mills. I play basketball with him.
To mess with his
Why
fans
is he
waiting
there?
across the street, Logan clarifies the Low Gang is about to witness his murder. The 14-minute video features Logan and his band of cronies buying a $70 prop shotgun and setting up a fake blood sprayer behind a giant window where all his fans can get a clear.
Okay, this is kind of fucking, I mean, it's like real fucked up. It's real fucked up, but also at the same time, it's like kind of funny. Am I crazy? Don't yell at me, but like if they weren't kids, if he didn't do this to like children, it'd be pretty fucking sick.
View of what they think are Logan Paul's final moments.
Yeah, someone in the chat said this correctly, but if Jerma had done this, like, you would fucking eat it up.
After publishing an Instagram story where he says there's a maniac in his building, Logan can be seen thinking up all the other ways to make the stunt seem as real as possible.
The murder is real. Oh! You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna hold my fake vlog camera so they think I'm just vlogging them instead of like waving and stuff. Let's get some Maverick socks for the low gangsters. Yeah! Oh,
As he steps toward the window, vlog camera in hand, a masked man brandishing the shotgun approaches Logan from behind before shooting him in the back point blank. Blood splatters all over Logan and the window as our man slumps against the glass and slides to the floor. At
Yo,
Logan's
that's awesome.
His friend props him up one last time, making sure the kids can get a good look at their hero's bloodied corpse. Shrieks of confusion and disbelief ripple across the crowd of preteens.
What the fuck? Also, crowd of preteens, and then there's a whole ass adult, okay? This dude played basketball for Baylor, dog. What the fuck's he doing in this video? He walked on to Baylor. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Unable to process what they just saw before Logan gets back up to address the audience once more.
Alright, here we go. Hey! I'm okay! Did you believe it? I think it's like a mix of like yes and no.
He assures them he's fine and that he is on his way to meet them across the street after he washes off all the fake blood. After all, it was just a prank, right?
He said W murder. Oh my God. Oh, what a horrific pause. Oh, jeez, Lord mercy. That's more traumatizing to the kids than anything else, really. What the fuck? You see this shit as a child, you're like, oh, hell no. Hell no. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Eustace bag looking motherfucker. Oh, no, brother. That is, whoo, Lucas Timothy. God damn, dude. God. Go to Turkey, go to Turkey, go to Turkey, go to Turkey, go to Turkey.
For your judgment to be so clouded by the chase for fame and riches that you would fake your own violent death in front of the ones who love and support your content the most, you'd need to be a special type of deranged. You'd need to be one of the Paul brothers, men who have spent their entire lives chasing numbers on a screen to add to an infinite pool of wealth. Just this video alone garnered Logan a grand 23 million views before he inevitably took it down. When it comes to the Pauls, brand.
Yeah, honestly, back then, YouTube was insane. I mean, he literally filmed a dead body at the suicide forest. Like, YouTube was so psychotic. People, I mean, half of you grew up on it and, like, don't even realize how fucking devastating that shit was. But, like, it was this, like, rapist prank YouTubers, okay? This kind of shit. Fucking racist prank YouTubers, sometimes rapist and racist prank YouTubers, okay? And then fucking just mainlining psychotic right-wing propaganda, like just straight up Richard Spencer shit.
Branding is everything. And ever since that fateful day in a Japanese forest, you could say Logan has made it his mission to appear as changed as possible on the surface. But what happens when you peer a little deeper into the void? Do you find a truly changed man, or just the same soulless clout goblin who would abandon all morals for a crumb of attention? I'm assuming you know the answer.
Logan Paul was caught with his pants down, exposed for one of the largest scams ever run by an influencer.
Join me in documenting a multi-million-dollar grifter that never seems to change no matter how much he wants us to think he has.
It just seems to me like he's always looking for the next quick buck at the expense of his audience.
Pretty much exemplary. No clickbait, no nothing. Logan Paul is just not to be trusted, period.
In the ultimate prank on humanity, Logan Alexander Paul was born on April Fool's 1995 in Westlake, Ohio. Raised by Pamela.
Okay, that's it. You got it. 4 minutes in. You already ended the man. Okay. There you go. That explains literally everything. He made it out of Ohio. It's just like there's straight up nothing you need to explain further other than that.
And Gregory Paul alongside his younger brother Jake, who you may or may not potentially have possibly heard of.
We've done a lot of dumb things. This is the dumbest thing we've ever done.
As much as I'd love to tear into both these goofballs, I only have enough patience to cover one scam artist at a time, so I'll have to pace myself. Growing up outside of Cleveland, Logan's outgoing personality was bound to land him in front of a camera at some point. By 10 years old, he had already picked up a hobby of photography, which evolved into making videos in his early teens, uploading archaic vlogs of their sports teams to YouTube in the very early days of the site. But nothing truly caught the attention of family and friends until they began shooting funny little sketches and pranks.
We are going to test it out right now. It's pretty loud.
These early videos were posted to a couple joint channels the boys shared by the names of Zoosh and L-Dog and J-Slice, which you can still find remnants of all these years later. For the most part, these videos consisted of a preteen Logan filming whatever wacky concept popped into his still developing brain. Looking back, it's not hard to see Logan's personality shaping into the one we know today.
Can I have an order of some? With,
Sorry, what's that?
an order of some.
Okay.
Can I have...
How many of those would you like?
3.
3 about some what?
What?
What was that again?
An order of... Wait, I'm not done though.
Okay.
Can I have a drink, what's that called again?
After a couple years of finding his footing, Logan launched a solo channel, the official Logan Paul, in 2013 to showcase the 6-second clips he had been posting to.
Wait, Logan Paul only has 5 million subs? That's kind of crazy. I would have thought he had like 20, right?
Vine the past several months.
That was a close one.
Reaching over 40 million active users by August 2013, the potential to make a name for yourself with just a 6-second snippet of your life was unprecedented. And such an ultra short
he has 23 million? Oh, okay. Early, back in the day, he had 5.
Format demanded the exact type of irreverent, fast-paced humor Logan and his brother had been unknowingly practicing for years. As soon as the app launched, the two made it a competition to see who could gain the most followers, prompting Logan to join a contest hosted by Virgin Mobile. Using their hashtag Happy Accidents, Logan was able to expand his Vine following exponentially, taking him from around 100 followers at the beginning of the summer to 1 million by September. Just like that, videos of himself bothering employees at Kroger and sniffing random women in public had placed him among the top creators on the app. I won't subject you to too much of his Vines since most of it's just but he fully embraced the immature, disrespectful man-child persona from the start. Probably because he is an immature, disrespectful man-child.
Attention ladies on the plane, my name is Logan Paul. I'm single and ready to mingle. I'm up near the cockpit in case anyone...
But it wasn't until a compilation of his most popular Vines reached 4 million views the first week it was posted to YouTube that Logan told his school newspaper that he saw potential for himself in the entertainment world. He never stayed past his freshman year at Ohio University for a variety of reasons, partly having to do with his new popularity giving him the chance to work with a number of mainstream brands. Shortly after dropping out of college, Logan could be seen doing promo for Just Dance, Dunkin' Donuts, Hanes, and many other companies who were more than willing to cut him a generous check, even making it onto an episode of Law and Order SVU, bizarrely enough.
What the fuck?
Drop that gun! Okay, got it.
By the mid-2010s, his clout was exploding. For better or for worse, people everywhere were talking about Logan's content. His army of low gangsters, as he called them, paved the way for his account to hit 9.4 million followers by late 2016. Even his pet Maverick the Parrot had a sizable Instagram account. Logan was proving even back then that if you had the numbers, you had leverage. Everything was downstream of getting as many Vine loops as possible, until the game changed.
What's up, Internet? My name is Logan Paul, and I am reporting live from Vine Street. Today we are going around asking some of Vine's biggest creators how they feel about their platform being killed off like a chicken at McDonald's. Let's go!
If you ask me, plenty of missteps factored into Vine's inevitable death. But the biggest of all was that nobody was getting paid. Seriously, you could be getting tens of millions of views a month and never see a single penny. So when the biggest Viners...
Yeah, but so was TikTok, and it was just brand deals. Vine was too good and too early. That's it. Vine's only problem was that it was a successful platform before people truly understood the ingenuity of literal fucking short bursts of content that keeps you on the platform itself. Hasan, did you ever make a Vine? I never had a Vine. I never had a Vine account, and I never made a singular Vine.
Realized they could just take their massive audiences elsewhere? Vine's fate was sealed. They had competition with YouTube AdSense, but were evidently not willing to compete. Without a sustainable business model that worked for their creators, Vine had no choice but to suspend all services on January 17th, 2017. By that point, plenty of massive ex-Viners were already well on their way to becoming some of the biggest accounts on Instagram and fastest growing channels on YouTube. One of the most notable, of course, being...
What is up, people of the internet? My name is Logan Paul, and welcome to my vlog channel. That's right, I'm vlogging now. You get to see more of me. Sick, right?
Logan kicked off his vlogging career on September 12th, 2016, with a trip to the music festival Burning Man. The 16-minute two-part series essentially laid the groundwork for what fans could come to expect for Logan's new channel. Daily uploads consisting of whatever new adventure Logan was embarking upon that day. His early vlogs featured appearances from other top creators and his lovely, very likable family.
Man, what's up with you? Jake Drake? And I'm Drag.
Even a few A-list celebrities made some cameos here and there.
Don't do that.
What? Bro, Kevin Hart was on a Logan Paul video? Dude, that is, wow. That shit is buried, brother. I had no... What the fuck? Yeah, their dad's a bit of a freak. I think he like kissed a girl that was like 17 or something, right?
Even a few A-list celebrities made some cameos here and there.
Don't do that. No, I don't think so, bro.
At this point, Logan was also tapped to star as the main character in the YouTube Red original movie, The Thinning, a science fiction teen dystopian drama that I'm sure is great. You couldn't pay me to watch it, but it sure as shit can't be as bad as Logan's solo movie.
Don't be so
Bro, for context, I need people to understand this is pre-adpocalypse at this point, I believe. And YouTubers that were this famous pre-adpocalypse made hundreds of millions of dollars, okay? Like, it was literally, like, Twitch is having its gold rush, or had its gold rush, I think, moment in a similar vein. And the number of money, the number of dollars that Twitch streamers made literally pales in comparison. Like, it's like nothing, okay? Nothing. Twitch has already peaked. It's already fucking, you know, it's already in decline as far as like permanent growth and shit like that. But the bag that like PewDiePie and you know, others of that sort, the bags that they fucking got were literally meteoric, okay? They did not make that much money. I worked at a major network and had access to all their financial data, maybe 20 million max. No, I don't believe that. I think all of the YouTubers that were like literally banging at that point, you're talking about AdSense money. It's not just AdSense. Remember, Adpocalypse took away a lot of the ad revenue, but also, no, it wasn't 20 million. It was more than that. He's wrong. 20 million is a lot. 20 million is a lot, but you're wrong. It was more than 20 million, okay? It's 20 million back then, maybe, but even more than that, in my opinion. But we're not talking just AdSense. Bro, he just said Logan Paul is a Vine star. As a Vine star, we're getting Dunkin' Donuts and Pepsi deals. Okay? PewDiePie is a 100 millionaire. lmao, no shot. You think PewDiePie is not worth 100 mil? You're crazy. This is before we talk about the merchandise. Dude, we're talking merchandising. We're talking ad revenue that was like big dollars on top of that. We're talking fucking literal fat brand deals. Let's see what PewDiePie's actual net worth is now. Let's see. I mean, none of this is going to be real, obviously, but yeah, it says it's around 40 million. No, I don't believe that. I think they just say that for every content creator. There's like, oh, it's probably 40 million. I worked for a company that wanted to hire him, and his fee for a 10-minute video was $750K. Yeah. I don't think people get how much these guys were justifying, like, in contracts.
Be naive. Beneath my name is penis.
As per usual with daily vlogging, Logan was constantly needing to up the stakes to keep his audience watching, which for the most part were actual babies. If you watch just a couple seconds of any of these vlogs, you can tell Logan deliberately geared his content towards a much younger demographic. From the editing to the way he spoke, the colors, the titles. I mean, this stuff must have been crack for middle schoolers, which makes it only slightly awkward when you have videos like "My boy hooked up with my mom." I can barely say that with a straight face.
Oh, you called?
Yes, I did. Yes.
But first, a word from our beautiful sponsor, Raycon. Raycon
crazy.
provides premium
You put that my boy hooked up with my mom shit, right, as a Raycon ad too. I see what he's doing. Subtle.
The health thing alone was like, bro, I drove myself
Which
to sickness.
also has something called a purple ceiling, where they expect creators to max out views, burn out, stream less, and then leave. YouTube, on the other hand, had actively built up its creators until the adpocalypse. Wait, really? I mean, that actually makes a lot of sense if you look at like all the OGs on the platform. And with the exception of myself and like XQC, I would say many of the top content creators have literally consistently lowered their hours of streaming. And Summit too. I think Summit is another one who like literally has not stopped and is just fucking going. But yeah, I mean, think about it. Which is understandable. We're not talking about popping off. We're talking about hours streamed. Horse straw pops off. PewDiePie is not worth 100 million. I mean, this Reddit, I can't believe I'm going to Reddit for this, but like, it does make sense. PewDiePie net worth, according to Google, is 30 to 50 million. His net worth, according to Bing, is 40 million. His monthly earnings are upwards 406,000. His yearly earnings are up for 4.8 million, according to Social Blade. And Social Blade yearly earnings are like insanely fucking vast, but it's like usually probably closer to the higher side. Monthly earnings are, according to Nox Influencer, his yearly earnings are around 800,000. Top two most viewed videos, Bitch Lasagna made $4 million. Congratulations, made $2.9 million, which doesn't make sense. How the fuck is that even possible? Totaling at 93. Course for the purple ceiling. How Twitch lost his way. I never thought about it like that, but it definitely is like Twitch does lend itself a lot. Twitch does lend itself a lot to burnout. It's not easy to maintain a delicate it's not easy to maintain that delicate balance. Like the fact that I have like a social life outside of streaming and the fact that I can like work out and shit outside of streaming is wild. Most people don't do that. Yo, by the way, the old CEO Emmett left the company, which made the new CEO do the layoffs a couple days later. What a bitch move. Yeah, that was like pretty fucked. I remember PewDiePie was making more than 50 mil a year. Back in the day, he responded to a video to a commenter that asked if he made around that, and he said something like, "That's cute," and 2014. I don't know if that was the exact year, but was a good year. You're able to do that because you neglect those gaming frogs. If I could easily game and maintain a similar audience, if I could easily game and maintain a similar audience, I would probably do 12, 13, 14 hours. It'd be worse for me. It would ruin my life probably. I would never stop. I'd be like fucking full-blown XUC shit.
Like once a month I was sick. He came over to do a writing session with me, and I knew he was sick. Yeah. And I'm like, yo, you should be like just relaxing. And I'll never forget, he's recording and his nose just starts pouring blood. And I'm like, oh fuck. And he literally just goes, oh, I'm so sorry. Wipes it, goes right back into it like nothing just happened. And I was like, yo, you're sick.
Bro, I would get nosebleeds. I would throw up. Fucking my health suffered immensely.
Logan was driving himself to literal sickness over content that included riding a model like a bike during a dehumanizing music video shoot that made the woman reportedly feel like her legs were about to give out. Or the time he and famous good guy Sam Pepper took to the streets and started lassoing women on camera, only letting them go if they gave them a kiss. Or what about the time, actually, sorry, I'm getting...
Bro, that shit is like wild. They were just doing like sexual assault as a prank. Like that was, YouTube was insane, dude. How the fuck did that shit? I think that's why I'm so fucking understanding of like content creators fucking up, because I'm just old and I come from a very different era, right? Where like what I saw when I was like also a young up and coming content creator trying to fucking talk about like progressive politics on the least habitable space you could possibly do that in, I just saw so much unhinged, insane shit. Not to get all like back in my day, but like the internet grew up in many ways very quickly. Like what you are seeing on Kick with what Adin Ross is doing and shit was incredibly commonplace on YouTube. Like it was just on the forefront of YouTube. Okay? Like what Adin Ross is doing on Kick is like seen as like a weird thing. People are like, yo, that guy's a weirdo, right? Like what happened? Like he's doing like weird ass shit. That was super normal on YouTube. Like main page shit. And people will say old Twitch is like that. I was not on Twitch, so I don't know. But I have heard that that was how old Twitch was like as well. Yeah. Lowest common denominator outrage content? Yeah, 100%.
Ahead of myself. One of his more popular videos to gain attention at this time was when he fixed his color blindness by throwing on a pair of special color correcting lenses and staring into the sun.
Okay, I'm about to put on these glasses that are gonna cure my color blindness for the first time in my life.
Let's see what HasanAbi was doing in 2017 while Logan Paul was popping off. Okay, shut the fuck up. Oh my God, I'm wearing the same jacket. And the same glasses. I literally look better now. Oh my God, I look better now. It's a glow up. Bazinga. Most consistent human. Even my fucking fits have remained consistent. That's not true. I've definitely stopped wearing certain fits. I saw it 5 years younger than you, but we still recognize it as sexual assault. How's the hairline though? I'm sorry that was mean. Dude, what do you mean? My hairline has remained literally the fucking same. And that's actually shouts out to modern medicine. Thank you for thank you for helping. Did you change buttons? Oh, actually, it's not the same jacket. It's a different jacket, but it's still a fucking denim jacket, I guess. Yeah. Blow up? Yeah, dude, money has that effect. True. I mean, that definitely plays a role. I had more free time to work out back then than I do now, but I think my diet is better. It used to have point. Now the hairline is straight. What was your salary like at the Young Turks? It was fucking not great for California. I think my last year was like 65 grand. And I was generating millions of views for them. So not great. Why are you bat chesting me? Damn, 2016 Hasan can get it. 2023 Hasan is getting told, not tonight, I have a headache. Wait, why? I think I look better now. I mean, do people really change in appearance that much from 31 to 37 years old? Fuck you, bitch. I'm 31 now. And I was what? This was like 6, 7 years ago. This was actually 7 years ago, not 6. Okay? You looked great for your 30s in that pic. Shut up.
With such a clearly fake reaction coupled with the cliche sad music in the background, the video was picked apart by commentary channels and laughed at by basically everyone on YouTube.
I became very emotional after watching that video.
I went on Social Blade and I was moved. It felt like seeing colors for the first time on Social Blade.
Right. The primary color being green.
It's wild to think that, like, I mean, both of these dudes have dramatically changed their worldviews over that period of time too, I think.
But it wasn't for another year that Logan finally admitted to embellishing things.
Some dude named H3 was just roasting it. And I was new to YouTube, right?
Some dude named H3? Yeah, bro, you don't know who fucking Ethan Klein is? Like, come on, brother. Oh, God. Okay, dude.
I didn't know anything. I was just a Vine kid. And so we made this colorblind video, which I've said this before. I am colorblind, but the video was incredibly embellished. So I put on these glasses. Bro, no change.
I didn't know that.
Like the sky was 0. And I had a moment in my mind. I was like, we're at the Getty Museum. I have to fake this. So I was like, all right, I put my acting chops to work.
The music comes in.
The music comes in.
You're a motherfucker with music,
I'd have
bro.
made up the most melodramatic thing ever.
While he is actually colorblind, unable to see green and red color pigments, the glasses did nothing, and his reaction was entirely hyped up for the tens of millions of views he got. Because Logan...
Oh, he's saying back then he didn't know, but still Ethan was more popular back then? Yeah, Ethan was literally more popular back then. Come on, dog. Come on.
Didn't care if people knew it was fake. He didn't care if people made fun of it. Logan cared about the hundreds of thousands.
Brother, he had 22 million views. Ethan and iDubbbz on that video had 22 million views, okay?
Of dollars that came from having such a viral moment captured on tape. He relished in the articles it generated, the debate it sparked. Logan at this time wasn't setting out to be some saint, always true to his word. He was an actor, concerned with becoming the biggest entertainer in the world. And he was fine with making a few critics mad in the process. It didn't matter if he were liked, just as long as he was being talked about, and most importantly, making money. And in order to do both of those things effectively, he decided to be
Logan Paul's editor has a YouTube channel where he talks very seriously about editing, and I can't watch it without laughing because I know he's talking about editing this. To be honest, like, I think, like, editing is still editing, you know what I mean? Even if it's shit, he's making Logan Paul watchable, so.
Be a jackass.
Oh, what the? Oh!
You know?
Oh, what the?
I want to thank you for inventing the theory of relativity.
Hey, amigo, arigato, konnichiwa. What, bro? Do you even know? Brandon, look, dog, dude, we are 9,000 subscribers away from hitting 10 million subscribers in 1 year of vlogging. Not even, in 340 days.
The year he crossed 10 million subscribers was also the same year diss tracks were taking over the platform. Thanks in part to his little brother Jake bursting onto the scene, Logan was making more money than ever before with their fake beef, an ear-piercing diss track on Santa Claus, and a new series of travel vlogs he named Adventures in Tokyo. You know where I'm going with this. Deciding to take a trip to Japan in late 2017, Logan and his friends were determined to use their vacation to...
Now that I've been to Japan, what this piece of shit did in Japan is so fucked up, okay? It's even more fucked up. He tarnished a beautiful nation, okay? Just even more unforgivable.
Asia as a gold mine of new content, and none of it has aged well.
Thanks for letting me touch your dog. Okay. Tokyo!
In Japan, Logan made sure to kick his annoying frat boy persona into high gear, being obnoxious in traditional Japanese clothing because it's funny or something.
How far can we take this?
In the video Kicked Out of Japan, Logan can be seen running, screaming through a market before washing his hands with holy water from a temple on account of holy water being for people who are real pieces of shit in life. No idea what that's supposed to mean.
No, you're gonna let on fire, bro. That's okay. My spirit's being cleansed. Just for if you're a real piece of shit in life. So if you look behind me, this is where you throw coins into the well. I wish for health, happiness, and hella bitches.
Or maybe you want to watch We Fought in the Middle of Tokyo, where Logan makes a mockery of martial arts in the middle of the street as people are trying to get to work, jumping out and scaring people at load.
I mean, some of that stuff is like not... God, I can't unshake my content skull. Like, every step of the way, I feel like Logan Paul, if he didn't push it to the next fucking level by doing like unimaginably cruel and fucked up shit, would have been still a majorly successful content creator without any of the fucking controversy. Like, he always had to just like go up to the fucking limit and then way past it. You know what I mean? Right now you're getting mad at me and saying, nah, fuck you, Hasan, blah, blah, blah. But like, if he hadn't, like, if he just did like the martial arts thing, right? Like, that's not, you know, whatever. That's fucking, I'm telling you, people take photos in Shibuya all the fucking time. People shoot content in Shibuya all the fucking time. Yeah, it's a little annoying, but like, it's nothing that you would write home about. You would not lose your fucking mind. But the energy that you have for what he did here is literally motivated entirely by what he did that was so unimaginably inappropriate. Like dehumanizing, awful, like just completely fucked up, which is the Suicide Forest stuff. If he was just like running around and yelling, that's still fucked up, okay? If he was running around and yelling in the marketplaces, like washing his hands with holy water, all that stuff's fucked up. He shouldn't do any of that. But like, that's pushing the boundaries. That's pushing the boundaries beyond what is acceptable. But if he like limited himself a little bit if he just limited himself a little bit, he would have literally been just as successful and he wouldn't have been as controversial. The temple shit's fucked up, bro. No. I know. All of that stuff is disrespectful and fucked up. I'm saying those are in the unacceptable category. But like him fighting in the streets of Tokyo or whatever, him fighting in the streets of Tokyo is not like, it's just, you mean if he wasn't him at all, just as successful? No, I think he would have been. If he never did those NFT scam shit, he would be fine right now. He sort of redeemed himself publicly and had a lot of things going well for him. Well, I think Aubrey is going to change our minds on that. That's why we're watching this video.
Loading dogs by hiding in the back of their trucks. Then there's real-life Pokemon Go in Tokyo, catching strangers. Where instead of summarizing what happens, I'll just show you.
Honey, get him. Oh, you've been caught. Wake up, we got trouble with the cars and merch to sell. Toyota, I choose you. No.
Yep, as if laying in front of cars and running around town waving dead fish in people's faces wasn't enough, we haven't even gotten to the paramount moment of the trip. A very notable installment of the Logan Paul Japanese saga uploaded on December 31st, 2017. Now, I remember the day this video came out, and I actually watched it over on his channel before it got taken down. The video was not only live for over 24 hours, but even trended on the main trending tab before anyone really asked any questions, which means the millions of kids within Logan Paul's audience at the time didn't think it was bad to film a dead person. But once the news trickled outside of his core fan base, it was
Dylan O'Brien fucked them? Oh, dude, goddamn. Still a goated poster, by the way. Doesn't he post a lot? Like funny shit?
Logan was met with some of the most severe backlash I think I've ever seen towards one specific YouTuber at once, which for good reason, obviously. Yeah. This guy was getting bodied.
It is literally one of the most deserved pieces of backlash that anyone's ever gotten for any particular kind of content. Like Aaron Paul tweeted at him. How dare you? You disgust me. I can't believe that so many young people look up to you. So sad. Hopefully this latest video woke them up. You are pure trash, plain and simple. Suicide is not a joke. Go rot in hell. And then he signed it. AP.
By Jesse Pinkman and the Queen of Winterfell, for God's sake. That's how bad this was. Even my parents learned the name Logan Paul thanks to an SNL skit.
Already auditioning candidates, got some prospects. Logan Paul.
As expected, the entire YouTube community took up arms against the guy they finally had a good excuse to hate. I don't think there was a single person defending Logan Paul over the age of 6, but that didn't stop him from putting out one of the worst notes app.
Bro, he literally went on Good Morning America to apologize. That was so crazy. What a fucking era, dude. What a fucking era. That was, yeah, someone in the chat said that was before he became the main character on Twitter, before Twitter had that like as a culture. Love that. Yeah, the notepad apology.
Apologies I've ever read to this day. Dear internet, I didn't do it for views, I get views. I did it because I thought I could make a positive ripple on the internet. I've made a 15-minute TV show every single day for the past 460 plus days. I love everyone. I believe in people. Peace. #LowGang for life. Somehow that piece of shit got over 100,000 likes, but regular people still weren't buying it.
That's a hard thing to do, is even like hard talking about it right now with you, because up until that point in my life, it was really only wins. It was only success. It was only consistent growth.
Logan's second apology, this time in the form of a video, remains one of the most disliked YouTube videos to date. Not necessarily because of what he said, as this time he actually apologized to the individuals he should have mentioned in his previous statement, but more so how it all came across. Despite his best efforts, people still didn't believe his sincerity, and the apology kind of became a meme after that. I mean, whether he was genuine or not, it still came across like a hostage video.
I made a severe lapse in judgment.
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment.
a banger. A banger, dude. Actually a banger. There's not, dude. Iconic. He is, God, he's so, oh God, it's so good. It's so fucking good. It's so good we forgot about it. Like, but it's still a fucking classic. The moment that you see it, it's just like, it lights up in your mind in the same way. You will never see something that iconic. I think my certified hood classic moment is, you know, what America deserved. Okay, let's. That's gonna be. That's probably gonna just stay there.
Monetized for a bit. I mean, how can you blame someone for not buying this video? He kept it short though, and at the very least told his fans to stop defending him. After all, he wasn't losing subs, he was gaining them. The negative press didn't seem to hurt him too bad. Not even YouTube did much to punish him. All they did was cancel, postpone his next movie and remove him from the Preferred Partners program, which I didn't even know was a thing until making this video. Apparently, he was pulling in so many views that YouTube allowed him to get paid more money than the rest of us by being a preferred.
Yeah, by the way, I know that like this is such a fucking played out thing to mention, but is there better proof that cancel culture is just fucking fake than Logan Paul? Still one of the like largest content creators on the fucking planet. I mean, he filmed a person who committed suicide and fucking posted it. Louis C.K. You think Louis C.K. got canceled? Brother, Louis C.K. won a Grammy like last year. Louis C.K. almost performed in Ukraine when Kiev was being fucking invaded. Oh, that's what I mean. He was canceled, but really wasn't. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, my bad. I didn't even understand. I thought you were trying to make a point that he was canceled or something.
Partner. But when shit hit the fan, they kicked him back down to just regular partner.
Google Preferred dropped you from their service. Yeah. Do you think that that was fair of them to do?
I understand that they needed to take a stance. And while I don't necessarily maybe agree with it, I do respect it.
Gee, how is he gonna make it by without all that extra money, I wonder? The only good thing to come out of this whole disaster was his next video, where he did make an attempt to at least give the spotlight to people with a closer connection to the subject. It, at the very least, exposed a more positive and impactful message to millions of people, and I have to give credit where credit is due. But judging by his next upload 10 days later, it didn't seem like he really learned much.
After the disgraced YouTuber has been spotted across the country, hiding his face from paparazzi and seen swallowing his tears on social media like a little baby backpack.
Hold up, disgraced? What you mean disgraced, boy? I took a break. Besides, I'm still lit as fuck. What other YouTuber you know can take a 3-week break and still gain 1 million subscribers? Boy!
It still felt like a joke to him. Also, it did not help that he made headlines again for tasering a rat corpse not even a month after the forest incident. Like, why was he even doing this? He even made fun of his reputation as a controversial YouTuber in a bizarre Fox News interview.
Just so you know, I am an ex-controversial YouTuber. That's it's no longer me.
I know that.
If I'm being quite honest with you, I'm the fastest YouTuber. I'm the fastest entertainer on the planet. I could be
talking about running.
Running. I could be the quickest man on the planet. I'm everywhere, baby. I'm everywhere. Yeah, no, I'm everywhere, and I'm nowhere. I'm like a ghost. And yeah, I'm betting $100,000 that I'm the fastest man on the planet. I'm the fastest man on the planet. Yeah, but I will say my expenses just surpassed my income for the first time ever. I just sat with my financial manager. He told me that. Like I'm definitely going downhill from here.
Did that make you nervous?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm terrified. I think it's the beginning of the end. I'm uncomfortable with myself, you know?
Come on.
I also have pink eye. It's not contagious.
But talk
No, it is. There's a 2-week incubation period. I'm so sorry. But yeah.
He just wasn't mature enough to take anything seriously.
Okay, that part was kind of funny. I can't. Damn it. I mean, I guess that's why he's like successful despite all of the. Come on, bro. He's trolling Fox Business. Like, the juxtaposition of like having a fucking asshat like him. Don't say Logan Paul defender. No, having an asshat like him is just like on such a uptight, stupid fucking platform like Fox Business is, of course, going to create shit like that.
And it would be a while before he could truly rebuild his reputation in a way that mattered. But he sure wasn't going anywhere anytime soon.
I'm sure you've heard, fight has been confirmed, the contract has been signed. August 25th, London, I am officially fighting KSI. Is it gonna be a fight though? Shots fired. I'm not gonna underestimate the kid, right? I'm taking it very, very...
Influencer boxing had been heating up since fall 2017, escalating when Joe Weller was beat by fellow British personality KSI in a highly publicized match in February 2018. In a post-fight interview streamed live to over 20 million people, KSI made the following call-out.
Jake Paul, Logan Paul, any of the Pauls, I don't care.
Which came as no surprise given how Logan, and by extension Jake, had become the most hated people, not just in America, but on the entire internet. Jake was put on the undercard to fight KSI's.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I think Logan Paul has any sort of reputation because of KSI. Legitimately, without KSI, Logan would not have gained shit back as fast as he did. KSI saves his career 100%. I think so too. KSI has been, for as far as I understand, I'm sure he's a YouTuber, so there's plenty of fucking awful things that he's done too. Every YouTuber has. But by the metric of YouTubers, if you're like measuring him towards like, in comparison to like other YouTubers, he is relatively unproblematic, I think, or at least the outlook is that maybe because he's from England, that they don't see him as like a problematic content creator. And he had a very good, guys, stop writing shit, about, he had a rape face controversy, but he changed a lot. Yeah, I'm stating that the Sidemen, KSI, maybe because they're on the English side of YouTube, okay, have been able to stay away from like Logan Paul levels of controversy, which, at the time was very fucking commonplace. We're talking about YouTubers that went to jail and shit. Like, you're crazy. We Brits aren't as unhinged or unscrupulous as you Yanks. Yeah, really? Talk about Sam Pepper for a second. Fuck you mean, bro? No, there were plenty of fucking awful... There were plenty of awful British content creators as well, but they came to America.
His younger brother Deji, while Logan stepped up to accept KSI's challenge. As we know from prior instances, Logan considers all press good press, and by then his reputation was at its lowest point ever. He could certainly stand to benefit from some media attention that wasn't just, hey, remember that vlog that guy did?
You just said, yeah, rape face, but nothing seriously. No, what I stated was like, these guys were all doing fucking awful shit. Okay, they were doing awful shit for the most part. And I'm talking about why KSI is not seen as like a problematic content creator, because like it didn't like that was not seen as big as a fuck up by the broader internet audience. Not only that, but I'm pretty sure he's not like he has grown a lot as a person, not only as a content creator since then anyway. Yeah, I'm talking relative to other content creators of similar sizes at the time. Yeah.
Regardless, everyone on the planet anticipated seeing these two dudes completely knocked on their heads. Except Jake, of course, beat Deji, and Logan's match went to a completely underwhelming tie, which turned into a rematch the next year where we finally got that satisfying ending. The event kicked off a trend of influencer fighting that's both revived boxing and generated a fuck ton of money. But most importantly, it's helped keep Logan in the public eye. He didn't just fade into the woodwork, he was on everyone's screens. Again. From there, he continued pumping out vlogs as his channel surpassed 20.
Real chat, serious question. He said, did you talk about the shooting? I just got here. What do you think? I mean, just take a breather and just think for a moment. Do you think I talked about the shooting that happened today? What do you think? We're 7 hours and 51 minutes into the broadcast. Or you think I ignored it? The biggest news story of the day. You think I talked about it? I'm gonna go pee.
20 million
Think about it.
subscribers. He made sure to effectively use the attention he was already getting to his advantage, culminating with the launch of his popular weekly podcast, Impulsive, which is a pretty smart name, I have to say. Logan Paul sought to usher in a newer, more subdued side of his personality. From the beginning, the show was always meant to be a deviation from his high-energy, child-guided vlogs and sought to capitalize on an older demographic capable of listening to more nuanced, multifaceted discussions.
No!
Stay still. But joking aside, not everything on this show was blatantly unwatchable. Over the course of hundreds of episodes and an impressively wide ensemble of guests, Logan did occasionally demonstrate some actual depth and social awareness that we hadn't previously seen from him.
We are all incredibly unaware of how deeply intertwined the ugly roots of racism have embedded themselves in the foundation of this country. 13th Amendment. There is a criminality clause conveniently nestled in that amendment that says, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States. I will not be a part of a generation that is written on the wrong side of history, and I will not stand by as my fellow humans are brutally and unjustifiably murdered at the hand of the state or any oppressor.
This was pretty crazy. I mean, this was pretty wild. He's just reading from a script. Yeah, he was, I mean, undeniably, he just like popped the fuck off on this. He did. Woken Paul, ChatGPT wrote that. Yeah, listen up, Hasan. You might learn something. Yeah, But this was also like the same era where every TikToker was like putting up the BLM fist on their fucking profiles and shit. So it was like demonstrably fashionable to do so. I took all of the support as a positive overall because I thought it was a good thing overall. You know what I mean? Like, great. It means that it's like fashionable to advocate for, you know, equal rights. But honestly, it was, you know, maybe it was not. Maybe it didn't really yield any outcomes that were otherwise positive. Yeah.
Completely honest, this podcast existing did way more for Logan's redemption arc than any other content he put out post-Japan.
I will always love him, but I don't always like him. He's my brother, he's my family, he's my blood. Sometimes I do not understand why he does the things he does, as I'm sure he feels the same way about me from time to time.
The boxing match definitely helped, but without this podcast, I don't think we would have even considered Logan to have changed.
True. I think this is a very good take from Aubrey. I think that's a very good take from Aubrey. Also, controversial opinion, but I think Big Mike. I will stand by Big Mike. Good guy overall. Love him. I think he's a great guy, actually. Fuck it. Not even good guy. I'll take it there. Great guy. Okay? Big M. You can say riding all you want. Listen, man, when you're a motherfucker with like a crippling opioid addiction who's like been to fucking jail and shit, and you're now at this position that you're at, no shot. He's a good guy. Literal great guy. I'll glaze him. I'm sorry. You're like, 16 years old, never seen any kind of controversy in your fucking life, talking shit about a dude who's like recovered from, heroin addiction and all kinds of different fucking issues. No shot. Dick riding is insane. No, I have so much respect for him. I'm really glad. I'll say this much. I'm really glad that he's friends with Jeff, because if he wasn't friends with Jeff, I would have never even considered him as like as anyone but like a fucking douchebag. Didn't know anything about him. Everything I saw of him, I thought like he's probably a douchebag. Logan Paul's bestie, no shot. But then because he was, you respect anyone who goes to the gym, dude. He doesn't even go to the gym that much. He goes to the gym now. Okay, shut up. Jeff Wittek. Love Jeff. Okay? Love Jeff. Great dude. I think he's a good guy as well. Another guy that like looks like a douchebag, but is actually a great guy. Very funny too. Okay? Jeff is very good friends with Big Mike. If you want to know what a Big Mike is like in real life, if you thought he was a fucking douchebag, just like I did, watch the Fear and podcast that we did with him, and I think you will develop you will find a newfound appreciation for him. I mean, ironic because like literally one of the parts is where is it? Big Mike's Turkish hair plugs. Is Big Mike a douchebag? Is like literally part of the conversation. Yeah, great episode. One of the best ones we've ever done. Holy shit, I completely misjudged Mike. One of the best episodes, hands down. It's so heartbreaking to hear all of their experiences with addiction. Yeah. He's not a... Did you think he was a douche before he came out in practice? No. It was because of... I explain it in the podcast as well, but it was because of his relationship with Jeff that made me reconsider whether or not he was actually a fucking douchebag. And then when I had him on the podcast, I was like, oh yeah, he's actually a great dude. Like, he's a well-intentioned person. Or read his book. It's genuinely really fucking good, called The Fifth Vital. Yeah, about his story about recovering from addiction. It's a New York Times bestseller. He also has never done any of the crypto and scammy shit, for the record. I mostly thought it was crypto and scammy shit. No, he's never done any of that. So also remember that. Like, a lot of why people think that Big Mike's a douchebag is because of his friendship with Logan Paul. That's it. He definitely was involved? No, I don't think he was. What do you mean? He seems cool. Why does Shaq get bent when he likes certain people? Why does chat like when I like certain people? Because this is Twitter. Like, my chat is the most Twitter-ass fucking chat on the planet. And that's it. It literally, it's just like a manifestation of like the most annoying fucking aspects of Twitter every day as I like whip the chat and its uncharitability all day, every day, non-fucking stop. That's it. It's just like people rad-libbing because they can't like stop being rad-libs even at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. You know what I mean? People also literally think like everyone has to be like fucking the second coming of Mao. Also, a lot of people just like, they make up their minds and then fill the blanks afterwards. And they've made up their minds about them. So they're filling the blanks. They'll look for like anything and everything. They will look to fill the blanks with anything and everything, even if it's like minor, you know what I mean? Like a defensible thing or, you know, because like everyone is fucked up. Everyone has done something that's fucked up. You know what I mean? Everyone. I don't care who you like. I just don't think Mike is a good guy. Okay, well, there you go. If you don't want to, then it's fine. But regardless, give it a shot. Give the podcast episode a shot, and your attitude might change. Mine certainly did. Was he the one who threatened CoffeeZilla over the phone? No, he was not. That is Logan Paul's manager. But again, why are chatters centering themselves in this convo? Because good guy, fuck off. Dude, listen, man, someone who is literally fucking recovered from like literal serious severe opioid addictions and like, you know, went to jail and shit. Like, I'm sorry, a lot of you motherfuckers are in the chat either anonymous, so we have no way of like assessing what your background is, or two, lived a very privileged and sheltered life. When I see someone like that, okay, when I see someone like that, I'm going to have a very different perspective. Okay? Everything I believe in, it's like literally in action. Things I believe in in general about the world, about what I preach as far as like rehabilitation and shit like that, I am, you know, I'm practicing what I unironically talk about. Anyway, yeah, I believe you've actually met the guy. Yeah. Being a recovering addict does not make you a good guy. I never just said that. I just said that overcoming immense trials and tribulations, such as recovering from a heroin addiction, does give you at least a little bit of fucking leeway with someone like myself. Again, I don't want to hear about this from little shitters in the fucking chat whose largest trial that they've overcome is the top of the hour ad break. Okay, by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, you overcome the top of the hour ad break and you think this is it. This is my daily trial. You know, I did it. And some of you get gifted a sub anyway. Okay? You're such a hypocrite. Wait. I want to see what he said. Just because he did drugs and recovered doesn't make him a good person. Lmao, you're such a hypocrite. No, you didn't. You didn't do anything. You ignored it. Please, I want to hear why he's a bad guy from Mayo Aid. Also, shut the fuck up. Chatter's talking like Mike came to their fucking house and killed them. He advertised Dink Doink. Defend now, please. No, indefensible. I didn't know that. That's fucked up. Still a good guy. What do I always say? Sometimes good people do bad things. Okay. Addressed it. Are we happy? Moving on. He didn't really, though. Doesn't matter. Ethan asked him about Dink Doink. What did he say? Why does chat want him to be such a bad guy? Chat not only wants him to be a bad guy, chat is now going to go through the phase that everybody does, okay? They're going through the phase of what everyone does, which is not only do I have this bias, but I'm going to try and justify it now by taking like the least charitable physical possible opinion. Okay? You can't. I think it's fair to be skeptical and not take your word at face value. Chad is probably scrubbing his Twitter right now to like look for dumb shit that he said. Never said he's a super smart guy. Thank God Mike never came on stream. You motherfuckers are losers. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, you're right. It's not necessarily that like they want him to be a bad guy. I think it's because they want to be right. Whoever said that in the chat, you're right. I will never be fucking this aggro towards someone who is recovered, who's someone who is like, Keg W got him. Oh, fuck yourself. Okay, now you're banned. Once again, this is why no one likes this community. The irony is that even this community doesn't like itself. The most shit Twitter takes is just one negative opinion they have on a person and then warp their perception of that person that they're just as bad as Nazi. Is so fucking annoying. Yeah. Is so Twitter. It's Twitter shit. Like I said, this is how it is. It sucks. But listen, there's a different way. Okay? There is a different way. There's a different way. You can get better. Okay? You can rehabilitate your fucking attitude. Okay? You can. Sometimes we are trapped in a cage by our unfair perceptions of the world because we are sheltered. You get it? We have a false sense of who people are supposed to be like. Maybe even you look to someone like myself and you say, everyone's supposed to be like that. That's my unproblematic content creator. You know what I mean? And I think that despite all the fucking hate that I receive, I think I conduct myself in a way that is as moral as I physically can be. Okay? And even then, I still fuck up. Even then, I say some shit when I get angry. Okay? Don't use the word sheltered, man. It's got nothing to do with it. Otherwise, you're right. No, I think it is. This is the perception this unfair categorization of human beings that only sheltered people can have. Yeah, it's coming from a place of not having enough life experience. Does that make sense? And you hopefully should have the same attitude towards everyone that you wished, or the same charitability towards others that you wish one day people will cast that same kind of judgment on you.
At all. Back in the day, the idea was just
let's continue.
Flex, show people how great I am, be a cocky, confident, arrogant, loud, boisterous prick, and draw attention. It was like shock value was the way to break into the homes of millions of people through the internet.
You were a cartoon character at one point. Would you say that?
Yeah, for sure. Bro, both Jake and I were. There's not. Are you kidding me? There's no such thing as a more quintessential villain than the fucking 2017 Paul brothers. Like, what were we doing?
I was convinced for a little while that the maturity Logan seemed to display during these episodes might be here to stay. Maybe he had truly reflected enough on his years of constant insanity to have become a better person looking to make an actual positive impact on the massive community he cultivated. Wait, what? Oh, what the fuck? What?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I was horribly mistaken.
At the end of the day, this is a fraudulent.
This is why it's so fucking like insane to me, because Aubrey is totally correct here. He looked like he was making a legitimate change in his life. That was obviously his output. And then he saw an opportunity to fucking hit the bag, and he was just like, oh, perfect. Let's go. Let's do it.
Practice, all right, in a lot of cases to be pushing onto your fan base. A lot of these law enforcement agencies should look at Logan Paul.
See, at the end of the day, behind
Which, by the way, they are looking at Jake Paul, for the record.
The smoke and mirrors of impulsive, Logan was still quietly creeping back into his old ways, unbeknownst to most of the general public. And it happened kind of slowly too. For example, when he began regularly opening wildly expensive Pokemon cards on stream, the dude he hired to be his Pokemon card dealer, collectibles guru, had a pretty known reputation of being a shady figure in the Pokemon community. Now, I don't know anything about the Pokemon community, but considering nobody seems to really revere him as a qualified source of information, and the fact that he admitted to pocketing millions of dollars from Logan's now infamous crypto zoo scam in 2022, I wouldn't be so quick to trust him. But Logan did, which should have been setting off some alarm bells, especially by the time he began shilling crypto coins in 2021. And as we know from literally countless examples, when the word celebrity is used in the same sentence as cryptocurrency, it's never a good thing. Thanks to the severe lack of regulation within the crypto space, countless influencers have been able to intentionally mislead and steal money from their fans with blatant pump and dump schemes. One of the most popular ways to do that is by promoting the hell out of a shitcoin, a cryptocurrency with no utilization whatsoever, to drive up the value. Once the value goes up, the influencer can sell their share of their tokens for a huge profit and leave their fans holding the bag. It's a tale as old as time and should certainly be investigated by the SEC. But in the meantime, in March 2022, crypto scam investigator Zach XBT published a Twitter thread with evidence of Logan's alleged involvement in a multitude of crypto pump and dump schemes beginning in May 2021. By tracking his publicly available Web3 activity, Zach was able to deduce that Logan promoted a coin by the name of Elongate to his private club of Maverick members. So in other words, his most devoted fans who actually pay for a closer connection to Logan.
It's all good. Elongate made me rich. Elongate, baby. Let's go. Elongate token.
After hyping up the Elon coin in a video leaked on May 10th, Logan allegedly dumped his shares on May 17th, walking away with a $112,000 payday before it crashed. That's sort of up, but he'd do it again and again when he plugged another crypto coin immediately after, this time on his public Twitter page. Not financial advice. God, I'm gonna get violent. According to the screenshots, Logan bought the coin right before his tweet went out and sold 12 hours later for a net profit of $116,000. You can kind of see a trend here. The Twitter page,
like, dude, that's the wildest part about that. Is just like fucking over your fan base for $116,000, which is a lot of money, right? For one day's work, but nothing for Logan Paul. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's like a lot of money for every single chatter here. But that is not anything for Logan Paul. It's pure greed. Pure fucking, like, why are you doing that? Just to do it? Like, just to fuck your fans? Like, I don't understand. $750K for 10 minutes of video, and he goes for $116K in coin. Straight up doing federal crimes for a 0.1% increase in wealth. Yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
for this particular coin hasn't been active for over a year.
Is it the anti-Mr. Beast method? Yeah, Mr. Beast. Yeah, literally. It's just like, today I scammed all my fans out of $100,000.
So he's clearly not doing it for anything other than money. If this was really a project he believed in, he wouldn't have sold 12 hours after telling us he believed in it. Then, by the time Logan's
You want to know why he did that, by the way? For people saying, why would you fuck your fans, which are the reason you have money? Because he can. Because he can get away with it. That's it. As simple as that. I think, like, he just doesn't care. And it hasn't ruined his career, so it doesn't matter. He's, like, signed with the fucking WWE. He does a lot of shit that actually could basically change his reputation entirely. Okay? Like, completely. And yet he just doesn't, like, he does the shit that is actually good. Okay? And then he has to literally, are scams not considered career ruining? No, man, not in America, not in 2023. In general, like, it's just not. Clearly.
Grab of a fight with Floyd Mayweather rolled around that summer, Logan was paid in free crypto tokens by the company Emax, which he then turned around and sold for an easy $70,000. It's worth noting here that, of course, Emax is its own scam that's been involved in 2 lawsuits to date, so no idea how they even became a sponsor, but that's another story, I guess.
Mr. Beast does it for clout, so who's really worse? Logan by a lot, yeah.
Dink Doink, which I've actually talked about on the channel before, but in light of what's happened since, it's wild that he ever got away with it. To further avoid accountability, he tried to say the Dink Doink mascot was the one who invented the coin, as if that makes any sense. In no surprise to anyone, despite all of Logan's forced promo for this thing, Dink Doink fell flat on its face. The Twitter page hasn't been active for a year, and the domain name is currently up for grabs. Gee, it would really suck if someone bought it and uploaded this photo to it. God, I would really hate that. The most egregious part of all of this was that we had to suffer through these painfully unfunny skits that half-assedly ripped off South Park for some reason.
Dink Doink, you're my favorite coin.
Oh, it's not. He didn't do it. I thought he actually did it. He didn't do it.
On my chest,
Yeah, I don't know. That the whole time felt like a fever dream. But little did we know then that Dink Doink was only setting the stage for a more sinister grift that stole millions of dollars from hardworking investors who made the fatal error of trusting Logan Paul.
He's like, I actually do have a project, excited to announce it. It's called CryptoZoo. It's a fun game. They called it a fun game that earns you money. They're going to sell you these 2 things. Eggs is NFT, and then there's a coin aspect to it. The eggs will then hatch into animals that will earn passive zoo tokens. Does that make sense?
No.
Immediately following the backlash from Dink Doink, Logan bizarrely decided to fling himself into a new project that for sure this time wouldn't be a scam like all the other ones. Instead of a coin, Logan was going to try his hand at NFTs, an NFT game to be exact. And just in case you thought this was just like any other NFT pyramid scheme where you throw your hard-earned money into a void in exchange for a shitty JPEG of a cartoon lion, Logan assured on multiple occasions that this was something different.
Dog, I'm not the fucking bad guy here.
Yeah.
There's some actual fuckers.
Yeah.
And it's not me. Like, I'm here to build, to be an honest builder.
Logan cares extremely deeply about his audience, loves his brand, doesn't have
This is the most irredeemable part of Mike, okay? Which I will admit. That's it. This is it. This is the reason why I thought it was a douchebag. I didn't even watch this video, but like that's literally why he rides him so hard.
Scam to make money.
Which is kind of understandable. I think like Logan Paul dramatically changed his life. You know what I mean? Guilty by association is why people hate him. I mean, guilt by association, but also he does ride for him.
I know what I'm building. I know I have a good heart. I know where my head's at. I know I've fucked up a lot.
Also, remember, that's not before the scam. That's after the scam, for the record. So it's not like he's like participating in a... he's not participating in like a cover up or anything. He's just, he's being a meat rider, which he is. He is a meat rider for Logan, for sure.
But I've learned from all of it.
Ideally, you would buy their in-game cryptocurrency, Zoo. They could be used to purchase NFT eggs, which you could then trade or hatch into animals to be bred with other animals to create your own god-awful abominations. So you could breed a panda with an elephant to form a panda-elephant hybrid. Exciting. But the rarer an animal is, the more Zoo tokens it's worth, and ultimately the more you can sell it for in the end. The idea is that you should be able to make money off these stupid images. One of the major pulls was that CryptoZoo came complete with its own set of original handmade artwork. If one Google image reverse search didn't reveal that to be absolute bullshit too.
We handmade art for the past 6 months, bro. Approval, very specific notes, 10 different artists making art for our project. A development team that has to be wizards.
See, because Logan assumes everyone around him is an idiot, guess he thought he could mash together already existing Adobe stock photos and pass them off as original work without people knowing. It's a weird thing to lie about, but who am I to expect anything from this guy? If repurposing stock photos was the worst part of this entire project, I don't think it would be that big of a deal. But wouldn't you believe it, CryptoZoo, the brand new trailblazing NFT project that Logan promised you could make money from, doesn't work. Never has, probably never will.
Very
this
shocking.
Damning discovery was of course made by the SEC of YouTube, CoffeeZilla, who spent over a year meticulously picking apart Logan's hilariously convoluted scheme, only to expose it to the world in late 2022 through a 3-part series garnering nearly 20
They aren't being just Twitter idiots. Even if Logan Paul made Mike, he still supported and justified a scam. Mike regrets that a little bit. He said that on H3, but he still wrote a scammer and people can hold that against him. Yeah, fucking kill him then, dude. I don't give a shit. You guys are fucking annoying and you would not behave this way in the fucking real world. That's the point that I'm making. This is why I say you're sheltered, okay? Like that's my point. You're making my point right now. Trying to re-justify it over and over again is not going to change my perception of not only Mike, which, whatever, you don't like him, who gives a shit, but like it's not going to change the way that I fucking experience the world and what I want to get people to behave like, okay? That's it. Like, go outside, touch fucking grass, think about the ethical considerations that you lend to members of your family and members that you meet on a daily basis, people that you think in the real world are like good people overall. It is never going to be the same metric that you apply to random dumbasses that you see on the fucking internet. That is actually my point, okay? Do you get it? That's it. You are behaving in the incredibly draconian American fucking mentality, the brain rot that is also part of the reason why our carceral state is always justified. Is always justified. Like, you make things that are totally redeemable out to be irredeemable. Why? Because you started off with the same biased, preconceived notions that I did as well. It sucks. It's just, it is what it is. It's like, It's very weird. It's a very weird attitude to have. But it is one of the most important parts of you know, having a compassionate approach to others. Does that make sense? Okay, we get it. You like a scammer, move on. No one wants to kill or arrest him, but he's still not a good person. Like, this is what I mean. I don't give a fuck whether you like Mike or not, okay? I just want to make one thing clear. I don't like you because I don't like your attitude. That's what it is. You're so smarmy and so annoying and, surprisingly, sanctimonious. You know what I mean? You and others that behave like this make it feel like the left is completely unapproachable because we are so hopped up on our own fucking farts, like all the time. You know what I mean? And guess what? Much like Ron Stinky, those farts are stinky as fuck to the general population. Okay? It's really, really annoying. It is. You make this project of trying to make leftist politics, progressive politics more palatable, infinitely more unapproachable by behaving this way. You know what I mean? It just sucks. And I hope you can change, just like people can understand. What? HasanAbi, you didn't get our opinion when forming your opinion about him? Yeah, I didn't. Which was good. I'm glad that I didn't. The fuck? Yeah. Exactly. Guys, you don't understand. He overcame drugs now, so he's a good person. Like, your malignant narcissism is correct. That is what you're expressing here, and nothing more. I mean, I think that chatter was joking, but this one is not. Very frustrating. We're not even talking about Mike at this point. We're talking about a fucking attitude shift that needs to happen in pretty much every community, but especially this one. Okay? Stop. And this is, for the record, not even defending Logan Paul, who has done a fuckload of indefensible shit. Okay? It's just odd. I don't know. I wish people would be like a little less annoying, you know? Just a little bit. Just take a breather and be like, is it normal to fucking despise this person to the degree that I despise them? Does that make sense? Just take a step back, be like, is it normal? Or is it coming from a different place? Like, my anger, is it justified in a vacuum? Or am I just like lashing out at everyone that I see that is behaving in an immoral way? Because in a lot of instances, I think in a lot of instances, the way we behave, especially under the guise of anonymity, especially online, especially in a community like this one, is always always so smarmy, you know, so scoldy.
Million collective views and some embarrassing responses from Logan, which we'll get into in a bit. Coffee's investigation highlighted CryptoZoo's disappointing launch day, which resulted in people who paid with Ethereum unable to even open the eggs they had already purchased. See, despite over $2.4 million worth of CryptoZoo eggs being sold on the first day Logan announced what they were working on, people couldn't actually play the game when it finally launched. They couldn't access it, making the value of Zoo plummet within 24 hours of going live. This obviously raised questions from people who sank tens, if not hundreds of thousands into the project they were told would make them money.
I'm excited to launch my game.
You keep using and you just did it again. You keep using a word there. Game. You're not using like a project.
Society is being cured one stream at a time. I've never said that.
It's a really fun
Game that makes you money. Game that makes you money. Makes you money. Makes you money. Makes you money.
But instead of Logan or anyone addressing what was going on, they were all silent. Logan quit promoting it and never commented on it again. Instead, he moved on to another NFT project.
I came up with an idea. 99 originals. It'll be 99 photos that I take every day over the course of 99 days. An artistic journey, actual art. I can't stop thinking. It's the only thing I care about. Each picture is an NFT. It all ties to my entire life.
Like, what happened to CryptoZoo, Logan? Logan, what happened? Come on.
I'll tell you about this project when we get closer to launch. This project of mine is going to be...
Is that the thing with the egg? The zoo?
No. Okay,
this one's
This one's gonna be this is the craziest I've ever done.
I guess Logan was ultimately hoping people would just forget the massive investments they made. But I mean, Coffee talked to these people, and it's
He
not
rides
like they
him
lost
so
chump
hard.
change.
I lost around $50,000 in CryptoZoo.
I lost $40,000. I lost around $15,000 US.
I lost $25,000.
$120,000.
$500,000 Australian, which is $500,000 in CryptoZoo.
Shut up!
Right.
There you have it.
Yeah, 500K.
Logan had some explaining to do, along with the rest of his team, who consisted of Logan's manager, Pokemon Boy from earlier, and a pathological liar who embellished his entire resume, lying that he once helped
Man,
the
this was a crazy fucking saga. Coffeezilla really fucking ripped him.
NFL, went to MIT, worked for the government, and was an orphan. Weird stuff to lie about. And even weirder for Logan's manager to still hire him, despite being warned of his dubious background.
I confronted him about some of Eddie's lies, including how he didn't work for the NFL. Jeff told me he doesn't know much about the NFL, but he knows about the business world, and so Jeff and Logan were going to continue working with him.
And as Coffee spoke to more people involved with the project, things began to look even more concerning. I'd suggest you watch his full series since it goes way more in depth than what we'll be covering today.
I'm sorry, bro. 500K loss with crypto scheme is economic Darwinism at that point. Yeah, there's got to be a cutoff. You know what I mean? Like, it's a weird thing because like you're still scamming people, so you're still worse than the other guys. But like they're all literally fucking. It's oh my god.
Today, but to summarize, Coffee was eventually given leaked screenshots of Logan and friends organizing CryptoZoo from the start.
These guys don't deserve to be scammed. They're vulnerable people who believe the pathological liar. No, chat's not all that ruthless when they fucking say that like, no, they don't deserve to get scammed, but like, they are definitely, come on, man. No, they're fine. They buy gas station chips. Like, come on, brother. Like, this is one of the. It's still inappropriate. It still should be illegal. But you got to realize that, like, at a certain point, a lot of these guys think that they're going to be giving the bag to someone else, and then they end up being the bag holder themselves. That still doesn't mean, like, they don't have to be perfect victims, right? But like, they are dumb as fuck still.
And if you read through
I'm still gonna make fun of them. You know what I mean?
These messages, it's blatantly clear that they didn't care about anything other than making themselves richer. We already knew that was the case. Logan and his manager actually held on to their coins, but Collectibles Guru and the pathological liar we mentioned earlier made millions at the expense of the people Logan promised would be able to play the game. They couldn't, and some got entirely fleeced. Logan has since promised to refund these victims as a part of a 3-step plan he announced after Coffee's video, which is good if it happens, but it's also important to note that Logan would 100% not have done any of that had he not been criticized relentlessly by multiple huge personalities. And we know this because of Logan's first horrific response to Coffee, where he apologizes for nothing and attempts to absolve himself completely of any wrongdoing without actually providing any counter arguments to Coffee's points.
Like many on this platform, you have successfully used my name for views and money. While your work used to be impartial, your addiction to clicks has clouded your judgment.
Oh my god, that was so bad.
Very real repercussions.
That's a bold statement. Do you have anything to back that up, Logan? Spoiler alert, no.
Logan was more interested in digging himself into an increasingly deeper hole. For example, when Coffee interviewed CryptoZoo developer Zach Kelling, who claimed to have not been paid for his work, Logan responded with, "Oh, that guy? Yeah, he's actually a criminal. And so is this guy. Basically, I hired a bunch of criminals to make this prized game I supposedly care a lot about."
He spent time in prison for multiple felonies, who has turned out to be a professional conman, fooled billionaires, the Mormon Church, the owner of the New York Yankees, and now
Me.
Which really isn't the greatest defense in the world. If you're saying these people can't be trusted, why did you hire them? Did you vet them before?
I guess that's what I get for trusting the team that I relied on to vet and manage Eddie's hiring process.
Oh, right, yeah, that was somebody else's job, not you. Just because there are multiple guilty parties here, it doesn't make Logan innocent, who was rightfully called out for overseeing such a disastrous project.
This saga was so funny.
To fix,
I can't get over it. It's so good.
Has a big part and a massive, massive cross to bear.
Each one of them scammed the project in their own way.
It was his job to check the team to make sure that everyone is working together, to make sure that he is giving the funds of the people that put it into his project under his name to people that he actually trusts. If the team failed to perform, that's Logan Paul to blame.
Remember, it's only after he'd been called out that he claimed to be working on bringing the game back to life. A year of radio silence followed by sloppy, angry responses due to a massively publicized series of exposés doesn't make it seem like you're acting out of the goodness of your heart. It's a PR move. You know you're a bad scammer when even Andrew Tate is dunking on you.
So what is your view on that whole crypto zoo situation? Because CoffeeZilla is doing an investigation at the moment and it is quite gripping, isn't it?
The dude's a clown. The dude's he's a person who doesn't care about his fans. He just wants to make as much money as possible off the back of people who watch him. Logan's obviously a brokey.
Didn't you do that? You know, aside from the sex trafficking, allegedly. Like, one of the more redeemable mass scams that you engaged in was that. Like, that was like the lowest offense. Which is, by the way, for the record, still pretty fucked up. Like, still very, very, very fucked up. But, you know, in comparison to how fucked up the other shit that he did, it comes across like almost, a low-level offense. Not very top G of you.
Logan then decided to invite Coffee onto Impulsive to hash things out in person, though he didn't include how Coffee had already invited him onto his show.
It's like a little gnat. It's like a little fucking annoying gnat. It bothers me.
I wonder why the dude doesn't want to fly out there, Logan. Logan even threatened legal action before realizing there was no other route to take other than to make a weak apology over on a second channel and promise to correct the mistakes he made. While I still hope he follows through on this, it's been about 2 months at the time of me recording this, and he still has yet to pay anyone back, to my knowledge. It's ultimately important to remember this was something he really tried to get away with. For over a year, he thought he could just sweep it under the rug and then make Coffee look like the bad actor, when in reality, the facts were always against him because he can't set his greed aside to not scam his fans for.
That actually, I think, honestly, comes from him just like having yes men, Mike included, let's be real, even though I love Mike, in his like immediate circle. Because like he literally put that video out there thinking that it was a dunk. Which was so wild. Like, he thought, like, he had to delete that, but, like, that was so embarrassing that he thought that that was a fucking dunk. Like, he was like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking destroy CoffeeZilla.
For 2 seconds. I don't even really know why he did this. The guy is already making tens, if not hundreds of millions from other endeavors. It blows my mind to think he needs to resort to petty crypto scams to pay the bills, but I think it's mostly a testament to the person Logan is and has always been.
But what's the goal? I mean, bro.
Jeff told Ethan he saw that video before and told Logan it was perfect. Oh, God, that's not good.
One word answer, money is a scoreboard. It's a game to me. Where do you rank on that scoreboard? You know, how many billionaires, how many self-made billionaires are there under 30? It can't be more than 10.
Yeah. Exactly.
You know, that's cool. That's cool to me.
How many kids will that inspire?
Now, when it comes to online crypto scams, the argument gets made that the full blame falls on those who were naive enough to invest. And while careful consideration and precaution should be taken before ever throwing your money at something influencer-backed, I don't particularly blame the fans, at least in the case of Logan Paul. It's not like he was selling, I don't know, MILF token. This was supposed to be far different than the other notorious crypto scams of the past. He was very clear about making that distinction. Even when it became apparent the project wasn't working, he still refused to do anything to make things better. He offered no transparency, effectively stringing his investors along with vague promises as he prepared for his next grift. If you ask me, Logan has not changed much since 2017. All he's really done is rebrand himself into a more trustworthy figure on the surface, only to betray that trust in a slimy attempt to line his pockets, even when it's at the expense of his biggest supporters. He doesn't care about you.
Yeah, if he didn't do the sequence of crypto scams, notice like literally after the cutoff where Aubrey talks about his like reputation rehab, if he hadn't done that, and if he just did like the wrestling and the boxing and shit, he is prime now. KSI rehabbed him big time too. Like a lot more people I think ultimately would be forgiving, because like at the end of the day he's just a fucking content creator, you know what I mean? It's what you do with your output that matters, and his output is like literally just his output would have been fine, but my man is just addicted, dude. He's addicted to scamming.
That's hot. That's hot. Will Nev, smash, 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 smash.
Nice.
No questions for him.
Bro, what the fuck? Amurant, it's Ramadan. What are you doing? Amurant, it's Ramadan. What are you doing? Amurant, Allah, oruç cici. Allah gitti. Gitti oruç. Someone in the chat said, wait a minute, I recognize those people. Yeah, these are like some of the fucking top porn stars on the planet, dude. You got the Ohio man is the one thing the Florida man fears. The Ohio man excels. Yeni sahuru açtım amına koyayım. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allah have mercy on her soul. Yeah, as friend of the show, Eva Elfie. That's Lena the Plug, Adam 20, whatever the fuck's wife, I think. Don't know who the rest of them are. Angela White.
Whatever, at this point with him. I can't see this person at all. Too small.
He looks like
cool hair. It's like hot.
That's hot.
President Porn Academic. To be fair, like I've fallen off a little bit because I didn't even know Angela White, and I know that she's like super famous. I just don't really. All right, let's continue.
He doesn't even really care about the hate he gets, so long as enough of his core audience is still there to manipulate. Now, I'm a proponent of second chances. The occasional fuck up is normal and understandable, so long as you use it as an opportunity to reflect and grow. Learning from your past is fine, is part of being a human. But Logan threw all of that perceived growth out the window this past year, just for a couple dollars he would have already had if he had never.
The funniest part is he didn't even get to make money. Like, he got scammed because of the other scammers that he brought on board that rug pulled him before he could rug pull others, which makes it even more hilarious. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't even make money off of it, which makes it even funnier. Like, he lost money because he got scammed because he brought on other scammers to do the scam with, and then they scammed him.
Done any of this. It's such a bizarre move, I just don't get it. He isn't worthy of your time, your trust, certainly not your money, and after so many failed chances to redeem himself, I wouldn't blame you if he wasn't worthy of your forgiveness. But some of the diss tracks still bang.
Friend of the show, Aubrey, with an absolute banger, folks. great video titled "The False Redemption of Logan Paul."
The Mona Lisa.
We pranked the Mona Lisa is gonna be. We're gonna have to watch that tomorrow, unfortunately, because I've done 8 hours and I have places to be, which is why I'm going to end the broadcast here. That's right. That's right, folks. That is the unfortunate reality for all of you guys. No gaming today as well. I thought I would have had time, but okay. I will redeem myself. I will redeem myself before we freak the fuck out on me. Okay? I thought that I would be able to play video games today. And then a mass shooting occurred. And then not only did a mass shooting occur, but then right-wing weirdos immediately jumped on the mass shooting because it was done by a trans man. So that was literally one of the major reasons as to why I was not able to do the video games today. And you could say that I maybe rug pulled you on the video gaming, I guess. I'm just as bad as Logan Paul, if not worse. But hey, I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Bye.
Just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the way